Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. I look um, different, hopefully. No, I'm kidding. Um, Yesterday, I had to protect. If you're looking for anyone to blame for the abrupt ending of yesterday's live, blame Erica. Blame the diva. The diva. At the end of all of her videos, she says, protect your peace. And I realized I needed to protect my peace because the conversation was not going anywhere anytime fast. And had I sat there and let it continue, I would be drawn into a whirlpool of nothingness. And I'm not about to do that. Not that yesterday was not the day. I had um, gone out, gotten what I needed to get, came back, and decided to go live. And I had a lot of work to do. So I was like, no, this is not, today is not the day and this is not the topic. But my huge negotiation got postponed. So I had all today free because I cleared my schedule to do a negotiation today and it got postponed. So I'm very excited to be here today. And I'm in a better space. There was no massage, there was no spa, there was nothing. Today, today is just a regular Themis day. There's nothing happening. So I decided to continue the conversation separately. Mm. For all of the people who were here, I did not know there were a lot of people watching. I there the number is like in the upper left corner. I did not look at it at all yesterday. I just assumed no one was watching. So as a hey queen, as a general matter, I just didn't know. So apparently people are like, how can you do that with so many people watching? Generally, I don't continue or not continue a topic based on the view. That's not what I do. So even if I noticed, it wouldn't have made a difference. But let's get into it. Yep. I also just came back from the gym, so I have protein shake, coffee, and water. So I'm going to be drinking this quickly because it's really disgusting. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin. Did you guys say? I didn't hear that. Let's try that again because I didn't hear it. Is my sound messing up? I heard it that time. I'm not sure what is happening, but heard it. All right, good, good, good. All right, so let's get into it. So last we saw each other. Oh, I do have one keynote. So you guys did this with Crystalline from the Pink Pill, and now you guys are attempting to do it with Cynthia G. Let me clear this up right now. If you have problems with content creators, you can take particularly content creators who allow you to call in, you can take your issues to them. This is not this is not the place where you get to come here. Oh wait. You know me, I love a compliment. Love you here. Thank you. It is currently wet with Eco Styler gel. So I washed it and put gel in it. But I love a compliment, so I'm gonna stop and acknowledge it. All right. If you have a problem, you know where to find Cynthia G. You know, well, the pink pill is not on anymore like that, but Cynthia G specifically. If you have a problem with her, you know where to go. You know where to go. Like, I don't understand why subscribers do this. Like, I get that you might feel safer here because she doesn't have the mute button and I do. But that sounds like some scared kind of approach, and I don't like that. If you have something to say and you have the person you need to say it to, go tell that person. how to say it. Like, go tell that person. Go tell that person what you feel. Go tell that person. I don't like it. I find it really annoying. I find it really, really, really annoying. Um, and I'm not about to dedicate any of my live streams to that. If Cynthia G is on and she wants to address you and you come up and want to address her, then fine. That's fine. But don't throw off the entirety of the live stream to bring up an issue no one is talking about, to bring up Cynthia G because you just feel like you want to attack her. Like, I don't know how she does it, but she will have live stream where she'll sing, come up here and argue with me. And people actually take her up on it who are not scared. And you guys can go at it and obviously entertaining from different perspective. She allows that. Like, you don't have to be here, and people look at you and think you're kind of scared if you just do it over here. So please, let's try not to do that unless it is the debate we're going to have. Cynthia G and I, not and I, Cynthia G is going to be debating her stance, and she's okay with having a panel of people who oppose her on selective sort of reproduction, right? That is something you guys can come up and do. Now, I would advise that for those people who are attempting to engage in that debate, for you to actually do some research and come prepared for that. I will make the announcement tomorrow regarding next week. I'm going to say tomorrow or Tuesday, depending on when I get everything back, when that panel will be and that debate will be. So please take the time to really think about what you're doing. I am going to be the moderator. I am not one of the debaters. So just think about it. You don't have to send it to me. You don't have to agree to it, but just think about it. And then when we come back next week, I will let you know which day that debate is going to be. I hope that makes sense. All right. Now let's get into this. Yesterday, I said I wanted the men to come forward and talk. A disclaimer that I did not make is that I'm going to now have another weekend where we have women come up and the ladies can talk, right? And the ladies can talk. That is going to be only for women. This live stream is only for men. There are a select number of women that I am going to allow to speak because I want to hear what the men have to say. Now, yesterday, I was going to say last week, yesterday there was not much being said at all. I didn't understand anything that was happening. But even so, I will not be pushing back hard on these men today. And when it's the women's turn, I won't push back hard on them either. I will be asking clarifying questions, and those can be very annoying. So let's try. Prince Petty, I don't know if you're here. London, I don't know if you're here. For those people who want to come up and speak, I don't like doing this gendered thing, but I have to for us to hear, for us to even talk. It has to kind of be gendered. So I apologize in advance for that. But it's only for the men today and a select number of women. Um, while we do that, and while we wait for the men to come in, we are going to go back to watching that video. Oh, someone said I'm looking good. Period. Someone said this is useless. no, no. Okay. So I'm trying not to be unfair, and I think people are misunderstanding what is happening. I'm not just pushing back against men and not pushing back against women. What tends to happen is there are a group of people who I understand what they're saying, and then there's a group that I don't understand what they're saying. When I don't understand what you're saying, I ask for clarifying questions. I ask clarifying questions. And it seems for a lot of people, me asking clarifying question is me pushing back. Now, I actually was going to ignore this and just go about my business. The reason I think that there might be a legitimate argument is because of truth teller. And so when Truth Teller is explaining her ideas with Christianity, she kept having to say, hey, can I finish? Hey, can I finish? Hey, can I finish? You always cut people off when you don't agree. And she said this repeatedly live, which, by the way, love Truth Teller. This is nothing to her. In fact, it's an insight that she gave me. Her saying that triggered something in me. And I was like, wait, maybe this is how the men feel. And so maybe Truth Teller is onto something about the ways in which I engage when I disagree and not just when I'm confused about what someone is saying. To be fair to Truth Teller, I cut her off sometimes because as soon as she starts talking, I kind of understand where she's going, which is not the best to approach conversation. So truth teller, thank you, and I understand, and I will be more cautious about that. That being said, I'm still not about to allow like a tangent. Erica is here, so let me. Erica is here, so let me again blame her for what I was blaming her for. Erica told me to protect my peace. Erica tells everyone to protect their peace at the end of every video. And so blame Erica for me attempting to protect my peace. Erica is to be blamed for the live ending so abruptly. All right. Let's get into this video that we started. And as we wait for the men's, let's get into this video.
Because this generation, well, the generation before us, our parents, right? They're raising the ladies up to be the boss chicks.
Do you feel like there's more financially successful Black women our age or more financially successful Black men?
Women.
Okay. What percentage would you think would be women compared to men?
I'll say 60-40, 6% women, 40% men.
Why?
Education.
Okay, break it down.
When you really look at it, now when you say financially successful, are we including in like my message, debt free, or are we just talking about good income, good education, period?
I'm talking about tax return.
I'm just talking income, not even education, just income.
Yeah. So ladies for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's actually, and I can't quote it.
Yeah.
I wish I would have known because I would have definitely looked it up to get the actual quote. But it has been quoted that when it comes to the African American culture, ladies are leading the homes.
Yeah. So,
which is sad.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about that because I feel like it'd be a great conversation with you, especially when it relates to finances.
Yeah.
So there's two things that are confusing to me. Two things are confusing. I hear many people say that. Many people say that. I'm biased for two reasons. Okay. One, most of my friends are guys who are killing it, like you, like Chris.
Right.
So my sample size is different.
Right.
Second, I'm not around a lot of Black women.
Right.
Honestly, I just not around a lot of them. So I can't compare as much as the guys do. But to me, I know what you were talking about with the education numbers. I know you can literally look up bachelor degrees, who gets some more, who's in college more.
Yeah.
Women, especially HBCUs, at least 60-40 to the men.
Right.
So I know from an education component, as well as I do also know that as it pertains to just general income, the rule of thumb is always the more education you have, the more money you make. It's not a law for everybody.
Right.
Doesn't mean that because you didn't graduate high school, you can't earn six figures.
Right.
No.
Right.
There's exceptions, but the rule, generally speaking, is education, and women are crushing education. But there is data which shares how the average male, even the Black male, makes more than the average woman.
Absolutely.
So then I'm wondering.
So the quote is not, we already talked about this, I think, last live. It is that the average income for Black men collectively is still very slightly ahead of the average income for Black women. What he's saying is not the truth. When you say the average Black man makes more than the average Black woman, that's actually not that. It's a misinterpretation of the stat. Now, why he's misinterpreting the stat, I'm just going to go with in terms of um, giving deference that he doesn't also understand it, because the way that he need to emphasize that he's not around Black. No, we saw that. We saw that Black women are more employed than Black. Actually, I need to show this. So I always kind of try to check out the Department of Labor blog post and like see what is happening in the world, kind of. And one of the things we need to be clear about is the participation of Black women in the workforce. And this is not even comparing them to Black men, it's comparing them to other groups of women. And when it comes to moms, for example, Black mothers participate. Okay, this stat, I don't actually know if it's a good thing. I don't know if this is a good thing. The stat here highlights that Black mothers participate in the workforce more than any other group of mothers. Now, you go the independent Black woman route and take this stat as a beautiful, amazing, great thing, or they could look at it and say, well, because the men aren't providing, that's why Black women have to engage in the labor force in this way. Cynthia, I sent you an email. If you can check that quickly, because I guess I posted the link here, so it's fine. Confirm that Black men were the least employed. Yeah. The thing is, I just brought up these stats because I'm pretty sure most people on here know it already, but I find it abhorrent how we misrepresent, and by we I mean these people misrepresent the stats, right? In any case, let's continue.
If the data shows, like I said, you guys don't have it, it's all feelings, it's all opinion.
Yeah.
If the data shows that there's Black men earn more than Black women, then why do people say there's more women doing better than the men? I'm curious too.
I think because when you really look.
Wait, was I just on mute? I think I'm so sorry. I was telling Sinji she was on mute, but I was the one. Hey, Sinji, can you hear me now?
Yeah, when I first came in, I couldn't hear anything either. I couldn't even hear the playback. So
yeah, I was on mute, and I was trying to tell you you were on mute, but yeah, my bad. Wait, actually, what do you think of the stat that says Black mothers are in the labor force the most?
I mean, I think it's the common sense conclusion that you made is that Black women don't have the providers. And it's like we really never have. We've always been in the workforce. So I do think that might be part of it. We've always been working, so Black women don't really know what it's like to be able to be stay-at-home moms, or really, quite frankly, to not even work while they're pregnant, because a lot of Black women will work up until they go into labor, which I think is very dangerous. But I also think that it's a habit, because that's what we've been doing since the plantation. You don't get maternity leave on the plantation. But I also think it's because we don't have the providers. We don't have the ability to be stay-at-home moms. There may be some of them who do, but the majority don't have the option.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of that's kind of why the none of the research explains fully why, but there's a qualitative study that would explain it. But I feel like you just said my common sense answer. I feel like it is common sense to kind of, well, if Black women are single mothers, they still have to exist, and so they would have to engage in the workforce. And I hate the word single mothers. I feel like absentee fathers should probably be the better way to describe the scenario.
I don't like that single mothers has become synonymous with Black women. That's what I don't like, because even I feel like other women, even when they are a single mother, and specifically to Black men, they don't get the single mother or the baby mama title. Like, do you remember a while back? I forgot who it was, but the writer for Boss Sports Online, Robert Little, he made a comment and referred to some athletes. I don't remember the name of it, but if anybody in the chat remembers the name, I did do content on it, but it was years ago. But in any event, he referred to this athlete's white baby mama as a baby mama, which was what she is. And there was major uproar about it. Major
Okay,
uproar.
so the language does matter, right? Like the people don't want to say white women are single mothers because that would invoke a kind of language. They want to keep that off for Black women. That's interesting. If you remember that video, please send it to me. I need to watch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for it now, because that was very interesting. And like Black women were on there saying, but that's what she is. He hasn't married her, he had the kid by her, he's the baby mother. And they were literally trying to change the language for this white woman. They were like, no, she's somebody's they were like, that's somebody's children's mother. You don't call her a baby mama. That's his fiance. They're committed. I don't even think that they were engaged, mind you. But they were literally trying to change what her position was, all for the sake of not referring to her as a baby mama, which literally is what she was.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do think language matters, and I think they've been in a sort of investment into certain names for certain people. Even the word ghetto has a very specific image that comes to mind. Baby mama is also one of those words, phrase, that has a very specific image. And so in the attempt to protect white image, I think that's an interesting thing. I need to see that video. I do actually not need to, but I would like to see that video.
I'm looking up the article right now, because I don't remember the name, so I have to put something specifically in here to try to find it. But there was a lot of backlash that he got, and I was like, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, but I hate how these people sort of abuse stats, and I will not spend all day today trying to correct them on their stat, but let's continue.
Look at it again. This is all opinion, not facts.
Of course, all feelings are facts.
Yeah. It's because on the factual side of things, the number one rising entrepreneur is a Black woman.
Yes.
So it's not a white man, it's not a Black man, it's not a Hispanic woman, whatever. It's a Black woman.
If you read sociologists' papers pre-1930, single mothers is not used. I have seen the absentee father or family abandonment in periodicals. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a live stream on the emergence of single mothers in the American lexicon. I think that's an interest, because as I hear Cynthia G talk about how there was a sort of forceful rejection of the term single mother as it applies to a white woman, but we so willingly use it in relation to Black women. I think it's an interesting discussion to try to figure out where it came from and even maybe why it existed, because I do think there is a dehumanizing aspect to it that really removes liability and responsibility from the father by kind of blaming the mother just in the language. This is a rudimentary look at it, so I'm not trying to theorize right now, but I do think that would be an interesting sort of deep dive into sort of historical context.
But you know what I think though? I think that there is like a reverse of that, because what I notice is that if you have a black woman who is with a white man, even if she's not married, I have not heard her being referred to as a baby mama. I haven't
Mhm.
heard them. It's like so it's almost like it's exclusive for black women, and whiteness cannot be involved in it, regardless to whether it's the man or the woman. I've never heard even a black man refer to a black woman who had a child with a white man, whether she was married or not. I've never heard them refer to her as a baby mama or say, oh, she's about to be a single mother. I've never heard it happen. So this is something that's attached to black women, but it's also attached to blackness. It's like it's hard to describe it, really.
No, I mean, it is hard to describe. I can imagine, because even sort of analyzing my own history, I don't know that I've ever talked about a white woman as a single mother. I don't know that I can say, yep, I did. The Kardashians. I did. But I think I was
The
intentionally.
Kardashians are actually a perfect example, because even though, Khloe Kardashian is a baby mama, period.
Yeah.
She is the baby mama of the family. She never gets called a baby mama. She never gets told that she chose to be a single mother. Actually, people go in more on Tristan Thompson, rightfully so, than they go in on her, when in reality, the problem is her with Tristan Thompson, because she knew that he had another woman pregnant in her third trimester when she got with him. But
Yeah.
she doesn't get the criticism, and it is because she's white.
Yeah. Read papers during the temperance movement, they explicitly use the phrase family abandonment, men literally abandoning their family. Yeah, I think the language implies responsibility. And so if you have family abandonment, the person who abandons the family becomes center stage for the discussion. But if you have single mother, the mother takes center stage for the discussion about the family breakdown. I mean, just purely on the language alone, it makes sense why people in the manosphere might come out and say single mothers are to be blamed because they're single mothers. That makes sense if your rudimentary understanding of language stays rudimentary and not actually look at, well, how does one become a single mother, right? Like it's easy to jump to the conclusion the manosphere does if you refuse to think through what it is that you're saying. And most
But
people don't.
they don't blame. What I notice is that white women don't get blamed for becoming single mothers. Like, not even when they become single mothers to black men, they don't get blamed for it. Like a black woman, they'll tell her she should have chosen better and it's her fault she didn't vet correctly or whatever. But this language never gets directed towards white women, even when it involves a black man, even when she enters into that relationship the way Khloe Kardashian did, even when she has an extremely promiscuous reputation, she still doesn't get those stigmas placed on her. And that's just one of the ways that black men decide to uphold white supremacy, because what you're basically saying, because this woman is white, she does not deserve the title of a baby mama, even though that's exactly what she is. She doesn't get blamed for being a single mother, even though if you think women are just choosing wrong, then it would fall, then the white women will fall in that category too. But it's just like when you are asking that dude, the bald-headed emotional one, when he said black women were masculine for picking up feminism, but he refused to say white women were masculine for
Yeah,
starting it,
yeah.
right there. And he called himself a pro-black, but he probably didn't even understand that he's upholding white superiority all the while claiming to be a pro-black.
The way I wrote an article and just completely erased it on just that moment, and not only for him, but because I was trying to move the conversation along, I didn't really push back on that. And there's a part of me that tried to figure out why I didn't. Did I agree with him? And I talked to my mom about it, and I was like, no, I obviously don't agree because I brought it up that they were feminists. So I obviously believe this. So when he pushed back, though, I really did wish I had talked to be fair, it was very difficult to talk to him, period. But I really did wish in rewatching that part that I talked to him about, because he was like, yeah, they might be out here being mean and whatever and acting up, but when they're in the relationship, they are this way. How would you know that? You are very pro-Black, you claim. How would you know what they're like in their relationships? You don't, but you're going to sit up here and defend a group of people you know nothing about. Yeah, I feel like you're upholding white supremacy too. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't see it like that though. Like they really don't see. It was anybody in the chat room able to remember the name of that athlete? I cannot remember his name at all. I don't know if it was Antonio Brown. It
Is
was
it
one
Derek
of,
Brown?
huh?
Someone says, since video on the topic is black male Twitter is mad that
Derek
Brown's
Brown.
girl.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
They knew it. They're like, I know this. Period.
Yes. They made a big, like there was such like there was such a big outrage. I think he had to come out and make a statement just for calling her, giving her the title that that she rightfully deserves. Yeah, and he did. He literally said, "Get this trash off the internet," just because he called her a baby mama, and that is exactly what she was. But it wasn't just Derek Brown. It was a slew of Black men that got in there and said, "No, she's not the baby. She's not a baby mama. She's the mother of somebody's child." It's just like crazy. But this is the statement that Robert made. He said, I get Derek Brown's girlfriend of 5 years who has 2 of his kids without being married would be sensitive to baby mama term. However, let me tell you about these fraudulent reporters who tried to manipulate it but are too cowardly to speak on it. But so he's not engaged to her, even after 5 years, which I don't know why you're not marrying her in 5 years, but you're offended that somebody's calling her a baby mama. But I think for Black men, the problem was the acknowledgement that a Black man reduced a white woman to the level of a Black woman. That's what I think. And that could be on the subconscious level. But ultimately, by calling her a baby mama, you're saying that this woman went from a preference basically to the same position of the non-preferences and the women who are problematic. And that's why I start saying all of these women are getting the same Black men, because they are. At the end of the day, they get the same Black man. It's like you're freaking out on the internet because they're calling your white baby's mama a baby mama, and that's what she is.
Wait. This is a serious topic, but as soon as you laughed, I remember your video, and I know I talked about this the other day, but you you pull up the wig, and you were like combing through the wig, and literally calling Black men up there to come collect a wig. I showed this to my mom. I showed it to my family, and they all just died laughing. Why do you? Why? Why?
Because everyone from public figures to mainstream Black men, like in 2017, for example, when I made a post that Shannon Sharp responded to and it went viral, Corey Holcomb, Tariq, and some other Black men all they all responded talking about, oh, look at your weave, oh, look at your makeup, oh, show me your edges. That's what these dudes will do, because they can't really refute what's being said. So they focus on, oh, show me your edges. Like, this is something that Tariq has been doing for a while, talking about edges and wigs and weaves. So I just wanted to, in a way, kind of show them how ridiculous they look. I was just like, do you want a wig? Do you want to wear some makeup? Which a lot of them, I believe they really do. A lot of them, I think they do.
So you were like, for my birthday, I'm gonna have a wig giveaway for only black men can enter to win this wig.
And I have not wore that wig because it's too blonde. I don't really like all of that blonde, and it didn't look like that blonde when I bought it. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna wear this. It's too blonde. But I think I'm disappointed that none of them stepped up and claimed the wig because they talk so much about it. It's like, well, you must want one.
Okay, so this is my problem. I don't think you were here in the beginning, but here's my problem. Everyone keeps coming over here to argue with you. And no, like, I remember part of that. You were like, hey, you guys can come up. Obviously, we aside. They could come up to challenge you. No one does it. As soon as you're here, everyone comes over here with problems. I don't understand that. Let me tell the chat again. Please don't do that here. You definitely can go to her channel and I will be over there watching you guys. But I don't know why people come over here to address you or other content creators for that matter.
I mean, I do. It's a safer space for them. And because I will say this, I stopped really getting. I used to get on a lot of panels with a lot of black men, and it just became very toxic and emotionally draining. And I stopped doing it. And I stopped getting on other people's platforms who are orchestrating those conversations because there wasn't really the protection there. So I think you provide a form of protection, even for women in this space, that's not there because I've never seen a panel where a man is on there and he'll literally tell other men don't address this woman. I have not seen that except on your panel.
Wait,
And I'm like, okay, that's very good.
is that the standard is that low?
It doesn't happen. That type of protection, it does not happen where they're made to be respectful. They're made to address it in a respectful manner, or they have to go. There's not many spaces like to really the only person space I can think of is yours, where the men are not allowed to run amok and try to dogpile on women, try to just blatantly disrespect them. Like even when that dude on that panel, when I think his name was Rob, even though I'm familiar with him, he's one of my subscribers, and I agreed with his point. But even when you told him to stop addressing Tiff too much, I was like, that's protection that you're not getting in here because you would not let him continue to go at a woman. And I thought that was very admirable because it doesn't happen in this space like that. But I think even the men feel protected and safe. I think they do.
Oh yeah, I mean, some men have indicated that they're like, I don't agree with you, but I'll continue to come talk if you don't disrespect me. Wait, there's Jonathan.
I'm sorry, Simmis.
Jonathan.
Yes. Can you hear me, Simmis?
Wait, I love this comment. I love the way Themis tries to run his panel. Yeah, I love the part where you say tries to run because it doesn't always go well. Jonathan, I cannot hear you. Go ahead. All right. Well, hearing nothing.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Themis is real, honorable understanding. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I hope you guys are having a great day. I didn't have much to say. I was just thinking about this the other day that we kind of all we need to be settled in with the game that we have. So we have the men that we have. I don't know what else we're gonna do about that. We have the women that we have. We have to go forward and go forward with that on the men's side. So I don't know what you guys want to do about the men if the game is what it is. The good men are out there, the bad men are out there. What are you guys, what's the plan? You can't change the game. And it's the same thing for men. You can't change women. You have to accept the women for where they are, and you have to play the
No,
game.
no. I agree with how me interrupting again. Continue, and I'll stop. I'll come in.
No, I actually appreciate you letting me speak. Thank you. You can go. It's your show. I'm sorry. It's your show.
Yeah, but so women can change men is what you're saying, and men can change women, right?
Yeah.
But can men change each other?
No, and that's also a big point coming
All
from
right.
and let me tell you this, from a man's world, it's so codified now to where the men on the bottom, there's nothing we can do. We're being stomped on by the men at the top, and really they enjoy it. The less.
Wait.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go.
but if the men at the bottom, do they have to be at the bottom?
Yes, in this society, in this system, in this economic system that we have, there always has to be a bottom. And
No. That was not the question. I
yeah,
agree that there's going to be an underclass,
yeah.
but who, do does it have to be black men?
Oh, well, you know what? That's a very good point, Themis, and probably not. But in many ways, and maybe I don't. Okay, and maybe I can't disagree with you that it is black men that we are at the bottom right now economically. But I'm just saying that is what the game is. But there are some men that I come from a very wealthy family, so it's hard for me to listen to you guys talk about black men in these ways when I'm from Detroit and I see black people everywhere with money from the society I come from. So I think it's about where you are. It's about who you're dealing with. Yeah, as a
Wait. So this is interesting though, because I think I've spoken. Well, let me not say that. When you say you can change them, are you saying we should just give up on the other black men?
you should give up on trying to change black men as a whole, and you should accept that black men are where they are. Most of them are going to be where they are. There's nothing you can do. Um, it's unfortunate. I wish there was something that men could do, but honestly, when you talk to the men, you might as well be talking to a brick wall because they have no power. There's nothing that they can do. There's nothing.
All right, I'm going to come back to that, but I want to get Myth in on this. The Myth, go ahead.
Hello, hello, Simmis. How are you?
Doing well. How are you? Do you agree with the sentiment that we cannot change black men at the bottom, so we should just let them be?
I highly disagree. I highly disagree with that.
Yeah.
Reason why I disagree with that is because there's a lot of I don't know, man. I feel like black people in America especially went through a civilizational type of reset, if you know what I mean. Like if you've seen those old slave videos of them literally beating the culture out of us, I feel like that contributes to part of it. So it's like we're kind of figuring out as a nation, whereas other people have their culture behind them in a sort of way. But that's before I even go into that. I did email you. Is there any way I could get the Richard Banks is Marriage for White People book?
Yeah, you can get it on Amazon.
On Amazon? Oh, I thought
Yeah.
I was on your stream this one time, and you said that you'd find a way to give it to me for free, or am I just gonna have to buy it? If so, that's fine.
No. If I said that, because if I said that and you won something, email me again today. My inbox is full, and I will purchase it send it to you.
Okay, man, I appreciate it. But then, all right. So back to the situation that black people are in. I have a few theories, though don't really have a solution. But question: why do you think we get why do you think there's so much political tension and so much heated conversation when it comes to the judicial system and its relation with
Sorry.
black people?
Are you the student that I told to reach out to me?
Yes, I'm the HVAC guy.
Gotcha. Yeah, send me an email. I must have missed your email. I remember you completely now. I will send it to you.
Yeah, no problem.
Can I ask a question to is this guy Jonathan the one who basically said black men are on the bottom, so we should just settle for that?
Yeah.
So I just have two questions. The first one is, What does being on the bottom mean when it comes to your ability to build? What does it mean to you? And then what should women do, given that you're saying that you're at the bottom, there's nothing that you can do, essentially that you've been defeated by another male group? What should Black women do in response to that? Because then we know that's the collective group of Black men. All Black men would fall under that, conquered bottom caste. So what should we do?
Honestly, and this is going to be hard to hear, but this is life. You're going to have to find the best men out of that bunch that are.
Wait. Whoa. I don't like the word have to, because you don't, if the bunch is Black men, they can also look elsewhere. Are you advocating them looking elsewhere if they want to be like hypergamous?
Yeah. And I don't know if you remember, I told you I have 5 sisters, and I remember telling my sisters at a very young age, basically, why don't you date the lame white guys, or why don't you like white guys? And all I got was, oh, they're boring. They're not exciting.
Wait. I don't. Your sisters can come on and speak for themselves, but I'm very curious about this. So, you are a well-to-do Black man, you're saying, right? Or you come from a well-to-do family?
Yes.
Sinji is asking you what women should do, and you're essentially saying, well, go find people who can provide, and it might not be Black men, and you're fine with that. Okay, great. Do you think there is a sort of elitist approach that you're taking where you're saying the men at the bottom are just not great, and so we should just...
I'm saying this: go to Morehouse, put up a chair outside of the medical school, and wait for a good Black man to come out. Try to find the best one that you can. There are some that are out here, but they are honestly being overlooked. If you are going to approach this game and you are going to try to see who is the best, you need to
These women out here overlooking doctors.
They're right. Like, for real. Like, can we address this overlooking thing? Because here, listen, the law of probability says that you cannot overlook a good man if there is an influx of good men. It's not possible. So by you saying that these men are being overlooked, to me, that means they don't exist. Because math says that it's not possible. The law of probability says it is not possible to overlook good men in a community full, or to the majority of good men. So are you saying that you acknowledge that most Black men are not good?
I would say that's okay to say, and to be honest, I'll agree with you on this, Cynthia, that the game for you guys may be a little bit harder if you're trying to choose a Black man. But that's why I said, go put out a chair outside of the medical school, wait for class to get out, because that way you can ensure at least you get a dude who's with a degree. Most of these, and this is what I'll say from what I see.
Wait, Jonathan. So, as someone who is a proponent of getting degrees, I do. This is not an attack, but I kind of, I'm taken aback when I hear people who are essentially successful and who've gone to school and who, I'm assuming you have a degree or multiple degrees, kind of disregard those without, and for us to pretend like us having degrees imply that we are any better in terms of how we treat people.
Yeah, and I agree, but this is where I think me having a sister comes in mind, because if they were to ask me what, and they have asked me what to look for in a man, and I told them, I said simply, you can only do one thing. You can look to what his commitment to his responsibilities are in his life. So if you're going to start anywhere, and if you're going to approach this game, that's the best advice that I can give a woman, is to look to how much commitment he has to himself. So is he committed to his body, his mind, his soul, his education? These are the things that are important. And honestly, if you go forward with these things first, you wouldn't have to be so pessimistic. And so
what you're talking about right now is vetting properly.
Okay, and I'm sorry for not answering your question. And
no, that's fine. No. I appreciate your attempt to respond, but what you're talking about now is how to vet properly, right?
I guess you could say that, because it is a tough game, and life is hard, and you will have to vet. I'm sorry, but men have to vet, and you're gonna have to vet these men, because guess what? Are you gonna have a child with a dude who doesn't have an education, who's not prepared to pay for that child? That's not a smart thing to do. So let's start there. Stop having children with guys who don't have an education. If you do
Well,
not have a degree, you can't have a child.
Jonathan, so let's role play here. I'm a man, you're the woman. You're trying to vet me, right?
Yes.
You're vetting me, and everything I tell you is a lie. Everything you tell me is a lie.
Okay.
As you're vetting me, and I'm lying to you.
And
what
Cynthia,
happens?
Okay.
Well, I'm just asking you, how do you vet past people's ability to lie? Because vetting, hold on for a second, because with vetting, you're at the mercy of what the person is telling you. Largely, you have to base it on what they're telling you. I'm lying though.
I can answer that question.
No, let me answer. What you're gonna have to do, and this is a hard, tough thing to say, you're gonna have to find the guy that lies the least. And when I say that, you're gonna have
there's no positive. Listen, women are not human lie detectors. Okay, stop. There's no way to tell unless you judge it by race and actions who lies the most. And then the only way you can do that is by looking at the outcome. So now you're kind of going into racial profiling. Is that what you're saying? Because if we did that, then we just wouldn't be getting with black men.
Okay, well, Cynthia, let's start here. Let's start with some things that you can observe that people cannot lie about. Let's go back to the education. Find a dude that you know has an education. Find a dude that you know has a job.
You can fabricate degrees online. You can create fake degrees.
Okay, well, now
we're still trying to figure out if Dr. Umar is a doctor, but I will continue to call him doctor because I haven't proven him wrong. But sorry.
In a good faith conversation, I'm just trying to go forward that most people that have degrees have jobs, they have things, and it's hard to lie about that. So I'm just
no, it's not. There was a black dude. He was a young black dude, and he got arrested because he was literally successfully impersonating a doctor. He had no degree. He didn't have the education, but he literally had patients. He had a practice. So, I mean, you might not want to, again, you can buy degrees, you can fake and create them online. So that's why I'm telling you, you're trying to vet me and I'm lying about everything. Even my education, I'm lying about everything. How do I successfully vet? How do you successfully vet me if I'm lying?
Okay, well, if you're lying about everything, and in me personally, I would only go so far. I don't know how far you're going to be able to take me in a lie, but again, life is hard, and these aren't the rules I set, Cynthia. I wish it was not like this. I wish we did not have to go forward but this is the same thing that
there are no rules on vetting. There's no rules on vetting. These are rules in the black community catered to black men not having to take accountability. Because when you say this is a vetting issue, you remove black men from accountability and you place it on the woman and say, well, there were characters that you should have seen in this man. You just didn't vet him appropriately. But then it raises the question of, okay, are all women improperly vetting black men? Because they certainly are getting the same outcome. So again, I'll ask, how do you vet me if I'm lying? How do you vet me?
Look at a person's commitment to their responsibilities. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you a personal example, since, you can lie about a lot of things. If somebody, let's say, and I know this because I've been around a lot of men in my life, a lot of high value men in my life who I knew they were a step above me at the time. And I tried to be like them essentially. But this dude had women calling him, telling him, oh, come over. We want to see you. But his leg was broken and he knew he had a brace on his leg and he could walk, but he knew it would put a lot of pressure on his body. It would do a lot of different things. So I knew at that point, a low value dude at that point would go and, risk his body. He would risk everything just to get a chance at some women, at some girls. This dude, he was like, no, I'm staying home. You guys can stay where you're at. I'm just saying, a dude who is committed to himself first, a dude who is not jumping at any woman that he sees, a dude who's not in text inboxes of any of every woman that he sees, a real dude who has commitment to himself, his body, his mind. He has respect for
But the thing
himself.
is, Jonathan, I think the part of the issue here is I do think there are negative traits that you can vet for. I don't believe you can vet someone, right? So if you have a child with Future, I keep saying this because like there are obvious red flags, but I think what
Exactly. Stop having children with guys like Future. We can start there.
yeah,
Stop having
no. Most people, the women we're talking about aren't just having kids with Future type people. There are groups of men who will present themselves, people present themselves however they want you to perceive them. The reality when it comes to vetting is the CIA can't do it, the FBI can't do it, schools can't do it, the police force can't do it. Like,
Mm-mm.
and
They
we're
sure can.
yeah, and we're expecting women to be able to do it. I'm not saying women shouldn't have discernment in dating. I don't give advice, but obviously. But I think a lot of the times when the vetting conversation comes up, it seems as if it is done to sort of take responsibility away from the men to be better men. And specifically in this conversation, when you are saying these men are just what they are and they won't change, it's like you're saying now it's incumbent on the woman to
no,
do this or
no.
that.
And thing is,
I actually agree with him there. I actually do agree with him there. If black men aren't going to change, then it is incumbent on black women to change how they deal with black men, given that they're not going to change. But I wanted to go a step further with what you were saying, Themis, because even criminal profilers, which is initially what I wanted to be, I wanted to be like a forensic psychologist or even they do not they can't develop a way to tell you how to spot somebody who will become a serial killer. The only thing they can do is build a profile off of observable behavior over time. Then they can build a profile and they can match that behavior to certain mindsets. But even with them, they're not developing anything to saying here's how to spot a serial killer, here's how to vet so you will know if you're dealing with a psycho or not. So what you're saying, it just really isn't real. Even with them, they're
All right. So we're going to pause for a moment because I
Course.
do really like this conversation. And then we're going to get back to Finji and the man them. That's my Jamaican. All right. For the women who just came on, Miss Cesar, I'm going to give you guys each a minute to like sort of get what you need out. And then we'll get back to the discussion. So Miss Cesar, go ahead. You first.
Sorry, I got to take my thing off of mute. I think what we were mainly discussing when I came on was the single motherhood in general, and the excuse to treat people poorly, especially these women, you know. And it happens on all cases, black and white. I mean, even as somebody that dates out of her race, I mean, this is a conversation I just had the other day where a white man asked me, hey, you know, who's your baby daddy, or are you a baby mama? And I was like, I'm an ex-wife, I got divorced, and now I'm a single mother. You know, not denoting, you know, the women that don't get married before they have a child, but, you know, respect to all that want to bring up a human being anyway. But it is a way to divert or denote a person's character because they, you know, are providing for a child by themselves. And it's lackluster, not only particularly with the black community, but across, it gives them the excuse, it gives an excuse for all the races to treat us that way. And if our men are doing it, you know, it's allowing other people to do it. And I am hearing what, you know, everybody's saying about leaving them alone. Oh, is my time up? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
your time is, but I wanted to ask a question and I don't mean it in any like disrespectful way at all.
Mm-hmm.
In clarifying that you were first married and then became a single mother, and then you attempt to clarify that you weren't speaking down on those who weren't. Do you think there's something there in terms of like actually thinking lesser of people who weren't married first? I don't expect you to say yes to that question, but the way I received it was odd. So I just wanted to point that out. But I'll let you respond in a minute.
No, I wouldn't perceive it as odd or talking down to those people that are baby mothers. But I mean, there was that vetting process that happened prior to. And I guess if it worked out a different way, I wouldn't have had as much accountability for said father later on when the marriage did break down. Um, but with, I guess, the title of being his wife and having the divorce papers and everything and child custody and working through that, it seems like it was a little bit easier, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was in the correction of someone that you pointed out. No, I'm not just a single mother, but I was
Oh
married.
no, it was just the way he was coming, the attitude towards. I mean, it's happened in other spaces too, even with people that look like me, and it's like, is the baby daddy in the picture? And it's like, well, my son's father is in the picture, and you know, um, and then you get the question of, well, did you marry him? And it's like, well, yeah, we were married when we had our son,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that. And this is not about you at all. I just had a thought about the ways in which women might feed into a system that sort of blames the woman for their position as peer, a parent without the other parent around, right?
well,
With
you
an
get the
absentee
blame
father.
either way, see, because it's a catch-22 anyway, because
No. Yeah, I think,
yeah,
the
you get
society is going to
blamed
blame
for
you.
being the baby mama, right? Because you decided to, meet somebody, do whatever you did, or, you're in a long-term relationship with that person. Even if you do become the wife and the marriage breaks down and you decide to, still be a single parent, you are the person that broke down that marriage, and you're the reason why that marriage failed. You know
No,
what I mean? So,
no. It's not. It's the. I don't know how to put that. It is. It feels like. Yeah, but I was a wife though. Like it felt that way, and I don't know why I'm pushing back. There's literally nothing to push back. Like I completely understand you.
I
Like
get it.
it's
I
fine.
get it.
Or you could have
Devil's advocate.
picked up. Sorry,
Oh,
No,
hi,
go ahead.
Simji. I watch you too. Hi.
hi. Well, or you could have, Themis, picked up on the reality that there is a social hierarchy in the Black community based on marriage, even though these married women end up being in worse positions than single women. They end up unhappy, far less happier. They end up more abused, and most of them walk away with absolutely nothing from their marriage except heartache and some children. But there still is a form of elite mentality that Black women specifically have. I noticed it specifically in Black women when they are married, because they think even though I'm a baby mama from a divorce, they feel like it's better. Meanwhile, I'm over here looking like, okay, well, both of y'all are baby mamas. Y'all just got there in different circumstances, but you're in the same position. How are you better?
Yeah. Yeah. I
No,
mean, that's what I
I
would
don't
think
think I'm.
women would, in
Oh,
my
sorry.
mind, that's what women would come together and say, as opposed to like trying to create a sort of hierarchy. Well, I became a wife first. It's like, okay, but here, it's like I went to an elite law school, or I went, you still don't have a job. So what are we doing here? But I do get you. And that, what, who was it? Mrs.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't take that as like any pushback. I probably am registering something that was not meant, and so I apologize.
Well, no, you're fine. I mean, it was just mainly the fact that either or the mentality is that you are a single parent. Us being a group in general, you know, is a negative. Whilst the other side might, you know, I don't know, get widowed, or the somebody might leave their child and the dad is rewarded for it. If you look at a lot of dating profiles. You see the dad with their kid. I would have never dreamed of putting my child on a dating profile. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, whoopity doo, look what I'm doing. I'm doing my job as a parent, kind of thing. And
Yeah.
it's amazing that, you know, it mostly on our side of the fence when
Yeah.
when
Anywho,
seeing those.
I do appreciate that. Thank you for letting me ask question and being so open. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Hey,
The one with Kevin Samuel's picture. I'm not going to say your name ever. So go
Oh,
ahead.
hello. First off, let me check my mic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you have a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to keep this simple. Hi, Sen, I love you. But I was going to say that all this is nonsense because I think the whole baby mama thing, it's always black women that get it. And white women don't get it for simply them being white. I remember one situation where it was a black man that raised a boy. His mother died, mind you. That's very important. The mother died, and the father was raising the boy, and the boy grew up and become a PDF. I won't say the name, and black men in the comments were going at the mom, who, mind you, is not even alive, and they were saying it's her fault for literally leaving the boy to that father. And we're like, I asked them, it's funny that you don't blame the father who raised the child, but roles reverse. If you put a woman in that situation, you guys would be crazy and blame her instead of the parent that's not even active. Yet you guys have smoke when it's a man that raised the boy and fell. And so I don't take that argument serious, and I don't want black women to take it serious. And also, I was going to say that the whole educate lame and Pookie crap stuff, Ted Bundy would be considered an educate lame. Yeah, look where he went through. John Wayne Gacy would be an educate lame. Yeah, he wasn't even a good one. So all I gotta say is those arguments black men are coming up with, it's nonsense and BS. They all come together to avoid accountability, and all they do is blame black women. And black women, instead of being mammies and trying to be who's a better
Wait.
Tyrone girlfriend, be together
Wait.
and come together. That's what I was gonna
All
say, Simmis.
right. Thank you. Wait, you wanted to say something to us, soon?
Yeah, I just wanted to address something in the chat because listen, and this is what I say, black women have a very interesting mindset, and I understand what they attach to marriage. But someone said that wives get alimony. I think you might want to research that, especially as it applies to black wives, because I think there's like more black wives paying alimony rather than getting alimony. There is nothing that you can get while you're married that you cannot get while you're single, even in a relationship. Because number one, you can get power of attorney over someone. You don't have to be married to him, but you can get power of attorney, and it literally gives you the level of decision making of a wife. There's something called a prenuptial agreement, so you don't necessarily walk away with anything just because you're married at all. A prenup will stop you from getting one dime from that man. Most black women, and I would venture to say maybe less than 1% of black women who are married walked away with alimony. It's not common. So it's like we have to get off this marriage high horse. We really do.
I just don't
yeah, I
like
got
where
it.
I feel like marriage is used to shame other women by women. Like we see the manosphere using it, but I feel like women are also using it, so it's a very strange thing. For the men on here, I'm keeping you quiet for a moment because I wanted the women to do it. This I don't know. If saying this is a man's life seems very weird to say, but it kind of is. And so, like, I see that the back chat is being filled up now, and I feel terrible saying this. Like, I'm. All right, let me. Here's the sort of. I'll have the women ladies live another time so women can come up and talk, and then we'll exclude men. The issue that I'm having here is that I do want to hear the men speak, and Cynthia G is here and she can push back and ask questions. I'm going to attempt to do the same, but just allow them to get what they need to get off their chest. So the compromise is if you're a woman and you want to speak and you don't want to hear men speak, please don't stick around for me or Sinji. Like, you don't have to be here for this discussion, but I do kind of want it to be mostly men. So I don't know if that's disrespectful. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to say only men, but kind of only. I feel terrible. I feel terrible. So I'm annoyed with myself. AAE, go ahead.
Hi, of course, I'm a woman. I will just speak 1 minute and then immediately drop.
Yeah.
I personally, I attended very well-to-do schools, Themis. And when you attend these schools, these private schools, you read a lot of Jane Austen. You read quite a bit of Jane Austen. And one thing I definitely remember that I've always carried with me since high school, and I'm just paraphrasing her, is that she said in publications, the single greatest decision a woman makes is her choice of husband. It is her security, it is her child's security, it's her physical security, it's her financial security. She would repeatedly bring up issues of a woman being exposed, not just in her, in her works, Emma, Pride and Prejudice, but if you read her periodicals that she was writing to these newspapers, during what was that, like more like Edwardian England, she was always talking security. We now, as women, security is still an issue. But one thing, especially, since the 80s, financial security, which of course has always been a very, very big component, and husbandry, a woman choosing her husband. Now, as we are moving forward, women, we now have financial security. Physical security is, of course, is an issue. And then, of course, we have to deal with mental health. We do have to remain active agents. And that's something I mentioned to you in your chat. There are books that bring up about learning how to learn strangers, read strangers, discernment. Everything that the panel is saying, so much of it I agree with, including your live chat. But as Black women, there's no support. There's no support. And regardless, wherever you go, you're going to deal with immense amount of racism, immense amount of racism. You may leave the Black community. The level of racism when you are a single Black woman, regardless of income, when we're talking about in healthcare, education, judicial, it's severe. So you have to, regardless, be an agent. Make those active decisions where your environment is going to be. That's, of course, not just when it comes to your marital life, your romantic life, but of course, we have to make these decisions when it comes to our personal lives and our careers. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Themis.
All right, thank you. That was very succinct and to the point. All right, there are two more. I'm just going to add you guys 30 seconds. Chocolate Earth, go ahead first.
Hi, Themis. Hi, Sin. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I just have one question for the Black men on the panel, for any men on the that's in the chat. Why do you guys not discuss building? And I mean like building up Black men instead of it being us that have to do that. A nonprofit for their therapy, or you guys don't even have like boot camps or anything that assist Black men to be better men. So I pose that question to you. Thank you,
All right,
Themis.
thank you. And I will bring that up because Jonathan came back, and I think that's an interesting ask of him because he believes that we are stagnant. Helena, 30 seconds.
Okay, I would like to say that I'm so annoyed of this hierarchy that exists that is unspoken, and you guys just like bringing attention to it of like, oh, you're married, that means you're better. I'm experiencing this in my own family, and I'm from Africa. I do live in the United States, but of course, my family still holds on to their values and stuff. And even to this day, even though I have education, my mom, like, they still treat me like I'm nothing without a husband. And to me, like, besides the African side of it, like when it comes, my observation when it comes to the African American side of it, they need to stop that hierarchy because it's not doing good for the whole community in general. They need to focus on men being fathers and not creating single mothers, regardless of the married woman. Oh, I'm married, so like I'm better, and I did the vetting process. There are people who's been coerced to have a child. People are not just going out here having children just because. Some of them have been coerced. There's been SA and all that kind of stuff. So I just think we need to stop this hierarchy. Just because you're married, you're better, and focus on building better men. That's my point.
I love it when Halima talks. I really do. I do. I love hearing her speak. Um, I think this is what I think the issue is. I think that what's creating the marriage hierarchy is that there is nothing that is happening in our community that shows any value placed on Black women. And so I think to Black women, being able to get married in a community that relatively doesn't get married is being seen and upheld as a badge of honor. It's telling her you're better than the rest of the women who did not get married. And I think that's problematic. And I do think in the in Black women's psyche, there is a desire to be seen as better than the overall collective of Black women. And I think marriage allows a lot of Black women who have that mentality to do that. To say I'm better than you because I was able to get a man to commit with me, to commit to me. It doesn't matter that he's cheating on me. He doesn't come home. He got babies all over the place. I still got a ring. Like I literally heard some chick say that. I was doing a story on a man who literally murdered his wife. And there was a Black woman in the comment section talking about at least she got the ring. And it's like, what?
I know you. I don't believe you. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's like real deal. She was in the chat box. She said at least she got the ring. And it's like, yeah, she got the grave too. So I mean, whatever.
Hey, I got a question. For Cynthia G and by proxy Simmis. How do you like view accountability? Do you view accountability as like this fixed pie that only one party can hold, or do you see it as something that can be distributed evenly or unevenly depending on the situation?
Oh no, accountability can be distributed. It definitely can be. Now, who gets to distribute accountability is a better question. The person doing the wrong doesn't get to hold other people accountable for their wrongdoing.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Right.
May I add to that?
Yeah.
Hi, Judgy Justice here. My thing about it is that I think that people don't realize the power that they have in a community. If people were to shun these men for acting out, shun people for allowing foolishness to go on in their relationships, excluding them from events and all of that, that for, when you find out about those things, then that would correct the behavior and then prevent other people from, doing the same behavior. Because if I can go cheat on my wife and then go hang out with my boys at the club later, that's giving an award. And I think that altogether, if we want to hold each other accountable, then if we hear something like that, we should be like, no, I'm not down with that. I want to uphold the community. I'm not going to hang with you, because you bring down more people by giving more rewards for that, to me.
Yeah. Wait. I'm going to go back to Jonathan with that. But Prince Betty, so I see you talking about how we silence the man over here. I don't know what your live is going to be about, but I see you starting a live stream about how we silence you. You care to explain yourself?
I have smoke today, Themis. Good evening.
Go ahead with your smoke. Good evening.
So it seems extremely, this is directed towards Cynthia G, so she may respond, of course. It seems extremely dismissive to say that someone is emotional in a conversation that I feel people have the right to be emotional over. This is something I've seen frequently done with the women here, as well as yesterday. I'm thinking of Malik and Soft and Wet in particular. And what that reminded me of was the woman who came up, I think, last week or the week before during a conversation about what she should do with her body, with her womb, and with her unborn child, which in my opinion, I don't have a womb, but I think that's a justifiably emotional conversation to have. Cynthia G called her emotional, illogical, and said she was a black male worshiper. What that also had me think about was your live stream on beauty standards, if you remember, and the effect on black women. There were several black women who came up and shared a vulnerable side of themselves, and it was a rightfully emotional conversation about how American Beauty Standard discriminate against them. And that man sent you an email in which he said, "See, Themis, you can't talk to these emotional women. they're a mess. And instead of him having sympathy for those women who were experiencing emotion during an emotional conversation, he chose to shame them and call them illogical. And you expressed that you found that extremely distasteful when that man did it to the women. So I would like that same logic applied here.
Period. So I was not pointing out that he called women emotional. That was not my issue with his statement. I actually went to the substance of what he said and found none. And that was my issue with the email. That someone does not want to engage with someone else in a discussion regarding something of import, even as an emotional topic, and saying, the reason I don't want to engage with you is because you're emotional, it is dismissive, but I think it is intended to be dismissive, because I think generally, not for everyone, but high emotions tend to cloud judgment. And it's very difficult, for example, for me to have a conversation with Stan if he's going to be overly emotional. You have a right to your emotion, and I will not dismiss your emotions. But if your emotions cloud that which you are saying and my understanding of how you're articulating yourself, I'm going to have a problem, not just because of your emotion, but because your emotion is clouding your judgment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I still feel like it's extremely dismissive and at times even disrespectful. Like, for example, a woman came up speaking about her husband and children who are black men, and it's like, you're a black male worshiper, you black zaddy or whatever. It seems extremely disrespectful. I feel it's a way that you can acknowledge that without the disrespect.
All right, so you're not talking to me now. You're talking
Yeah,
to Cynthia.
he's absolutely okay. So Prince, let's talk. So first of all, let me not say first of all because it does kind of seem combative. So I erase that. I stand 10 toes down on everything that I say. And so it's just like Themis says, if I'm saying I'm not going to talk to somebody because they're too emotional, I am dismissing them. I am. That's my nice way of saying I don't want to talk to you anymore because I don't think we're going to have a rational discussion. But I want to ask you a question. So, do you really not think that Malik was too emotional to have that discussion? I mean, he couldn't even regulate his emotions so that Themis can talk to him. He was an emotional mess, overly aggressive, hostile. It
I
was
think he was
ridiculous.
I think he was frustrated because he cannot articulate his points well. I went back and rewatched the live, and at certain point I even stepped in and said, I feel like you guys are giving a position he does not really hold. Because he's unable to articulate himself, it's difficult for him to construe his point to you. So it
Right.
can be frustrating having to defend a point I don't have in the first place.
All right. But well, then you could say I don't have that point. But also, if he was high or smoking, could that be a reason why he couldn't articulate himself? I'm not saying it is, but could that be a reason why?
Did you tell him, hey, you are smoking on my live stream, please leave? Or did you tell him, you're being emotional, I'm not about to have this conversation with you?
No, I didn't say you were being emotional or anything. I said do not smoke.
Oh, I agree. He shouldn't have been smoking on stream, and it had affected his character, I think you would address, hey, your character may be altered by you smoking, not your emotional.
Right.
Get out of
So
here.
again, I do accept that I should be more paternalistic on the live stream, and I will accept that. I'll take ownership of it. But the thing is, if you're accepting that he could not articulate himself, he's emotional. And I don't dislike Malik, by the way. I actually kind of like Malik. So if he is unable to articulate himself already, he's smoking, maybe that impairs his judgment. And then on the third level, there's a level of emotion there that makes it also hard for him to probably process his own emotions properly. All of that, what are you saying I should have done in terms of how to communicate? Should I be communicating with him in that moment?
I would just try to apply more sympathy to conversation in general, not
But
necessarily.
no. We're trying to have discussion about Black manhood in front of people. Do you think it's fair, not just to him, but to Black men, in general to continue a discussion with someone who is obviously not fully equipped, not because of his intellect, but because of his state of mind in that moment? Do you think it's fair to us to continue that conversation? Because in my mind, I was cuddling him by ending the discussion. I mean, myself and my own mental health, but I didn't want the conversation to go on, and I'm tired of hiding my live streams.
And then listen, Patty, let me say something about the second part that you said. So, and it's not to cause drama, but listen, if we're on a panel and we're talking about stuff that's statistically based, and it's not just for this particular person, because I'm going to say it right now, I have no problem with her at all, not one, no problem at all. If you're trying to have a discussion and a person comes up, and it could be anybody, and they say, I don't have any statistics, and I don't care about them, but I have a son and a husband, referencing an emotional attachment, then yes, that is an emotional argument. Add to that, I watched the playback, and in the comments, this same person was saying, before I even spoke, was saying, why is she here? Why is she up here? She shouldn't even be here. That means not only do you have an emotional attachment to your child and your father and your son, but you have some hostile emotions towards the person who is up there speaking. So yes, that was an emotional situation. It just is what it just is what it is. And I prefer not to speak to emotional people in a logical discourse. There's no benefit to it. But I didn't say that to disrespect anybody. I said that because I know how frustrated I get talking to emotional people, and I know how the propensity for well, look, Tiff, if you want to have a good discussion, you can come up here. We can have a cordial discussion. But you were in the comment section. I watched the playback, and you were in the comment section before I even did anything, saying, well, why is she here? And my thing is, if you don't like someone, that's fine. Just say, I just don't like you. So I got a problem with you. It
So
doesn't
sorry
mean I'm
to
going to be combative to you.
sorry to cut you off. I wanted to keep the conversation about men male centric, but in regards to Malik, to answer you both, I do think in general, when talking to black men, you're going to have to coddle, which I have said before, and you're going to have to accept that. I mean, we see the literacy rates, we see the education rates. You're probably going to have to lower your standard if you want to speak with them. If your intention is to cause change in the black community, and this is the demographic which you need to speak to, and when I come up here and I can't articulate what I want to very well, and you say, get off my panel, you're inarticulate, F you, like a lot of the chat has been saying.
Wait, Petty. I've never done that.
Oh, no, not you specifically, but that is what I would encourage if, and that was an exaggeration, but that's what I would encourage if your interest is in solution, especially when it comes to speaking with black men. And would I say that's fair to your audience? Yes, I would, if your audience includes black men.
All right. So it's not, I don't think it's fair to my audience, but I've actually attempted to do just this. The thing is, if you're I think you are absolutely wrong if you are telling me that I should have continued the conversation with Malik in the state that I will continue a conversation with Malik because I know he can have conversations, but in that moment, he wasn't able to do so. And if you are saying I should have continued that conversation with him, I disagree with you. And maybe my judgment is poor on this. And the truth is, Patty, if I do what you want me to do, these people are going to click my videos and use it to highlight the issues. And that's fine. I think Malik is better than that. I think Malik is better than that. And I don't know why. I don't know this man, but I've heard him speak before. I am willing to hear him speak again, but not under the influence and not where he's so emotional that he cannot even follow my instructions, which he's always been able to do. I mean, at least attempt to do. And so, like, I don't think it's fair. I feel like I was, in fact, being paternalistic, and maybe I shouldn't be. Are you saying I shouldn't be paternalistic and let these men represent themselves how they want?
Did you read the email I sent you, I think 6 months ago?
Now, you know I don't remember that email from 6 months ago if I have it.
I would recommend you read that email and then read the one I have sent more recently. And I think that better explains what I feel. Well, again, I think it depends on what you want the goal of your channel to be. So someone was saying this isn't a, or I think you were saying this isn't a safe space for Black men or something. Sorry, I've been in and out the live, so correct
No,
me.
I think they said this is a safe space for both Black men and Black women because I don't like drag either.
So
no, but let me address the chat. I don't think what Petty is saying is unfair. Just FYI. And I don't think that attacking him is appropriate in this moment. I'll let you know when to attack Petty, I promise you. But I don't think it like you should question people like me who are making content and who is attempting to build a space or community. You have the right. I am giving you the right to. So I ask men to come up and give their concerns, and Petty has a concern about the space and how I'm approaching Black men, and I think I don't agree, but I think it's a fair critique, and I'm willing to clarify to the extent that he needs clarification. I don't see why anyone would be mad at anything that he's saying now. Go ahead.
So how about, for example, today, I think Jonathan with the G maybe as his profile picture comes up and says, Simmis, I've been messaging you about this book. I would really like to read it. I'd like to look at the data. Would you be willing to send that to me for free? Which you have expressed before. Yes, I will. You've expressed membership. I can give it to you, DM me, stuff like that, because you want these resources to be more accessible to low income people. The chat absolutely dragged that, man. It was like, you poor Black boy, why can't you afford it? I mean, we already know. So that would be, in my opinion, an example of this not being a safe space for Black men, which, keep in mind, right after that, he started talking about Black women need to lower their standard, and he was rightfully dragged. I don't think being dragged for a wrong opinion, that's being uncomfortable. I think there's a difference between being uncomfortable and being in a not safe space. So that would be one example. Yesterday, I saw some type of elitist comments based on Malik's ability to articulate himself and say what he wants to say and using the wrong words like incentive or whatever. So is that making sense? Hopefully.
It is making sense, but it seems like you're holding me accountable for the chat. And I mean, I don't disagree that you should. It's just how accountable can I be while I'm trying to speak to someone, understand what they're saying? I don't even get to watch the chat in that way properly. But I will take responsibility for the chat. I actually found it a bit off-putting when he brought up the book, but then I realized I did, in fact, I remember that I did, in fact, tell him that I was going to get him the book. So that was also on me too. So yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was a bit off topic, but only way I could have reached you, man.
I mean, it's never off topic to remind someone to fulfill a promise, in my mind. But I take your point, Prince Petty. I'm actually planning to extend the moderators and have more people as moderators who come to the Sunday meetings, and we discuss the community and how to make it evolve the community and make it better and safer. So I do take your critique, and I will attempt to be better at monitoring the chat and have the moderators monitor the chat so people don't, quote unquote, feel unsafe, both men and women. There is obviously going to have to be some level of fun on this channel. Like, we're not going to suck the fun out of the channel, but I don't want the fun to be at the expense of people who are actually crying out for help, so are attempting to get help.
And the last thing I think I have is just the men coming up to voice their concern about being silenced, and it becomes like women drilling men yesterday and a little bit today. I felt was off-putting, but I will accept that you can't control your chat. Well, my bad, that sounded rude. I will accept that the chat is not you and they don't necessarily speak for you, obviously. And maybe I'll go back and rewatch your and Sin's part without having the live chat up and see if I was misconstruing some of what you guys said.
Yeah. I feel like it is inappropriate to say anyone was being drilled specifically today. Who was being drilled today?
I think they were drilling Jonathan, and then some people came up just to drill in general, like why y'all haven't built or blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
well, let's be clear now. I'm being held to the fire, so I'm going to hold my chat to the fire. Only men. We're only doing men today. Like, it's only men, right? Hopefully that solves that problem. On the Jonathan issue, do you agree with Jonathan that black men are just black men and they're just black manning it up and we can't do anything about that?
Somewhat.
Wait, really? Interesting. So how are you up here telling me to cuddle black men so that they can change, but you don't believe they can change? Come explain that to me.
Well, when I come up here and voice my concern and people say, why don't you go build something, go do something? I'm very uneducated, which I've said before, I only have a GED. I don't have a lot of wealth. I've told you before, I'm a janitor. You have those things. I would consider you well fit to be a leader in the community. When I have come up to ask for advice several times in the past, you have said I don't give advice. I expressed my concern with another content creator who's a black man, who's educated, well-spoken, and has resources, and he's like, I'm not touching that. I'm not touching Manosphere, any of those ideas. So if the men who I consider have the ability to be leaders in the community are saying I won't touch that with a stick, what hope do us common men have? Like Jonathan was saying. That's why I partly agree.
Wait, no, I feel like Jonathan, I think, would describe himself as a well-to-do man. Yes or no, Jonathan?
I am. I have all the degrees and things like that. Yeah.
All right. So, Patty, what are you saying now? Because he's saying that y'all can't do better. Patty, you being the janitor, you're going to stay the janitor, and it just is what it is.
Like he also said earlier, it feels like speaking to a brick wall, which you've probably seen me speak to some of the other men's panels in the Manosphere before, and it goes nowhere. I think there's...
But you just said you agreed with him regarding whether or not men can change. So if men cannot, then we're wasting our time.
I don't think they can change without assistance from, again, if Jonathan's saying he's a part of that upper echelon who has resources, finances, education, and these upperclassmen are unwilling to do anything, then where does that leave the lower class?
It leaves you
like
and I hate to say that, but that's the beauty of being rich in this country, is that you get to sit on the poor, and they love it. They absolutely love it. And it's
okay.
So
I have a strong belief.
Wait. Whoa. Now, Patty, you said you agreed, so I don't understand why the back and forth with Jonathan is going on.
I said I partly agree. I partly agree we can't do anything unless we have the help from the upper class, who it seems like you both are a part of, and you are both unwilling to touch it with a stick. When we come up here to ask for idea and solution, it has become drilling us.
No, it hasn't become drilling us. I want to hear, and people are unable to articulate themselves. Now, one segment of the sort of elite, at least academically, because I will never disclose my income, is Jonathan's approach is like, look, the great thing about being rich is you can sit on the poor. And we're not about to help them because they don't want to be helped. They actually like being that way. I'm assuming you don't agree with this.
I think it depends on the age. I think younger men are willing to be talked to. Older men are probably more set in their ways.
So what should we do? Who should we coddle then, Petty, for this change?
Coddle the uneducated and low wealth black men, and provide solution to them. Like, here's a good example.
Are they the ones who can change?
I think so, if they're younger.
But Petty, here's the truth. Just like Themis, people are only going to be willing to go so far for you for what you can do for yourself. And that is, again, the beautiful thing about this country and being a man. You have the ability to go out and change your situation. and it's different from being a woman because you can create your own value. So yeah, you're a janitor now, but in a year you could be where I'm at. There's no limit. That's the point of it. So you have to look at it as glass half full and not glass half empty. And that's why I'm saying we all have to approach this thing as life as in a real reality terms. People are going to go out and get hit by cars today. There's some serious things that are going to go on. Nobody cares that you have to go out and vet somebody. Nobody cares that you have to go out and go choose somebody. The world does not care.
So is this the bootstraps? Pull myself up by the bootstraps?
That's what America is. And if you don't get with it, you're going to fall by it, because you're either going to have to buy into the system, man, or you're going to become a casualty of the system. So either you get with the program, man, or you fall off. And that's what's happening. Look at the richest people in this country. They're worth billions and billions of dollars. And the poor makes up most of this country. So you're seeing it in real time, and it's happening. We're going to work. We're not making any money. Most of the women, I agree. Most of the women can't find their counterparts. There's, it's hard. So you're going to have to look at it from a real perspective, and you're going to have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and nobody's going to help you, man. Especially not the next dude, because he doesn't care. He's too busy doing what he's doing, man.
Do you think white people who are higher up in society help out less wealthy white people in their community? Like, do you think there is more community? Why is it, or what I'm asking, why is it now that you have resources, you've expressed that to me, you're like, hey man, nothing I can do. You got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps, man. Just go to work harder. Bet.
Well, I'll tell you this. My grandfather told me when I was 14, a black man in this country without a degree is worth nothing. I took that to heart. I had a 1.3. I was failing out of high school, and I made changes. So you're going to have people, I don't know who it is, but you're going to have people in your life that tell you these things, and whether you listen or not is up to you, man. And you're not going to be able to blame anybody else. That's the point. You can't blame the next dude. So the white people that are out there, they can't blame their fathers. They can't blame their mothers. You can only blame yourself, man. And
no, they can't. They can. Remember, in the white community, if a man is not raising his child, it seems like they police those men. It seems like the men who are well off police the other men in the community and help out the children who are fatherless. We don't have that here.
They don't need to be policed. That's the point. They do it without needing to be policed. That's why they do it on command. When I was in college, I didn't see any brothers like me, man. It was mostly white dudes. So it is. And guess what? Like I said to Cynthia, it's a hard game. And the black men, you're given a hard game. You're going to have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps from the trenches. And it might be harder than the white dude. So, that's why it's a very serious situation being a high value man, a high value black man in this country. It's a very serious situation, man. It takes a lot to get there. And that's why a lot of them, they're so, they're so guarding of it. They don't want anybody to touch them, and they don't want to help nobody. And I don't disagree with them, man. It's a serious situation because it takes a lot to get there. And you see a lot of us at the bottom. So my only advice to you, man, is think about where your life is and think about how you can get on top, because it's war. It is war. It's war to get women. It's war to get money. And if you're not playing the game, you're losing, man. That's just the reality. And it's a harsher reality for men than it is for women. I want to tell Cynthia that too. It's much harsher of a reality for a guy that's a janitor that makes $50,000. His life is not. Trust me, it's not pretty, and it's lonely.
So I would ask for clarification. Your stance is I need to work harder in my life, get my education finances up, and then keep it all to myself and be on my shit. And fuck the rest of the community. They need to get up out the mud themselves.
Yes, or the system will make sure, especially as a black man, the system will make sure that you're on the streets, and you'll have your hand out just like you were with Simmis, and nobody's gonna be there, man. I'm telling you. And if you have one person to actually tell you this stuff, is me. Organize yourself. I'm not saying to work harder. I'm saying work smarter, man. I work with a lot of black kids and a lot of youth that are around my age, but they're not in my position because they didn't work smarter like me. They think working with your back is going to get you there. You got to work smarter, man. So think about your life. Think of how you can get ahead. And that's how we'll get ahead. And guess what? The ladies, you need to be finding men that are organizing their lives in this way. If he does not have a job or a 5-year plan, see ya. I wouldn't want to be with you.
Jonathan, why do you keep relating education and career to being a good man? And can you give me an example of how the system makes sure that black men are not going to have any money or be broke, essentially, despite the fact that you contradicted it with your own upbringing because you said you grew up wealthy. So how did you have wealthy parents if the system ensures that you're going to be broken on and not making anything? How can that be the case?
I'll be honest, I had one of the most miraculous situations you could have. I had a black man who started a funeral home in the 1950s, and it's still alive today. It's one of the most prosperous funeral homes in Michigan, and it ran through my family, and I'm still receiving the benefits of it today. And he's put so many black people, so many black families through college, employed them, and all that stuff. But I seen around me growing up, most of the people, they went to low income schools. Their parents didn't have any money. They didn't have cars. So they were getting it out of the trenches, and it was a more difficult situation. So I saw myself as having I was on the upper class of Detroit, of the black Detroit, but I'm in Detroit. I see the worst of the worst, and I just made that distinction that if you really want to make it in this world, these white people don't care. And I hate to use that term, but these people at the top, they don't care about you.
Right, but they
But
shouldn't. They shouldn't care. But you didn't answer my question. Can you give me an example of how what is the system doing to ensure that black men are poor and have no money? What are they doing to make sure? Like if there's a legislation, if there's a piece of legislation, if there's a rule, just let me know what it is.
Well, to be honest, I'm not blaming necessarily the system. I'm just saying maybe culturally, I see in the inner cities of Detroit where we have 80% African Americans, there's leaking buildings in the schools.
Right. I used to live in Detroit, so I know the conditions of Detroit. I actually thought it was interesting that you mentioned Detroit because Detroit has so much black poverty. I'm surprised you mentioned it earlier when you talked about the wealthy people coming out of Detroit, because when I lived there, I saw something completely different. I saw a bunch of black people in poverty, but nonetheless, you said that the system ensures that black men are going to be broken on the bottom, so that black women need to basically just accept that. I just need to know what the system is doing. Is it legislation? Is it white men mobilizing and doing something? What is it?
And I don't want to disagree with you. Maybe it's not a system thing, but I mean, they're not helping us. They're not, there's no, I don't know.
Are they supposed to? Are they supposed to help you?
No,
Right. So given that you're in a competitive system with other men, all of them who are competing for resources, black men are not the only men that we're saying need to compete for resources, nor are you the only group of men who have been subjugated. So my question though is, what do you want black women to do in response to this? Because you're saying the system, but then you're saying it's not the system. You're saying that everybody's broken poor, but then you're saying you came from a wealthy family. So
here's what I'll say. Come up with a list. Every black woman get 5 things. You only need 1 through 5. 5 things that you have to have in a man. Maybe that's education. Maybe that's a car. Maybe that's a job. I'm just saying 5 things that you must have. Go forward with that. And before you do, and I don't know, I'm not a whiz, I'm not anything. I have a lot of sisters, so I got to think about these things early. But that would be something I would tell my sister is, you already vet men, you just don't know it, to be honest.
Jonathan, do you think the system helps black women to get the monetary success and be the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs? You have black women trying to literally build communities. Do you think the system is helping black women?
In some ways, but you guys are getting it out.
How?
Well, we see the Goldman Sachs, don't we?
Yeah, but that Goldman Sachs is a year old. So before the Goldman Sachs, what was the help that black women received?
Government assistance.
Which is what?
Welfare.
Men get welfare too. It's not gender specific.
Well,
And actually, if you read the Moynihan report, Black men were actually getting welfare before Black women were, and they were actually getting more welfare assistance because they actually had female in-home aides when they were getting welfare. They literally had a woman in there to cook and clean. Welfare provided that for them. So again,
Wait 1 second before you ask, Jonathan. Do you believe the system helps Black women but not Black men?
I don't want to argue that because I don't believe that, and I know you. I see where that's going, and I want to say Black women are getting it out the mud the same way. So I'm just saying we all getting it out the mud, and yeah, everybody's gonna have to pull themselves out the bootstraps. So I don't even want us to go to that point because I'm with y'all.
well, my point is just, why do Black men need so much help? Because here's the thing, there's a contradictory narrative. If they're kings, if they're warriors and they're strong, but they just need more help than every other man, I'm confused. Why do Black men need so much help?
Okay, and I'm gonna have to be honest. So we're only 200 years from slavery, right? So this is not our country. This is still the white man's country. We are unfortunately still living under, white supremacy is essentially, and y'all got to give
Right,
us.
but Jonathan, the same applies for Black women. The same thing applies for Black women. So that's why I'm saying, why do Black men need so much help?
Wait.
You gotta
I'm
give us more
kind of
time.
confused. Wait, I'm confused because I thought, Jonathan, you were saying Black men aren't going to be better because they don't want to change and it's their cultural problem. And yes, white supremacy. But that's what I thought you were saying when you were speaking to Petty. But now there is a kind of like women are getting help, and you said you're not going to make that argument, so I won't put that on you. But you are saying Black men aren't doing what they need to do, and we should leave them alone because they're not going to change. That's what your position is, right?
Well, when you're talking to most Black men, it's almost like we can't do anything about it. So we see these guys shooting each other. We see guys robbing each other. It's like a foreign person to us. We don't, us regular Black dudes, we don't do that stuff. So we got to figure out what the percentages are of guys that are doing this. We got to figure out the percentages of the guys that are not doing this and start separating them and talking about them in a separate way, because a lot of us, this is a foreign language. It sounds crazy.
So you
I
want
have
to be
something to
separated. Wait, you want to be separated from those kinds of men because those men are doing those
I think
things.
the percentages. I think in every city in this country, in every major city, in every state, there is Black men that are educated, want to be with Black women, and are looking to do better in their lives. You can find that in every city, and it's a shame that we don't talk about it more. We only talk about the degeneracy of the community while not highlighting, hey, in every city, in every state, in this country, you can find a handful of these guys. Yes, it's hard, but they're there. Let's just admit that first.
All right, wait, no, let's try to admit that. Let's go through this. What is the median income in the Black community?
I would say somewhere around 30,000, 32,000.
It's a bit higher. It's 40. It's about 40, but that's fine. Would you say that means you're doing well as a sort of general matter?
As a general matter, I would say 60,000 will put us at a good mark.
All right, so we're not doing well. What do you mean? Like we're having a disingenuous conversation. At least on economics, we're not doing well. The median wealth in the Black community is only 12,000. Right? So
Okay,
I don't.
If you go to Atlanta, you can find Black millionaires. If you go to my city,
No. But you want us to highlight the minority, and I don't know why you want us to do that when we speak generally.
Because if we want to get towards a solution-based argument, and we want to move the argument towards the future, we have to work with the people who are willing to be worked with, and that is the guys that are available and that are doing it now.
Yeah,
so
but to fix the problem, you have to know the problem.
Okay.
You don't say I'm blind. I'm going blind in one eye, but I'm seeing perfectly in one eye. So let's talk about the one eye that we're seeing perfectly in.
Yeah, I think we can identify some clear issues that we can start with if we want to start this conversation. There are some clear problems that are going on.
Anti-intellectualism in the Black community, I think, is one of the big problems that we can start with. Yes,
I agree.
Yeah, but
Real quick.
wait. But to say that, you have to first acknowledge that it exists. Like, to address it, we have to know it exists, and there are people who are unwilling to even accept that as a premise.
Well, wherever we have to start, Themis, the conversation has to be pointed out as something obvious, which is something like anti-intellectualism or the lack of financial security in the Black community. And let's start there. Let's start weeding out the people that don't have that, and let's go forward.
No. See, it is not the weeding. This is what I don't understand. Why are we trying to weed out people instead of improve people? And I think because of your premise where you don't think people can change.
Well, Themis, we've been trying to change people. Black women have been trying to change Black men. Black men have been trying to change Black women. It doesn't
No. Black women have been trying to change Black men. Sure, I'll go with that. I don't think as a collective, Black men have pushed back against a culture that has taken hold, like the hip hop culture essentially has taken hold, where we're celebrating things that we shouldn't be celebrating. And I think as men, we need to start to stand up and say, no, this is not right. Like, if you need to make a channel, if all the men who believe what they need to believe need to make a channel to push back against the overwhelming number of people blaming single mothers for the problems in the Black community. No, the problem in the Black community is because we are abandoning our family, and we can't provide, and we also cannot protect. Right? And there is a good argument to say, well, why would I build something, i.e. Black Wall Street, if I can protect it from people coming in? And maybe that's a good argument. Then the conversation shifts to, how do we start protecting that which we're creating? But to sort of push aside the reality is that we're being quiet. Like, you don't get, Jonathan, you don't get to be quiet and say, well, I'm the good Black man and I do well enough, and those other people can change, and that's fine with me. That's not fine unless you don't see yourself as part of a community, which is fine also. No, it's not. Whatever. How do you respond to that before we go to Obi?
I see what you're saying, but I've spent a lot of time around men in my life, and I really find it hard to change men as a group. We're very individualistic. We're very, especially nowadays, and talking to men, it just doesn't seem to get anywhere. If you tell men to what to do with their genitals, they're gonna look at you like they're crazy. Like, dude, okay, you're just some weirdo. So a lot of these dudes, they can't be negotiated with. They're on their own path. They're, they can't.
I mean, you might be right, because Green Man is in here talking about how I'm too biased, or Themis is biased. So maybe Jonathan's approach is what we need to do. Men can't change. Black men don't try to help Black men because they won't change.
You can try it, see where you get, but I'm just saying you're not going to get very far. At the end of the day.
You might be right. Look, I'm just saying you might be right, because the men in the channel are dragging me for being biased. So maybe I am being biased. I'm being biased in believing that Black men can change if men actually took up the mantle of trying to change.
On an individualistic level, they can, but I cannot help the next man.
Community starts on the individual level. And maybe you're right. Maybe Petty is right. I should let more men speak and tell us this that you're telling us. Maybe that Green Man or whatever his name is right, that y'all can. Like, I don't understand. Like, I feel like I'm defending Black men here, and I'm still getting dragged. So at this point, I'm just going to probably leave the Black man conversation alone, because I don't know where to come out on this. Go ahead, Obi, and then we'll come back around.
Hello, Themis. Hello, everyone. I wanted to address something. Petty, if you want somebody to talk to, somebody that's a little older, you want to talk to them, share ideas about solutions, everything, we should find a way to connect. I'm open to talking to you. Secondly, I wanted to talk about this whole thing about Black men not being able to change or not being able to change. Younger men are changing. Well, like I said on the last live, I'm working with a lot of teenagers, Black boys, teenagers right now that don't have fathers in their lives, me and a bunch of my friends. And these guys have, over just a few weeks of training them, because we are focusing on character. That is one thing that is missing in the conversation in the Black community, which is character. You can have all the money you want, you can have all the education you want, but if you don't have character, if you don't see other people as full human beings, if men don't start seeing women as full human beings who have emotions, and this is both ways too, because I see there's this underlying disrespect that Black people have for each other. Black men don't respect Black women as human beings, and there's this level of disrespect for Black men. And I see a lot of Black men that are doing good work because I'm into that kind of thing. I know there's a lot of young Black men, even older Black men, that are trying and doing stuff to help Black people and to build a community, but there's not enough of those anyways. And when I think I need to start a channel to start talking about these things, although I really don't want to, because I don't want to be another talking head on the internet. But every time I come back here, I see the reasons why these conversations are important. Although I don't know if I have the patience to handle the kind of drama that goes on these panels. I don't know if I'm built for that. So that's why I'm hesitant. But it starts with Black male agency. It starts with us having agency over our bodies, over our minds, and just knowing that, like, if we just stop getting women pregnant, first of all, if I can get enough men to agree that we are responsible for pregnancy, which I don't know why we're arguing about that. If we don't do it, it's not going to happen. Women cannot get pregnant by themselves. I know we can blame women all day for who they choose and things like that, but what about us? What about what is put in the positions that we are complaining that these pregnancies are putting us in? So why don't we express masculine energy, agency of human beings, and just stop doing these things and stop doing that? Women can't get pregnant until you do it. So we and another thing I was going to say about this whole thing is that the statistics show that single children raised in single parents home do not as good as the ones that are raised in two parents households and their parents are involved in them. And that is why I believe in marriage. I believe in the institution of marriage. I believe it can be done well. I believe that in this environment, we're not really equipped to handle it very well. The landscape has changed a lot, and a lot of people are still holding on to 1920s and 1800 game plans to play in a different playing field. And that is why we're struggling with relationships, because we don't know what the rules are anymore. And people are just making up rules and just lying to each other because everybody's trying to protect each other. So I think we just need to start with character. But people don't want to hear the message of character because that would mean you denying yourself of things you want to enjoy right now. But that is one of the most beautiful powers that a man can have. A man's superpower is his character, the ability to control himself and to not allow people put nonsense into his life and put nonsense into each other's lives. That's just stuff for now. And if there's something else I can add.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I actually wanted to go back to Petty to ask if he was now okay with the advice, because he really wanted to hear Jonathan's advice. So hopefully it resonated with him.
I am open to advice. I don't know why when I said it I was dragged, but when Obi said it he was praised. That has confused me. But Obi has said,
Obi has masculine energy.
When I think about something like Black femicide, for example, where the answer that Black men give to Black women all the time is not all Black men, you got to pick who you're around better, nothing we can do about them, shoulder shrug. I guess that would be Jonathan's approach. Obi has come in and said, I'm a leader and I'm going to police my community, which is my stance in the first place. I feel like
no, that's not your stance. If you agree with Jonathan, you're not about to police no community because the people can't change and you can't help them.
Wait, I said I half agree because again, the leaders in the community are
Okay, please
choosing to
explain
leave.
which half you agree with, because I don't understand which half you agree with.
I only agree that we cannot change the Black community if people like Jonathan say, hey, there's nothing I can do, shoulder shrug. I do believe we can change the community if people like Obi say, I'm a leader, I'm going to teach these young men.
All right, so we have two separate, different perspectives. You said you believe Jonathan if people like him say we can't, but you believe Obi when you have... I feel like we have a paradox right now.
If there are enough leaders like Obi who are vested in fixing younger black men, then yes, I think it's possible. If people like Jonathan are more prevalent, then no, I don't.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that for the people that want to be saved, yeah, man, there's always help out there if you want to be saved. And if you see,
You said you can't help those people. They need to pull themselves up by the
no,
bootstraps.
listen,
I wrote it down.
listen, okay, just listen to what I'm saying now. For those who want help and for those who want to be saved, there's a helping hand. But you have to understand, not everybody wants to be saved, man. There's always somebody around the corner. You're not going to be able to change the whole community because there's always going to be something bad. You can't take bad out of life. Life is tragedy. So people are going to do bad things, and we have to accept that. We have to try to build what we have in the guys who want to build. If you don't want to build and you don't want to get yourself up, yeah, then you're in that class. You're one of those guys. But if you do want to build, you do want to further your life and become a better man, now you're on this side. You're on a different side. So that's how you have to see it. There's two sides. There's guys who want to be better, and there's just guys that don't. And you cannot help those guys that don't as a man. You'll be wasting your time. And there's always going to be those guys. So I love what Obi's doing. He's reaching out to guys and he's building the community based on the guys that want to do it and the guys that are, proactively looking at it. But I know Obi understands there's always going to be a bad egg. There's always going to be a bad apple. But
Jonathan, but you won't do that.
I'm not saying I won't necessarily do that. I'm just saying as a community, man, that's not where our community is at. Our community is not, it's a crab barrel. You know what I'm saying? But
so you won't do that.
I'm not saying I won't. I'm not saying I actually just did it. I gave him some advice, man. He's on the
period. He said, "Pull yourself up by the bootstrap." Period.
No. I gave him some great advice that if you want to be saved and you want to make it a better life for yourself, these are the things you can do. You can organize yourself. That's helping, but not everybody wants help. And to be honest, not everybody wants to help themselves.
Jonathan.
All right. Well, can I ask
Wait, go ahead, London. Wait. Go ahead, London.
So you're saying, Jonathan, are you saying that majority, because you don't have to help everybody, it just takes the majority. You're saying the majority don't want to be helped?
Honestly, in this society, I would say the majority of people do not want to be helped.
I mean, black men specifically.
I would say the majority of black men do not want to be helped. Yeah, when I look
around,
I would
fundamentally disagree because even when you think about it, a lot of little black boys join gangs to look for help. Even though that's the wrong way to go, if they had an alternative other than a gang, they wouldn't have to join gangs and they can be better people.
Look, this is a free country. You can do the right thing. Nobody's holding you back. We're not in chains. We're as free as we ever been.
But you have to also have the mental capacity to believe
that. No. What y'all are not going to do today is attack Jonathan. Petty came up here and now Jonathan is cloaked with protection. Even my own pushback I will not provide because Petty wants me to cuddle Jonathan. So Jonathan gets cuddled and tell y'all to pull yourself up by the bootstrap, period. Go ahead, London.
Well, my point is, if they had an alternative, these boys can grow up to see something more positive. And that's where we're actually lacking at, is that we don't have an alternative for them to go to. So what they do, go with gangs, go with basically the negative group that he's referring to. No one expects every single person, every single black man to be a great person. But if we can start catching them young, giving them something that they can build up on, there are a lot of smart people who join gangs. So you realize that once you start talking to them, and then you're like, damn, the only reason he only went to this outlet is because he didn't have an alternative. Everybody didn't maybe have a grandfather that gave him advice like you did, Jonathan. And that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that I think they didn't have
the world doesn't care, brother. The world doesn't care.
But that's why it's our job to care. And that's the point. We have to start caring. It's not for the world to care. You want other people to care. It's not their job to. They care about their communities. That's why white people are on top right now.
And guess what? At the end of the day, the community is not going to reach out to you. So as a black man,
do you think black men are leaders of the community?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Do you think black men are the leaders of the black community?
No.
That's a yes or no?
I don't. No, I don't. Okay. Not as it stands. No, I don't.
Well, even if we don't have the capacity to do it right now, we're still technically are the leaders, and we're just failing at our job. But that's just my opinion. I'm good.
Hey,
somebody else.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean, yeah.
Wait.
I was gonna
Before
say,
we continue, wait. Before we continue, there are some ladies behind the screen. I'm assuming you guys have a more very important things to say. So I'll add you. You both have 30 seconds to explain. Everyone go on mute, please. All right. Black, go ahead.
Out on bail, fresh out of jail, California. I'm out on bail, guys. Fresh out of jail.
Oh, hi. Let's cut it out. Hey, how you doing? I just
Hi.
wanted to make a quick point real quick. I want to rewind the conversation back when they were saying that it would be the youth that would get black men out of their stump. To be clear, I'm in a position that black men do not need to be heard. So, and I honestly feel as though the youth are not going to help because they're highly influenced no matter how great you raise them. When they go outside, when they quote unquote jump off the porch, they're influenced by the same degenerates who perpetuate the negative behavior in our community. And the reason why I take the stance that black men should not be heard is simply because we have listened to them over and over again. They let us, when the colonizer first came to Turtle Island, they led us to losing our land. They led us to losing our culture. We listened to them again during segregation and Jim Crow. They led us to desegregation, which is the destruction of the black family. We listened to them again. We went from Republicans to Democrats. That was disastrous. It's like we're tired of listening to y'all because you guys are leading us astray. And I really think they need to take a step back and regroup and not worry about wigs and nails and natural hair and really learn to appreciate the black woman again. And until they do that, we have been carrying the race on our back for so long. So it's okay. Just stop demonizing us for being educated, being articulate, and just take a step back and regroup as men, because asking your oppressor for help when he benefits off your oppression, it makes no sense. You know, it makes completely no sense, no argument that any man has made for having a voice and being heard. You know, the last time you had a voice was it, what was it, Kevin Samuels? Like, you got to do better. And I don't want to take up too much time. That's what I had to say. I'm actually on a road trip right now, so excuse the the loud background that you guys heard, but that's what I had to say.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you sharing your perspective.
Thank
Keep
you. You guys
listening.
have it's a great panel. I'm enjoying listening. Thank you.
Have a good one. Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Much love, but none of these men have the answers, nor have they laid a single brick, regardless of the wealth you attain. It will disappear in a few generations. Turn back to the most high's law. Right? Thank you. Thank you to this woman. Happy Sunday. All right. Great. Chocolate Earth, go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you for letting me come back up. I wanted to answer the question since that wasn't answered. There are ways that we can rebuild our own communities. There's over 200 billion, not yes, $200 billion worth of property available in this country. 50% live in the South, only a 15% in the West or in the Northwest. My the thing that I don't hear you guys say again is why can't you guys come together and create something? There is benefit to that, meaning that you get kickbacks and money for being in agriculture, tech, and I'm so sorry, but yes, we can build. And if that's the alternative, can't we do something about it?
Yeah. I will pass that on to Obi. But before you respond, Obi, the reason I still letting I should have to be the one controlling you. So if you come behind the scenes, I'm assuming you have something super, super, super important to say, and that's just that on that. But I already explained what the panel is, and so I invite you, whatever, it's fine. Obi, building together, buying land, all of that. I think before you go, I think there is this notion that we need to somehow separate as Black people and create this utopia in terms of building. And maybe that's real. I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like I have the answer there. But in my mind, it's like way simpler than that. It's about like having character, thinking about the children, not even your grandchildren, if you don't want to think that far, creating a life for your children, being able to provide. Like, I feel like it's the very simple things that can be done outside the context of like isolating yourself in a Black only neighborhood. Like, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about improvement at all. But if that's what you're thinking, then that's going to be difficult. So, more difficult than what we're doing now. All right, Obi, you were going to speak.
Yeah, I agree with you, Themis. I'm not, when I think about building a Black community, I'm not thinking about everybody living together in one neighborhood. First of all, that would be very easy to destroy if the people that want to destroy it. So I'm actually thinking about individual Black people, individual Black men, like to have a majority of us that have good character for ourselves, not for even anybody else. Like, it should be a thing of pride to be a man of character. It should be a thing of pride for yourself. It should be a thing of pride. The way I live where I live is that I want my son to be able to say, I want to be like my daddy, and to be proud of it. That is how I'm living. So like, and there's this 16-year-old boy that we got that's part of our training program. He, I'm gonna say he used to be in a gang because he says he's not part of it anymore. He's the most brilliant student we have. He has picked up web design like a wizard. It's so crazy to me. And he's starting to have conversations. He calls me every time and we have long conversations. This kid has a good heart, but his environment has turned him into something crazy. But the thing is that right now that he has mentors, because that's what helped me. I was a wild teenager when I was younger. It was a mentor that met me when I was 23 that actually helped me transform the way I think about myself, first of all. And that's how it now reflected on the way I see other people and the way I see life. So yes, change can happen. We need to start wherever we are, and one thing I've realized too is that Black men have a hard time working together. Organization is a skill. That's what I'm learning right now. Even working with the people I think are my friends and my coworkers and my acquaintances to do this program that we're doing. These kids need mentors, but organization skills, we're not very good at coming together to build things. So that's what I told my people. I was like, we're having these frustrations. Let's count this as a learning process for us to learn how to work together as men, as Black men together. Let's not take this as a reason to just split apart and say this is not working. Let's take it as a learning opportunity to learn how to be together and to galvanize and to build more people.
Gotcha. Adrian, go ahead, Finn, and then Adrian.
Okay, so I think that the issue isn't that Black men can't change. I think they can change. I think that we're just not listening to them. They're not changing because they have no incentive. And since they have an external locus of control, they don't have an internal motivator. So they're telling you they need external motivation. And since there's no L that they have to take for not building, not providing, not protecting, not even being nice and decent to Black women half the time, they're like, why would they change? They're not going to change. They're still being called kings with no kingdom. They're still being uplifted as a preference, although they're telling Black women they're not the preference. They will blatantly say they're not going to provide and they're not going to protect, nor do you deserve to be provided or protected. But yet Black women still respond the same way. We still uplift them. We'll blame ourselves for what they do. We will talk about how we need to speak life into them. We will say the system is holding them back, even though we can't tell you how the system is holding you back. So there's really no incentive for Black men to change. And nobody changes unless it's incentivized. You would either need to give them a reward for changing or a consequence for not changing. But since Black women are basically saying, I want you to change, but I'm not going to give you any consequence if you don't, and I'm still going to treat you the same way, why would they change? Like there's literally no reason for Black men to change. They're not taking any L's.
Actually, I want to ask a question before Adrian goes. Regarding some, do you think black men on here? Do you think all you guys have an external? Do you think black men have an external locus of control? Jonathan first. Yes or no?
I 1000% yes. I 1000% agree. I'll be quick with Cynthia. There's a yin and yang to this. There's only two sides, men and women. So if men do something, women are gonna have to do something to change it. That's the only way something, that a repercussion is gonna happen. If men are not, reprimanded for their behavior, they're gonna continue. So I agree.
All right, wait. So wait for the next one. I just want a yes or no because I want to get to Adrian. But thank you. Obi, yes or no? You agree with that as a general matter, maybe not as applicable to you. Obi, you're muted.
Can you repeat that, please?
Do you think black men generally we have an external locus of control?
Based on what I've heard from, I'm gonna say scores of black men in the Black Manosphere, yes. They say the reason why they're not gonna build anything is because black women sleep with Pookie and Ray Ray. So that explains it all. That's it. They're saying because we're not getting sex, we're not gonna build. So that is the definition of external locus of control for me, and that is sad.
Just yes or no, though.
They've literally said they can't lead or be men because black women won't let them. They can't build because white men won't let them. So they're telling you that their behavior has to be controlled. They're telling you that if you want them to change, you have to make them change because there's nothing in them that is motivated to change despite their complaints about this society. So black women, if you want them to change, you're going to have to make them change. You're going to have to give them incentive. They need to be controlled. It just is what it is.
Does anyone disagree with Sinji on external locus of control?
Hello. Manosphere, good afternoon. This is Adrian speaking. I disagree because when we speak about men, we're generalizing it. I'm coming from the perspective that we're speaking about men from the age of 18 to, I'll say, like whoever is still alive currently, to our own senior citizens, and I can't really. I will say that a lot of black men do have an external locus of control, but
Wait, did you say most black men have an external locus of control?
I said a lot, not most. A lot of black men do have an external locus of control.
I do want to hear how you are differentiate. What do you see to indicate that most do not have an external locus of control?
No, I said don't. Okay, sorry. Because at the end of the day, we're still technically human, and we do change, whether we want to or not, or whether it's our environment or something happening within our lives. We do. Everybody has an internal locus of control. Is just depending on which one you choose to act on. I understand where Cynthia
I don't think you're being directly responsive though to the prompt where it's like if you don't have a sort of external locus of control, you have an internal locus of control. When you have an external locus of control, things outside of you guide you. If it's not white supremacy, it's women and access to sex and all of that. And so the question is, do you agree with Sinji that black men generally have an external locus of control?
I'll concede and say yes. Yes, I do believe that.
All right. So no one opposes her on that. All right, go. We are on you now to bring up your point.
Okay. As I said, man's respect. Shout out to all the triple OGs, Miss Sin, Simmis, Mr. Obi, Prince Betty London.
Now you're going through and telling everyone hello.
I have to shout out to the
filibuster.
I have to shout out to all those who've been there, and I wanted to say hello to Myth as well. Myth was one of the was a turning point in how I view this channel. Um,
Wait, who?
Myth. Where you and Myth and the pink pill were essentially, uh, I would say interrogate, because it wasn't technically fully an interview, digging deep into his life and all that stuff. If you remember that live,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, but everybody else told my point. What my real question is, I want to go back to a live where you were talking about adultification of children. I do want to know how far what age do you want to start the men? So not men. Do you want to start black men or black boys to begin this building process, or the do you want to a change in the community? Because I can I can say age of 16 you start. um oh my god, I'm sorry about that. Age of 16 could be a good point where where we somehow come together and have a code and teach young black men certain aspects of society and how we supposed to behave. That's cool, because I came on here and I already said I respect gender roles. I respect how certain patriarchal values, but I understand how bad this patriarchy is. I have no problem with the change, but if this is how a lot of people don't mind it being ran, then I'm not really gonna fight that. I do think black men can change in general, so I'm not on Jonathan's side, but I understand why Prince Petty would take a certain a certain aspect of his saying, as if those who see change and don't want to actively change, don't you can't force them to change into something that you want, essentially. um so that is I just want my question asked initially. What
Wait,
age
wait.
do we
I'm so sorry. I don't understand your question. You said
Okay,
something.
no, the first no, I was just saying, I've made my question, and then I'll continue talking. My first question was, what age should we start essentially the indoctrination of young men into becoming this better character, char- uh, uh not becoming this character, but
I mean, as soon as
adopting certain.
I
Huh?
feel like as soon as a child is born, you start sort of helping them through the process of developing. I mean, a child is a child, so you can't really teach a child, but like as soon as they're conscious and aware of
That's
themselves, you start teaching them right and wrong and ethics and all of that. And you're competing against a culture that's probably teaching them something different.
that I wanted to add on to that, because multiple individuals have come on here and said that how we're uh the culture that we currently live in teaches them differently. um we as a demographic can change economically, but I would say character wise it's up to that person, they want to change. But going into what you just said, as they're born, you also can't guarantee that that child would also adopt all those teachings. So
I don't know why
where
you would bring that up.
no,
Wait, wait, wait. That someone is not going to accept the teaching doesn't mean
no,
you don't teach.
no, I know, but that's the onus on the parents. That's valid. Its own I understand its onus on the community to reinforce that when they're outside. But again, if those loud voices are the ones not adopting certain teachings and doing the bad, how do we assess and keep them accountable is my current question. Because we can build all we want, but the problem is not that is not that we can't build. The problem is that those who have the capability to build don't want to, right? Because these are certain characters that we want to teach into people, but they're not doing it.
I I I don't fully understand
Yeah, I'm all
what.
over the place, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. I'll give you a couple minutes, and then we'll come back. Marvel.
Hey, Demons, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I appreciate it.
What say you?
You know what, Demons? I believe a lot of what black men do when they go on to the world is influenced by their home life. I was fortunate enough to have to have a father in my life, still in my life to this day. Biggest influence in my life. He did 22 years in the army, and he always held me accountable if he seen that I was, doing something out of place or just going about things that he felt like going about it the wrong way. He would treat me, how basically how men are, expected to be treated at a young age, and that stuck with me. And whenever I go in the world, I feel bad for a lot of the young kids, today because mentorship is a very important thing, and unfortunately, it's not as prevalent as it once was when I was growing up. And sometimes, and I thought about what you were saying earlier. Sometimes, children are not going to be willing to listen to you the first time around, whether you be a parent or a guardian or whatever the case may be. But that doesn't mean you give up. And and I also seen the way my father took care of my mother and treated my mother. And I'm from the South, and we have a lot of old school type values where, and I know it doesn't really mix too well in today's world, but I still try to apply those values. I believe that a lot of women are more comfortable if they're in the home, with the children, being able to, raise the children and make sure they're all right. I don't really believe in the career. Well, I'm not gonna say that. I don't believe in women having to
Wait,
work so hard.
wait. I feel like you were gonna say you don't believe in the career woman.
No, I do. I mean, I've seen the difference in a woman when she was like being able to be at home with the children as opposed to the woman that's, stressed out, working, 80, 90 hours, a week, day in, day out. And, I see that, and I see how relaxed and how calm that black woman is. And then I see
I
how
think
stressed she is on the other side of it.
so. I don't want to push back on this because, like, I don't want it to feel like I'm like, no, women should work. But I feel like there is an undertone of not acknowledging the hard work that motherhood is. Because you said you see them being stress free and all of that, but it's like, are they though?
Well, you're right about that, things. I mean, being a mother is not easy, and I would never try to discount that. I just remember how I have two siblings, two brothers. I remember how
No,
happy
no, you're
and
fine.
how
You're fine. Wait. I didn't want to push back for a response because that's not even my issue. I think it's not an issue. It's do women have that option today?
unfortunately, I hate to say it, but they don't. It's sad, and I really honestly believe that that goes back to how you were raised, and if you had a strong man in the household. And I was lucky enough. Me and my brothers were very lucky to have, to still have my father, and that's how he he put that in our mind from a very young age. Hey, take care of your woman. You know, make it to where it's a choice if she wants to be in a career as opposed to her feeling like she has to do it. And I
So
seen that
your
with my mother. I mean, she didn't really have to work if she didn't want to, so she
so
was
your
able to go.
so your issue here is that you don't believe black men have provided an environment where women have the option of being at home. So your issue is with black men, I'm assuming.
When I would say yes, sir, to a certain extent when it comes to that, it is with black men my
Yeah,
issue.
Wait, I feel like it's completely with if we're taking your world as the world, the optimal world, then it would be completely up to the man, unless women are like, okay, I don't want to work, then you don't pair with them. So it's still up to the man that I do want to work. Sorry.
Oh, you're right. It is up to the man. It is up to the man. And if you're a man, you have to have that way of thinking. Like, hey, if I have to work overtime every day in order for her to be comfortable and be able to, deal, to help her deal with the difficult, times of dealing with motherhood and being a wife. You have to try to set her up to where she's not as stressed. She might be stressed with being a mother and being a wife, but at least you can say you did your part as a man by working all those hours and putting her in a position to where she can really just sit down with the children and be a good mother to the children, because that's very important. And I think sometimes some people overlook it.
So
And
what would you say to those men who are saying, who came home and told their wife to go to work because they don't want to die young because they're working too hard?
hey, I mean, I would tell those brothers, hey, we're all gonna die one day. I mean, at least you don't want to leave your wife and your children behind with nothing. And you'll go to your grave. You know, your spirit will probably be, wandering around in the heavens or whatever, probably saying, hey, I wish I could have did more while I was on earth to make sure my children and wife that were good to me were set up in a good way. Because, I mean, I just believe we have to put the mother, I mean, the wives, the girlfriends, the fiancés, and the children as men. We have to put them before ourselves. I believe that once that starts happening, because it happened when I was growing up. And once we get back,
I'm gonna do a hard pass on that. Maybe around you, but as a general matter, no, it didn't.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I'm just saying statistically, it's never happened.
Oh, well, yeah.
Where
I
men
understand.
were,
I understand what you mean.
yeah. Lo, go ahead before we go back to Prince Betty.
Hello, can you hear me? Is it fine?
It is, but there's a sound in the back of wind, so you can do it quickly.
Okay. So I actually want to speak on Marvel's point. I honestly believe that if you're working overtime and you're killing yourself for a better family, for more money, more further, economic stability, it's gonna. How effective are you as a father, right? Because if you're not there for important times because you are working overtime, right? How effective are you as a father? The only thing they're going to say when kids grow up is that you were never there, you're always working.
So
And
wait. So the alternative then is to not create how should men create an environment where the women have an option to stay at home or go to work?
so my that's a very difficult answer. That's a very difficult question to answer. The reason why is because I do believe a part of me do believe that they should have, a woman should have an option, right, to work or not. But the thing about it is, if you have a woman that is like your partner in life, that sees your struggles, she's gonna want to work with you in combined income instead of you working overtime, breaking your back to provide to try to provide a life, but yet you're missing out important events on your children's life.
All right. So you think in your ideal, the man is providing, but if he's like going through something, the woman steps up.
Sorry, 100%, 100%. Because honestly, like men are human beings. Men and women are both human beings, right? And we all have our pressure points, right? Where in life it's going to get difficult for us. And if we honestly cannot support like we used to support, let's say you hurt your back on the job or you hurt yourself on the job, it's not it is then, your partner has to understand and sit down and say, hey, I understand you're not working like you used to work. I'm gonna get a job, and while you're healing, he can take some of the child care or some of the housework while he's healing.
Actually, I want to do a poll in the chat. Do you guys agree with Jonathan's approach or everyone else's? So a 1 for Jonathan and a 2 for everyone else. I need to see where the women's heads are at. And I ended the statement with the question with at. So I'm assuming Jonathan, you're not a 50-50 kind of person.
I mean, no, but I was sitting here kind of thinking, back to not every woman is going to be able to find and do it with money. So I don't really know why.
No, I'm talking about you personally.
Am I a 50-50 person? No.
All right. So you don't consider yourself breaking your back working to provide for your family. You're going to provide for your family.
I wouldn't have kids and I wouldn't even start a family until I knew I was able to provide for them. My mom never worked. I never saw her even lift a finger. So I know, like, what should be. So it's just coming from me, but I can't say that for everybody.
All right. So Jonathan is saying 100% for him. Marvel says, was that Marvel? And then Low agreed 50-50-ish, like the man shouldn't be breaking his back kind of thing. Right? Did I mischaracterize you, Marvel?
Oh, what I said, Thebans, was basically, do what you need to do. If you have to work overtime, do that. And the reason why I said that is because the mother, in the early years of a child, the mother is the biggest influence on those children. And you don't want her stressed out from working and then having to come home and be stressed out from the kids. If she's going to be, have some stress.
Okay, so you and Jonathan would agree in that the man should provide fully.
I agree with that.
Yes. Be able to. All right. And Lo, you were saying more egalitarian kind of thing.
Oh, 100%. Because, like, let's say she had a hard day dealing with the kids at home. You worked the overtime. How is she going to get a break if you've been working too much overtime? You understand what I'm saying? Because motherhood is very, like, I would say parenthood in total is a very stressful thing, because it's like you're going from one job to another job, right? And both parties have to be present in order to help. So that means you don't make as much money as as you could, and that means you take a step back a little bit to help help your wife out or help your mother out. I mean, I think that will speak more leaps and bounds than
in terms of
I'm working all this overtime to get all this extra money.
Wait, so in terms of finances, you are more like egalitarian, 50-50 in terms of finances.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Wait. So it's Jonathan and Lo. A 1 for Jonathan and a 2 for Lo. Let's have it. 1 for Jonathan, 2 for Lo. I just want to see something. Oh, there's a delay. I don't know why I think that there would just be ones coming across the screen or 2s.
And I kind of want to say, Themis, you shouldn't really, in the beginning, you shouldn't be starting a family unless you really know that you're financially stable or you have something with a 10-year plan that you know is.
I said that and I got dragged all through the Twitter streets and YouTube streets, so I'm never saying that again.
That's just the right thing to do. And I know it's 2022 and everybody is backwards, but if we really want to say the right thing to do, everybody shouldn't be having kids because most of us aren't even financially prepared. So these conversations.
Okay, so now can he be dragged like I was dragged when I said thin the herd? Because ultimately all of these things are going to lead to the population decreasing. Like if women Because a lot of them, they'll say, well, women need to not have children unless they're married. Okay, that's going to vastly decline the population because most people are born outside of wedlock. If you wait until they have the proper money, it's going to lower the birth rate because most of them don't got money and don't even really know how to get money. So can we have the same energy? I just wanted to know, can we have the same energy?
Well,
Because I be getting dragged over my opinion.
see, but Cynthia, the birth rate, that's a natural way. That's the way it should be. It should be to where most people don't deserve and should not have kids, and that's the way it should be. But now it's to where anybody can have kids, and we're not saying it should be, forced to where, let me go through an abortion and go through all this hell, because I made all these mistakes. No, don't even make the mistake from the beginning.
Right, but here's the thing. When it comes to genocide, the quickest way to commit genocide against a group of people is to just not procreate, rather than saying selectively breed and only procreate with certain men, which granted, that would only be a very small portion of the Black men in this community, but none. What was that? What was that?
I said it's selective. This is another thing that's a big point that I see you miss. Men, there's only 20% of men that have children. Most men don't.
No. You're quoting the incorrect stat. Most Black men have children, period. Most of them have children.
That are sexually active. I'm sorry, that are sexually active. So most men are not having sex. It's about 30%.
No, most Black men have children, period. Most of them have children.
So I would do this, but I'm not. Mahogany Pink actually has a really good video debunking these stats. I don't know where the Manosphere decides to pull these stats from, and it's very annoying because I cannot verify any of them because probably they don't exist. But when you hear a stat in the Manosphere, before you repeat it, and this is not a drag, before you repeat it, check it. Because none of that makes sense. None of their stats make sense. Like someone said, under 50% of men have children, but 60% of men are in their children's life, and it's like there's no caveat at all there. That literally is impossible. And so it's the same person who said that one thing said the next. It's like, well, if 50% of these Black men, 60% are in their children's life, are you saying of the people who are fathers? Because you need that caveat for that number to even make sense at all. Like you need it. So I don't know how they're reading their stats. I don't know where they're getting their stats from. Nothing that I read verify anything that they're saying. And I'm going to like Pew or a government site. Like, so I don't know where these stats are coming from. So let's not do that. Let's not. But continue, Jonathan. I just wanted to clarify that.
I won't bring up any more stats because I do see the problem with that. But I don't really have much to say on it. I kind of just think that there's a lot of pre-measures you can take. And I do think that most men are not sexually active. So
what is making you think that, Jonathan? What's making you think most men are not sexually active?
This rise of the incels, this anger that I see and resentment towards women, this rise.
Who's getting all these women pregnant then? If most men are not sexual, who's getting them pregnant?
I hate to say it, but it's the futures of the world. It's
wait,
Cynthia, the guys I went to college with, they don't have any kids. The guys I went to school with,
do you know how small of a percentage of men that is? The ones you went to school with, like really, we gotta stop using the people we know as evidence. Like we have to stop doing that.
I mean, not only is it a small number, like if we even say all the men who went to school, undergrad, I'm assuming, definitely not grad school. If we're saying that is a small number, but it's even smaller when we say specifically that you went to school with. Like, it's not generalizable at all. Like,
I'll just say this. As men, we feel that there's a small percentage of men. I'll just say
you can feel that, but it might not be right.
Okay, but I'm just saying that's how, and I'll speak for a lot of men because I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. We feel that there are a lot of men that are messing it up. As same as there's the 5.5 hours, that whole thing. There's a lot of men that are doing that are not connected to us, and we want to
I
make
feel
those
like you do this thing where you're like us, and it is a very specific way of separation, and I don't know why I cringe so hard on that, and I feel like I'm pushing back because like I don't want to be in the boat where people are like elitists, elitists, elitists. But why is it so important for you to separate yourself from the others?
Well, and I'll separate. I'll say this: what separates me, and I don't think I'm different than many other men. I'm very like a normal guy, but for us guys who want to improve, for us guys who want to take accountability for our lives, that's the side I'm on. And I see there's some guys on this panel that are on this side, and there's some guys out there, but it's not many. So I do have to make that separation because, like I said, I can't help all these guys. And a lot of these guys around me are failing because they want to fail and they're not doing anything. So,
all right. So do you
I'd
think
like
it's
to
a
say
fair
something.
statement? Wait. Do you think it's a fair statement then? Like if men are giving up on men, women should definitely give up on us.
I'm giving up on the lower class, on the bad.
I mean, to be fair though, it's very difficult to like distinguish.
That's why I said life is hard. There's children that are going to die today. No one cares. Theme is that we have to make these difficult decisions. This is what life is about. And if we come to people and say, "Oh, I had a baby and this happened," they're gonna say, "Okay, well, what did you do?" They're not gonna say, "What did anybody else do?" They're gonna look at you.
Are you ashamed of black men?
Some of us, yes, but not all of us.
Are you
Most of us.
ashamed of most black men?
Sure, you could say that. Yes,
No,
you
I'm
could
not. I'm
say.
asking. I'm asking.
You could say most of the black men I see around me, I don't necessarily say I'm ashamed of them. I could say, man, like we could be doing better. And I think it's economically. We need economic outreach. That's the biggest thing, man. We need to give these kids a way. There shouldn't be water boys. There shouldn't be any of this. We got to give black men some way of economic opportunity and at least make it a little bit easier and give those guys who want that opportunity the opportunity.
All right. So, to the extent that you're saying no, you're saying women should say no to these men too, I'm assuming.
To more men, yeah.
To
Yeah.
these men.
I have some sisters that have chosen very badly. And I would say there's a few things that I'll be like, man, you could have easily, seen that and you see it now, but you're overlooking it. So there's a lot of things where you could start, where the conversation could start at things that are wrong and are going wrong, where we can begin the conversation, because I do think that is a problem that I've seen.
So you blame your sister for not being able to vet.
In a way, yes. She's so beautiful. She has every opportunity to get any man she wanted, and she chose the man out of all the men that she could have chosen. She chose the worst one, in my opinion, or the one that, is worse for her. Now, I can't tell her that. I can't say anything, but that's the way I feel.
You don't think you can talk to her?
You can't control women, especially nowadays.
I didn't say control.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've tried to say some things, but for the most part, I don't want to be the brother that's,
I find this interesting. I said you don't think you can talk to her, and then you went to, well, we can no longer control these women. Why?
They're free. You do whatever she wants. If she, the
Is that a
reality
problem? Wait, because you like and talk to your sister as to control your sister, and you have an issue with not being able to control your sister.
No, I wish I could choose the guy for her. Like if I could choose a guy for her, man, I wouldn't waste any time on these busters, man. I would go straight to the NBA. It would be no games with me. It would be straight to the promised land. I would only deliver her the best. And I
Are
wish.
you married? Are you married?
I'm not married. No.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes.
And is this person the one you're gonna marry?
As of right now, yes, that is my intention.
There's no as of right now, because if you know so much about vetting, you should be like you said. If you could pick the man for your sister, everything would be perfect. And I feel like you're underestimating how much men can lie and manipulate, even other men.
I'm with you that we lie and manipulate, but
You are not with me. You cannot be with me and also say if you had the opportunity to choose for your sister, everything would be perfect. If the problem is that she could not choose.
well, okay, theme is in my world, it would be a better choice. It would be
Huh.
I believe I could choose a better man than she's chosen. That's what I'm saying.
All right, go ahead, Finn. I think you came off mute. Did you?
The only issue I have with what Jonathan is saying is that he keeps equating the better man to a man who has money. Like he said you would run straight to the NFL. So you would get an athlete that is going to rotate different women, cheat on her, probably abuse her, demean her, make her feel less than, not commit to her, subject her to diseases, all because he has money.
Okay, maybe I was being a little facetious. In earlier I said look at a man's commitment to his responsibilities. I've been around.
Wait, no. Wait. When you said straight to the NFL, in my mind, I thought that was some American way of saying you're going to take her to the NFL, not you're going to select someone from the NFL.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm gonna select the top shelf. I'm gonna select the guy who's
Absolutely not. You are not a better You are not a better picker. I'm very glad you picked that up, Cynthia. I went over my head. I literally thought you meant the man is gonna be so good. It's gonna be like we're going in the NFL and we're like being selected. I don't know what I thought. I did not think you mean you would go to the NFL for a man.
and I mean more of I would choose a guy who is financially secure, who has his life in order. I would look for certain things that I know as a man. I would if I was a woman, man. I'm just saying, as a man, I know what to look for.
Can everyone wait? I need a moment because I can't do what I want to do right now on the screen. Patty and Cynthia G, y'all can take over for 2 minutes. I need a moment. Sorry.
I have a question for Jonathan and Cynthia. Cynthia, I have heard about the divestment crowd, obviously. What is it about white men compared to black men that make them appealing?
Well, you're asking me to speak for a group of people that I don't represent. I'm not a divester. I don't have a divestment channel. I've said that several times. I don't promote Black women to go to any race of men. I promote Black women to have standards, boundaries, and expectations. But to answer the question, I will say this. When you're looking at what it is that Black women are complaining about, what it is that Black women say they want, if you were going to attach that to a race of men, it would be white men because they do get married more. So that means they're more commitment oriented. They do build more. They have more power. They have more stability. They're more likely to father their children. So when you think about what Black women are looking for, that would make them more appealing. Because even if you say all men cheat, all men are abusive, okay, so then wouldn't you go towards the race of men who have the most resources then?
Yes, that sounds like a form of vetting.
Well, no, that's not vetting though. You're just going by their you're basically just looking at their resume. You're not going to vet to determine based on whether they have a job or not, whether they will send you to meet your maker. Like that's not going to be an indication of that at all because you have all levels of men doing that. And even to Jonathan's point, there are judges, doctors, anesthesiologists, military Black men who are beating, abusing their wives, cheating on them. I mean, Neo is in the news right now. Neo is in the news right now. And guess why? Because he keeps cheating on his wife. She's exposing him because he keeps cheating on her, subjecting her to STDs, embarrassing her. She's having to deal with different women that she said are literally sending her videos of him cheating on her. So a man's income, if you ask certain people, is actually going to make him the worst option because he's going to cheat and abuse.
Yeah. Wait, I don't know how we got there, but I'm going to go back to Jonathan because I had to step away because what I was going to do just now would have probably inappropriate. So, Jonathan, you do realize you don't know how to pick men, right?
Oh, you can say that. You can say that.
So no one knows how to pick men, so you can't really blame women for not knowing how to pick men. Because if you went to the NFL, close your eyes and pick, you're going to get the same result.
Well,
I don't care.
Theme is that's your opinion. I was more saying, and I said this a million times. I said, look at a man's commitment to his responsibilities. It's not a perfect world, and nobody cares.
You said commitment to his responsibility, and then you went to the NFL for your sister.
As an analogy, I would choose somebody who is highly successful in life. I would choose somebody who is committed to themselves, their body, and has respect for themselves first. They have respect for themselves first.
I mean, one could argue that's not where you would find it in the NFL, that is.
Quick question. Sorry to interrupt. You could have used Russell Wilson as an example of a man in the NFL. Thank you very much.
He would be a great example, but there's so many examples. Let's not try to play like there's not examples. They're
Give me them. Russell Wilson. Who else?
Okay, guys that are famous.
Nope, NFL.
I mean, well, it's going to be tough, but because it's the NFL, it's the NFL theme.
I thought you would have been Googling right away because the Google won't help you.
No, it's the NFL. You're going to get what you're going to get, but as a general standard, it's not perfect. You're not going to be able to avoid tragedy. You're not going to be able to avoid these things or take them totally out.
You are not, but you went straight to the NFL. The one place, like the only other place you could have gone that's probably worse.
And I said the NBA. I said the NBA.
I meant sports. So the only other place you could go is in hip hop music.
Well, I said put a chair outside of Morehouse, outside the medical school. I said put a chair outside the legal school.
But when given the opportunity, so people are saying he said the NBA, NFL. I meant athletes. Like let me just be clear. Some sports excluded, but
these men are everywhere. They're not just in the NBA.
No, but when they have money becomes a huge amplifier. And that's where you went when asked where you would go. And I would
choose a man with money. Absolutely, I would choose a man with money. That's the first. I don't know why a woman would choose a man without money. That would be my first.
I don't feel like you should have to choose money or character.
Or care. No, well, you can get both.
Not in the NFL or NBA.
Well, that's not true. Maybe not many, but there are men out there with both, and there are women that have those men. And
how do you vet these men then?
How do you vet them? Well, first you have to get around them. You have to get around these men. So you can't be around.
You're around them. Yeah. How do you vet them?
Well, you're going to have to engage in relationships. You're going to have to see how he is over time. You're going to have to see his past. If he has children,
how do you vet them? Like, what are we looking for?
You're looking for a responsible man, a man who pays his bills, a man who has his own car, a man who has his own place.
You're in the NFL, literally NBA. Look, I'm going to keep saying NFL and NBA. Like, it is what it is.
Okay, hypothetically, if we're dealing with an NBA player, which is very low percentage if this is going to happen, but if we were, I would again say the same things. They're men too. You look towards his commitment towards his responsibility.
You cannot say the same thing. You can't say, does he have a home or pay bills? Like,
I said his commitment to his responsibility.
Yeah, but then don't say you would say the same thing because it's definitely not the same thing you would be looking for.
In many ways, it is, Themis. How does he treat his mother? How does he treat the people around him? How does he treat his body? What does he put into his body?
That's not what you said initially when you were talking about can he pay this, can he pay that? That's not what you're looking for when you are.
Yeah, that's one aspect of it. is
So
if
it's
he has.
not the same thing you're looking for in the NBA then.
I don't know. I'm kind of lost. What you mean?
When we were talking about men just now, you were talking about essentially whether or not he's economically able to do certain things. And then when I ask you, no, I'm not talking about everyday men. I'm talking about you said you would go to the NBA for your sister. And you said, I would say the same thing. That's not true. Now, what would they look for in the NBA? NBA, NFL, I don't care. Either one.
Well, I meant it more of an analogy, but again, men are the
No,
same.
no, 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 no. It was not an analogy. You said it very quickly in a way that
Okay,
I
but
thought.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. So men are the same, but you're gonna look towards these things: how he treats other people, how he treats himself, how he what are his commitments to the things in his life that are important. What degree of commitment does he have towards the responsibilities in his life? That is as simply as I can put it.
All
So
right.
if a
I mean,
man,
it's not what you just did is not simple. It's extremely vague. But to the extent that it's something useful, great. The issue we are having is that men can lie and not just lie. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, which is a phrase I hate. Men can change. Circumstances can change, and we don't know who people become in these changed circumstances. When you're saying vet, do you understand the problem with vetting in the moment and why it's not the I mean, obviously you do some vetting, but saying that does not sort of answer the full question about relationship.
yeah, and Themis, I'm gonna answer this in a very. I just want you to hear this. Men are gonna have to vet women too, so women can lie and change in a relationship, and they do, just as men do. So
Yeah.
we're both kind of playing this same game. So it's a tough game for us both, and it's not perfect.
But
It's
instead of
not,
vetting, instead of having vetting, just have if you have standards, as soon as someone can't meet your standards because they don't want to, you can just exit. So I feel like having standards is a better way of approaching this than saying, okay, vet. Because like if you vet, get married, and then people change, then you're like, oh well, you vetted wrong. It's your fault.
well, I don't necessarily have too big of an argument on the wordage. If you want to call it standards, I know women would not date a homeless dude, so they vet. They do enough vetting not to date a dude up off the streets. They know enough vetting not to choose a dude who's
Yeah,
homeless.
and I think people. I do think.
So they do know
I
that.
think. Okay, I've never said this publicly. I don't think, but I do think Black women should have higher standards.
I agree. That's the goal. I think of everybody is to raise the standards, and if the men are not going to stop sticking their stuff where they are, which they're not, and I can't tell another man to do that. I can't.
You
Nobody can.
can. You can. You
But he's
can
not going to
absolutely
listen.
do that.
He's not going to listen, Themis, and you
It
know
don't
he's
matter,
not.
but you can tell him. And I've told people to not do that, and hopefully they listen. I don't know.
And
I need to say this. I think we should
Yeah.
say that other men are not gonna listen. If you're a good person, or I because I hate that label, good man, I good, but whatever. But if you have standards and character for yourself, and you see another man's doing things that is not right, men are the people that check men. That is how we build a functional society. If we let every man do whatever they want because no man will listen, there'll be robberies, murders, all kinds of crazy things on the street. It is actually men that stop other men from doing crazy things. So we cannot
And wait,
stop
wait, wait.
other
And
men.
you can give ultimatums to your friends, like
yeah,
to
not
the.
with.
Go ahead.
And I'm sorry for cutting you off, Themis, but not within interpersonal relationships.
Oh
I
no,
have.
you can. You can. I will tell my friend if you cheat, we are no longer friends. I will definitely tell you that. I don't care what you're doing with your life, but if you cheat, we are no longer friends. If you curse at a woman, we are no longer friends. If you engage in the DV, we are no longer friends. Now, obviously, if they valued the woman, you wouldn't have to do that. But I am not about to be when you say what I hear, and pardon me if I'm incorrect on this. When you say I can't tell men what to do because they won't listen, are you saying you will accept those men in your life even if they're doing bad things?
No, but I'm saying I have no control over it. So I'm saying more than likely he's gonna do whatever he wants to do, and whether it
And
doesn't.
as a community, we should be able to say, okay, if you do that, you are not a part. you don't get to sit at the table. You
But
do
we
not
don't
get to
say that.
engage.
We don't
May
say that. We
may I
praise
have a
these.
We should.
Sure. Yeah, I
quick
agree. I
question?
agree.
May I have a question for Themis?
Go ahead.
Wonderful conversation. We should do that. We should keep men accountable and tell them that they've done wrong when they've done wrong. The problem right now we're having is can we prevent it? I think that's where specifically what's your name again? Jonathan. I think that's where Jonathan thinks
We
I think Jonathan
prevent
might be
it
coming
by
from.
giving negative consequences.
But
There are
even
consequences to your behavior. If you engage in this way, you do not come back to a community that embraces you and think that it's good.
but
We
I think
stop. Go ahead.
sorry. But an example of that that is working currently is our current judicial and punishment system.
No, I
Judiciary.
mean socially. Well,
Okay.
well, if you don't believe, and this is a deterrence question, if you don't believe people are not doing certain things that they would have normally done because of fear of going to prison, then you can hold that belief. I actually believe there are people who probably would have done things that they don't do because of fear of prison. So I would argue that the system as it is now has a deterrence element to it. And to the same extent, and to an even greater extent, actually, I think if we are being socialized in a way where bad behaviors aren't rewarded, then people would act accordingly. Because everyone sat up here and agreed with Cynthia G that we have an external sort of what's this? An external locus of control. And if that is correct, and if you all agree to that as the first step principle, then the very next step is okay, well, let's not reward bad behavior. Let's actually punish bad behavior. Let's use the external locus of control to actually change some things. You can't agree that there's an external locus of control and then say, oh, we can't do anything about what is happening. You can't, no.
I agree. Let's stop promoting all the bad stuff that we do. Let's stop
Well, no, I agree with that, and this is not at you, Jonathan. My thing is, why, Adrian? What? All right, not Adrian. Let me not go call someone out, but it's odd to me that there is this sort of defense of almost degeneracy, like. Okay, he said we can tell them what to do. No, that's not what he meant. He meant that we can't make them not do what they're gonna do. And it's like it's this very specific defeatist approach to the conversation, and I don't understand how we get to. I don't understand how we get to do anything if we can first accept like the basics.
because Themis, there's always going to be bad, as I keep saying. If there's going to be the joy and all the goodness that we have in society, there's going to have to be that negative aspect, but we can't focus on that. We have to come together with the people who are like-minded and with the people that we do have and look at the percentages of what we do have and focus on that, because there's always going to be abusers. There's always going to be people who take advantage of the system.
I'm gonna fight back on that. There don't always have to be abusers. I'm on Themis' side with that specifically, where you just because a person has an inkling to do something bad or wrong doesn't mean they have to do it, or will they ever be in a position to ever do it. We should, but my problem going to Themis is if you've ever been raised around any type of degenerate or criminal behavior, you from a young age realize that you specifically have no power over those specific people. You can prevent it in your specific group or in your arm's reach, but specifically I can't tell a man that's across on the other side of town don't do something. That's where I'm coming from.
I'm saying we're starting with our friends, we're starting with our family, right? And I mean, that's literally where we have to start. I'm not telling you to walk over to someone you described as a criminal and say, hey, stop engaging in criminal behavior. That would be nice. And
I'm sorry. Yeah, but knowing myself specifically, I have tried to do that and face consequences from decisions. So I'm just saying where I'm coming from specifically. I every time this conversation is coming up, I'm looking at it as I need to go out in these streets and talk to these random dudes from who are doing problematic stuff. But I must have been
Wait,
looking at
wait.
it a different way.
You think I'm sending you into crime-ridden areas to tell the people causing crimes to stop in their face in that moment?
Themis, I was taking care of my bedridden cousin who lived in. I'm in Wilmington. She was living in Wilmington, Delaware. The worst parts of it. I felt I had to take because she was living in the bad parts. I had to make sure she was okay and make sure that the environment that she was around and her friends were okay. So I've been doing this before, but when I started listening to your channel, I was like, oh, I need to do this more. But then I also realized like my life could be on the line. So like, yes, I did take you seriously. That was my problem.
No, I didn't say you shouldn't take me seriously, but let me be clear. I am not telling black men to put themselves in danger, right? Like, I'm not telling you to, like, there are other ways I'm hoping you could have done that, which is, I don't know, take your cousin from where she is and put her in a safe place where you are.
I have an example.
No. Wait,
Oh
no.
no.
Before you go, Obi, like because if
I
people are taking my words literally, that's fine because I don't think I've ever said go up to a gunman and tell him to put down the gun.
But you should try.
Who should try what? No, do not.
But
Why
no,
would you
but
go? Why would you put yourself in unnecessary danger? Like there are ways to do things that do not jeopardize your own life.
wait. I'm sorry, Themis, for interrupting you. But on this specific channel, on multiple times, there has been people who come up and talk about what is a bet. Men dying for something that they believe in is the best representation of their manhood. I'm sorry.
No, I don't. I've never said that.
You've never said it, but I've said people have come on here. I never
No,
saw
you
you
said you
fight
took
back.
my. Wait, I'm sorry. So you are saying, based on what was said on this channel, you decided to put yourself in danger unnecessarily to what? Die? Like I don't.
Okay, no, I'm saying I did take what you say seriously,
And I
but
think you should take what I say seriously. I
but
don't like. Wait, I do not like the way you said I take what you say seriously, as if I'm trying to backtrack on what I say. No, please take what I say seriously. I do adhere to that. That's not the problem. I've
yes,
never told you to put yourself in danger in that way.
true, true. Everything you said have nothing you say on here is advice. I I I don't understand that. But specifically, I have not put myself in danger since listening to you. I've done that before. That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said specifically that you took what I said seriously, and that's why you did something that puts you in danger.
Oh no. I said before I listened to you, I put myself in danger to help people in bad situations or people who are gonna act use criminal acts against them. But listening to you, I felt like, oh, I was right in doing that and put myself in danger. But then listen to
Someone said I should tell you to send all the women money and see if you would do that.
no, to be honest, I'm also on your side with no one should be sending you money for these chats because you've also said that you don't know where this money goes. So I'm
No,
on
I
your
know
side.
where it goes now. There's apparently a YouTube bank account that needs to be transferred into an actual bank account that needs to probably go towards some kind of scholarship or
Yeah,
something.
some charity or scholarship. I believe in you. But the thing is, I felt like after learning my lessons through those situations, I came on here and then I'm hearing this again and I'm like, I thought that was dumb for me to do. So now I have to re-implement how I do it in the real world.
Wait,
But
no. What was dumb? That you
um
are trying to protect your cousin or your family is not dumb.
no. That's not dumb. The dumb part is putting myself in danger unnecessarily.
Yeah. So can you just easily think about like how I could protect her without putting myself in danger?
Oh, I I was in college during that time.
No, but
And
I'm just asking, can you think of ways in which you could protect her without putting yourself in danger?
keep her with her family in the suburbs, but she didn't want to live with them. So I was following her what she wanted to do.
You're not answering my question. Are there ways you could protect her without putting yourself in danger?
No, there was none. I really couldn't
There
change
was
her.
no way. I feel like you're not being imaginative then.
Well, I'm not really a creative or imaginative person.
Right.
I'll take
Because
that.
I've attempted to protect people before, and I'm definitely not about to start a fist fight. So I don't understand why it is difficult to just kind of contemplate ways in which you can protect someone without actually putting yourself in danger. Like I feel like that's the first step into like problem solving.
That's true, but the reason I use her specifically is that I literally had no other option other than where she was living. That was that was one position where I could say that's concrete, that's recent, that I could use. I have put myself in harm's way to help people, but never been harmed. It's just certain situations did not work out like that. So yeah, I understand. I learned from my lessons and my consequences.
I mean, I'm just kind of confused because even now you say you learn, but I'm very confused as to how you're saying there is nothing else you could have done besides putting yourself in danger. Like
Cause
you
she,
have, you're at a dorm, you could put her in the dorm room. I don't know if you were at a
I
dorm.
couldn't. I apologize. I couldn't because I was in Delaware State. That was like, um, and I was living with a roommate. I really couldn't do it. Like you have good, like you have you're making up good ideas, but for my position, I couldn't implement any of them. There's some people who can't do certain things based off their position. I apologize
Look,
to them.
all I hear is I can, and that's
I
annoying me.
but
I'm being honest. Like that's really
it's
annoying
it's
me.
not. I don't even want to make excuses. The only way I could know I could do it if I went use my summers to help her out. That's so like positions like that. I think some people are in, and some of the advice, some of the ideas take spoken on this channel specifically. They sound great, but can't be implemented in everybody's life.
What ideas? I need an example.
Okay, I would say uh uh for people who want to be childless. The when I was on the chat one time, I think Deanne gave the best in regards to everything was why not implement stuff for your nieces and nephews and all the baby cousins. And I was already doing that, but all I hear on this channel is your children and your grandchildren. um that's cool and all, but if you prefer to get your stuff together before you even think about having a family, where do I go from there? Then I don't really need to be on this channel essentially.
Wait, what?
Okay, men getting their stuff together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Starting there. I'm already about it. I'm on my last semester, about to get my about to start, and already have a job ready for me when I'm done, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I need to do more. I need to get myself a home and all that other stuff.
Sure.
hmm when I'm listening to this stuff right now in this current space, it's the same conversation of men need to get their stuff together, or you need to tell your brother to get their stuff together. They're already
Mm-hmm.
doing that. So what else can I do? That's what I I can't take that advice when I'm already doing it. That's what I'm saying.
Can I share something, guys?
Yes.
Sure.
Um, there are little things we can do as men to at least tell other men that this is not okay. You may not be able to control whatever they do. And I found out that there is this whole thing about men being afraid of checking each other. I know one of the fundamental reasons why is that the low level of like there's a potential of violence between men if a man tries to check another man. I understand that, and I've experienced that in my life. But there are different ways you can do it. I'm a father. I belong to a Facebook group with tens of thousands of Black fathers. Whenever anybody posts degeneracy on there or something stupid, I have a duty with a few of my friends that we are all in agreement to do this. We are going to say emphatically, this is not okay. You are degenerate. This is not acceptable. And whatever happens happens. In my personal life as a father, all my friends have involved fathers, even if they're not with the children, the mothers of their children. You have to be involved in your child's life and be a good father if you're going to be my friend. I've lost a friend because he was abusive. I told him this is not okay, and the next time I hear about it, I'm actually going to call the cops on her behalf because I think she's not trying to do that. There are ways you can do those kind of things. And I think there's something in the Black community that we need to revise. This idea of snitching. I don't live in a community where I see people commit crimes, but if I did, people that I know that are dangerous to other human beings around me and potentially my children that live in that community, they need to go. So the whole snitching, no snitching policy, I hear that all the time. I don't understand it. People that are dangerous and degenerate and are bad for the society need to be removed. Period. So there are different things we can.
I think London said he had a question.
Okay.
London?
Okay. I just wanted to give a solution to Adrian about his not being able to approach people who are typically degenerate and not actually, I guess, get jumped, beat up, or a bullet, right? So I know I've told things about a lot of my barbershop, I call them the barbershop chronicles, but where we get into it all the time. So when I go to the barbershop, there are a lot of degenerate people who come get their haircut. Some of them come in talking about some real fucked up shit. Sorry, Tim's. It was a guy who came in more recently who was talking about selling crack to the community and da 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 da. But then he also followed up by saying, "Why are we trying to tell these crackheads to get their life together?" So I challenged him on his ideology and said, "Well, if you wanted them to do better, why are you selling them drugs?" And then from there, the conversation escalated. No one got hurt. No one got, no one got beat up, nothing like that. But you can challenge them on their ideologies about why they're doing certain degenerate stuff when they're not in the process of doing it and get your point across. So it's still possible to talk to some of these degenerate people. I talked to even some of the guys I know who used to work with me at a call center. They talked about how they used to rob people stuff. I said, okay, well, y'all still doing it? Well, I mean, if I had to, I said, hold on, stop. You're at a job right now. Why don't you just do a better job, get promoted? You can make more money. You don't have to rob somebody. I gave solutions to these people, not in the middle of them doing something like a robbery, but when they weren't like catch them when they're not in the process, basically, and then challenge their ideologies. Then don't challenge them while they're in the middle of a robbery. That's how, at least how I do it.
Oh, okay. I see. I see what you're saying.
Wait, no, you don't. Are you saying you didn't know that prior to him saying that?
No, I said I know what I see. Okay. I think I talk over myself. Not talk over. I say a lot of stuff without saying my point directly. So I'll just say my point directly. What do you do when that is not your current environment? When you currently don't have that within your friend groups, you don't currently have that within, like, down the street of you. I live in a very nice neighborhood. I just moved here, but I live in a very nice neighborhood. I've only been in this country for like 6 years, but all I've ever done is go out my way to help people. Right? I like to volunteer and all that stuff. If that's not what you see, but this is what I'm hearing is a general thing within the Black community, what else can I do? Because I do my volunteer. I help homeless youth. With
Well, maybe. Well, if you are, let me just say this. Maybe the conversation doesn't apply to you. Maybe you are doing enough. You're doing too much, and you're putting yourself at risk, and all of that. If true, then maybe you are doing what you need to do. Maybe you are actually already doing what you need to do, and so it wouldn't apply to you at all in any way. There's nothing more to like make you better or anything. Like you are good. Because I don't know where to go from here. Like I'm kind of confused as to like if you're doing the right thing, then you're doing the right thing, and so maybe help tell other people to do the right thing too. But I mean, I think that's where it is.
Yeah, but what if you can't find them? Because I can come up on here and tell people that you're being a degenerate, and you should do better. But if you can't, if you're not look, if you're essentially, if I'm not looking for them, I won't find them. That's my problem I'm having.
Well, if you want to find them, look for them. Like,
I don't want to.
all right, then don't look for them.
But then you'll ask where's the good men doing with the bad men? Then that
Wait, so you don't want to do anything?
I do want to help, but I can't. If I'm doing my best in my vicinity, should I not go out more and help more people?
Well, you just said you don't want to help more people. You don't want to find them, so you don't have to.
Themis.
Like, I'm not.
I think I'm confusing you some way, shape, or form. What I said literally, if you're doing the most in your vicinity, and you want to, and I want to go out and help more people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that. I can do that. Right.
Yep.
When or essentially, when you help those people in that extended vicinity, you help people within your arm's reach, helping people within extended vicinity. What if that's all I can do? What you call again? Am I even doing the best of my ability? Because that means that if I can go extended, then I can do more than
Well,
that.
that's contradict. If that's all you can do, that's all you can do. Yes, you're doing the best you can do.
Then that sounds like excuse. Sorry, I'm sorry. That's I was telling that to myself. I apologize. That came out wrong.
I mean, if you were saying that's the best you can do, then yes, that's all you can do.
Okay.
I mean,
no, I understand. No, I don't have any qualms with anybody on here. I don't have any qualms. I don't really have any problems or questions. I just like twerking in the chat, to be honest with you. But some of these questions I can answer for myself, but I rather to ask out in the public and see what everyone else thinks, rather than just stay secluded.
someone asked if the book list is out. No, the book list is not out. I'm trying to clean up the everything so I can start doing reading content. Adrian, I'm confused. So
Yeah, I'm not a good panelist. I apologize about that.
I mean, I feel like you have something specific you want to say and you're beating around the bush, and in beating around the bush, you're confusing everyone.
Okay. Here's the main question I really wanted to come up here. Regarding remember Marvel, that Marvel in the I think he's still here, Mr. Marvel.
Yeah.
How the everything he talked about manhood, which is marriageable, working hard and everything. We have a consensus on when we should start teaching men, or no, teaching young boys to start
You already
adopting those
asked that
ideas?
question.
Yeah, but you said from birth. Said from birth, but from birth you can teach. You don't teach young boys how to be men. You don't teach a baby how to be a man.
No, it's not like a one-time thing. It's a process.
Yeah, but do you differentiate how you treat your a female child to a female boy, or do you raise them the same way?
Well, I don't have children. I'm assuming people change. There's a whole push to treat them exactly the same. Some people, whatever. What is the point here?
Themis, is it okay if I answer that?
Yes.
Not yet. No.
Oh, sorry.
I need to finish. I need you to finish your question.
Because going to it, there is a differentiation. If we're talking about the current capitalist, cis heteronormative society we live in, we're pushing a lot of this traditional values of men working, and how 50-50 doesn't really work. Because even you said it's not really 50-50 in a relationship if the woman is able to give birth. When do we start telling young boys that's the ideology, that you need to be marriageable, that when you're going on to society, where that you need to be working or toiling in the fields, if we're going to the Bible aspect, that you specifically should be selflessly sacrificing for a partner, I'll say regardless of their gender or sex, that is your position in society and that you're supposed to do it. Because because I actually don't believe completely in that you should treat both men and women as equals until they choose what they want to be in life. But
But you don't think you should treat them equally?
no, we should treat them. No, we should treat children equally until they choose what they want to do with themselves in life.
I don't think anyone would disagree about equality.
No, but Themis, no one. We do treat them differently, though. We do treat them.
Wait. You're conflating the word different and equal.
That's true. I would say there's a inequality with how one is prioritized over the other. So boys are trying to you teach boys or young men to become leaders and entrepreneurs, and they need to start building, because that I've read that some people think the divine masculine is production, is what you can produce.
Well, I
And
mean, technically, in the black community, black boys are treated better than black girls. So there's a prioritizing of black boys over black girls.
but the priority, you say priority as in coddling. I know what you're going for specifically, is that you're coddling and babying these black boys until they're 18 or whatever age you want to say. But that's not what I'm trying to say specifically. I'm saying when they go into the world right now, the women are specifically asking of them, you need to be producers. So should we start that out? Should we start that at a younger age and not wait for them go into the community? That's what I'm saying.
Wait, again, you teach children how to be adults and functional adults as a general matter. I don't like you,
So
I don't know when you start. You start as soon, like if I had a child, I'm going to try to impress upon that child as soon as possible that they need to be positive contributors in society and take care of each other and the people around them. Like I don't think that, like, I can say at age 15, as soon as puberty hit, you need to like now tell him how to be a man. By that time it might be too late.
can you expand on that? By that time, you might be too late, because that's what I'm trying to ask. But do
I
you
start as soon as you were born. Like if I had
that you
a
should try?
child, as soon as that child has been can breathe it by themselves in this world, I will be teaching that child in the best way I know how to be a productive member of society.
Um, but you see what you're saying. You're saying productive member of society is cool, but then you're saying man, because those aren't really the exact same things. To be a man in society, to follow specific gender
All
norms,
right, I'm
those
assuming
are
you're
specific things
saying
to be taught.
gender is I'm assuming you don't like gender and manhood and that whole idea.
Masculinity and manhood is a performance. Yes, so that's what I'm
Yeah,
looking
so
at.
you don't like the idea of masculinity.
Currently, no.
All right, then I mean, then don't teach your son how to be a masculine man in the way that the world perceives it. Like I don't know what to say. Like I mean, I'm being actually kind of dismissive, and I want to apologize because I'm a bit confused. Are you trying to get me in a gender sex conversation about rearing children who are maybe trans or whatever?
Oh no.
Are
Not because not because they're trans or queer or anything. No.
No, I feel, but it feels like that's where you want me to go. Like you want me to talk about that the sort of way in which we're socializing men that they should provide and protect women is not okay.
No. I'm saying when, not that it's wrong. I can personally not like it. Doesn't mean that the whole world should to throw away with it. But I'm saying specifically, because you said once your child start breathing, you made them you start teaching them how to be a productive member of society. So I'm on.
Indoctrination starts at the first breath, yes.
So you're gonna say you are a male child. This is how you're supposed to be
Didn't say
treating women
anything
with.
about male. I did not gender
No,
the child.
but that's what I've been asking. When do
That
we start? Because
you
most of the
start as soon as the child can breathe, you start imparting upon your child whatever you believe your child should be doing.
But then most of the conversation currently talking about then when we're talking about men, and I understand most of it is statistics wise, but then when we talk about men, we are talking about them as a gender, black men as a specific gender of the
Sure.
black community.
Yes, and I
But
would have my son to the extent that I'm going to say you should be able to provide and protect those you love. Yes, as soon as possible. Yes.
okay.
As a
Well,
father of a black boy, I can tell you this. I would like to have a girl child because I think it's fascinating to see how I would be if I was a father of a girl. I just have one child, right? Well, one child, and he's a son. Um, if I had a girl, I would raise her almost exactly like I raised my boy. He needs to be responsible.
mm-hmm.
He needs to be productive. He needs to tell the truth. He needs to, like, all the things that every basic human being should know how to engage with life. He needs to know that the world can be a dangerous place, and he needs to know how to defend himself and how to defend the people that are weaker than him. So, like, those are the things that we teach children, and usually people say train a child in the way he should grow, or when he's grown he's not going to depart from it. The first few years of a child, the first 7 years of a child, is the most important years of a child to be formed. But even if you miss that, if you miss that first 7 years, it gets harder to change some things, but it's still possible. And that's what I'm noticing with these teenage boys that I'm engaging with right now, is that they're asking questions. They're things that they used to see that they're now seeing in the men that are guiding them right now, that they're asking questions about what can they do differently, and they're now learning that everything is about choice. That the way you use your
Wait, wait,
time and your
wait, wait.
resources.
Wait, no, 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 no. I think people are well, maybe I'm misunderstanding Adrian. I think Adrian wants to destroy patriarchy and doesn't want men to have to be men. But instead of coming out and saying that, he is beating around the bush.
Correct.
And you can say that, and that's fine.
You
But
found
I'm
me
just not
out.
gonna agree with
You found me out. That's crazy. You're really good at your job. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Wait, so
I
that's
really,
actually what you wanted, because that's
oh
what I
yeah,
thought too. All right.
I
So
don't mind the patriarchy, but I really do. I would love to see what a matriarchy would look like. I want some differentiation in my life right now. And so by like the age 40, 50,
I mean, we're
most
gonna
women
move
would have power
off
in the
of
world.
this conversation because I wish you had just said it up front as opposed to me having to figure it out.
No, but I did, but things that there does become a differentiation when how we treat boys and girls. And like this person who my namesake right here says, we do change them, we do give them toys differently, but I would say that's different because currently we are integrating boys and girls to be treated in the same way, like letting them choose what toys they want to do or play with, or making them dress how they want to dress. The problem is, I'm looking at it is, if
I
you
mean,
want
you
to,
just let me just say this is going to be cut. I already see Sinji's head spinning right now. He's like, "See, men don't want to be men. Black men don't want to be men." I'm pretty sure this is going to be okay.
Well, I do think that black men struggle with manhood. I do think that's for a number of different reasons, but I do think they struggle. And I think that they look at manhood as an arbitrary concept that white men created rather than acknowledging that all males of all species are doing the same thing, which is providing for females. And you can look at ants, you can look at bees, you can look at everything in nature. The male caters to the female. The male
um,
provides for the female. This
Miss
is not a concept based on whiteness. This
Miss
is a concept based on maleness in nature.
Miss Cynthia,
Yes.
may I ask, well, would you also agree with currently what's happening? Would you also agree that the patriarchy? Are you pro patriarchal? Do you think men should be the leaders of the community?
That I think it should be a partnership because
Oh,
we're in a global patriarchal society right now and it's not working.
but okay, so it's not working. Okay, but would you want it to work? essentially like how patriarchy is supposed to work from your point of view?
The only reason why I don't support patriarchy because it puts women in a subservient, oppressive position. But if it didn't, I'd be all for it. Absolutely.
I agree with you. To be honest, I do actually agree with you. Uh but I understand completely where you're coming from. Um which is which is true, but the problem I would say for my specific self is I I've lived in a picture since I was born. I don't think anyone can um change their minds or completely change the brainwashing they've had or the indoctrination they've had living in a patriarchy. But I do want to see a change. I so yes, I don't want to the world your men don't want to be men anymore. I would say for the younger generation, they're exploring different stuff. But but
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the idea that, like, we're not trying to be no man. We're exploring different things.
but in my opinion, seeing I'm hopeful. I'm also seeing the bigger picture of how the world can be better if men explore different aspects of their own masculinity or how men can represent themselves. Because as you can be a childless man and you can be the like for myself, I do see myself as becoming the cool uncle that somehow has left generational wealth for all the other nieces and nephews. But me not having a child or a wife does not make me less than a man. Me not providing and protecting for a family other than the ones I already have does not make me
No,
not
no,
man.
no. It makes you less of a
Are
man, though.
you
If you have a family and wait, if you have a family and don't provide and protect, even for me, I'm gonna say you're less of a man. Yeah.
Like, you know,
That's
we left
valid,
my
but
house and somewhere else. Fuck. After I run around.
what?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. But I agree with you completely. But that's you that person made a choice and is not following through with their decision. So I will agree with you. I completely. You have responsibilities and you didn't take care of it. I would say you are awful human, not specifically a man, because I also think
I'm
the
gonna
same
say
thing.
you're less of a man. No, I'm gonna say you. I'm gonna also say you're less human. Yes, but I'm still gonna say you're less of a man. No, I'm gonna
The chat doesn't like
specifically.
me.
Huh?
But I'm reading all the stuff in chat wants to listen to somebody else because I have I don't have a concise um way of thinking from brain to mouth, so I understand why.
Thamus, is it okay if I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, I just wanted to respond to Adrian. I understand what you mean, but I think that I think the reason why I said what I said regarding the man going out and working hard for his woman and children is I've seen that work over time in my family, with different people that I've known, friends. It just makes it easier for a family dynamic if the woman is not worried about having to provide for the whole family and the man focuses on doing that to make the mother and his wife life much easier. And in turn, if you make that woman's life easier and the children, that woman is going to make your life easier, your wife. And I've seen that do nothing but wonders in my family, with friends that I have, and they've went on to live great lives. And a lot of the women were not as stressed as you as a maybe a woman that's taking care of everything maybe. And
Oh,
it's not all about money, but it is about, when I look at manhood, I look at just taking care of what belongs to you and what's yours, your wife, your children. And sometimes you have to put them before yourself. It's just the way that it is. And
yeah. Can I ask you something? Can I ask you
The
something?
last thing, yes. Who are you
Oh,
asking?
okay, no problem. Okay.
No, not the last thing, but the last thing you're gonna ask, because I want to move on. I feel like
True.
Cynthia has been quiet for a while.
I take whatever anyone has to say. It is what it is.
Let me
What?
tell you, Miss, I've literally worked out and showered and cleaned my loft and mopped the floor this time.
Wait,
I
you
got a
haven't
lot
what?
done.
Wait, you have a loft?
Yeah, upstairs. Yeah, there's a little lofty area that I put workout equipment in.
I literally just got a lot. Well, not just a couple months ago, and I'm in love with living in a lot. Whatever. Anyway,
Loft twins, let's go.
It's great.
Regarding what you're saying specifically, Mr. Marvel, right?
Yeah.
Do you think men do you think men should be allowed to rest? That men should have certain like a space to rest for themselves?
Yeah.
No, don't answer that question. Who on here is going to say men should not rest?
The way he was talking, putting people above yourselves, working
Yes, you sacrifice for
overtime.
the people you love, but that does not mean you don't get to rest. I mean, I think we're resting too much right now, but I feel like that's a disingenuous question. Like
It is, but I specifically wanted to see what he was gonna say, because specifically speaking, it sounds great on paper, but when I was working 2 warehouse jobs day and night, and I was sending money to all to all the people who needed it. I really could not like wake up at certain points. But so what I see from that specific from where he describes is the rest you're gonna get is when you sleep or when you pass out. I remember in college
wait,
where
I feel like you're taking things not just literally, but to the extreme. You're jumping in front of bullets. You're like not resting.
is it wrong? Is it wrong? Is it wrong?
Yes, it feels like you're like, you know what, common sense, I'm not gonna use you today. Like that's what it feels like.
Well, to be very honest with you, this is the most honest I've ever been with random people I've never met before in my whole life. That's a major aspect of my character. My family has has told me that have told me that I don't think before I do. I just do. So that might be something I have to personally work on myself.
No. That is something you should definitely work on if true. If you don't think before you do, that doesn't make sense at all to me in any way.
I do wager the pros and the cons. That's
Then
understandable.
you think before you do.
Okay, yeah, then I wager the pros and the cons. It's just that sometimes the cons don't really matter.
Okay, well, a therapist.
Okay, now you're the 6th person who told me this.
But thank you very much. Could get one.
Sorry for joke, but thank you very much for everyone to listening to me ramble for the last minute or so. I want to shout out to Prince Petty. He's a great lawyer and defender of black men. I don't think should be coddling black men, and Themis should not be calling black men. I remember the great times when Themis would do 8-hour lives. I try to push it to 8 hours, but it's just like 3-hour 50. Shout out to all the OGs, Mr. Obi, Mr. London. Shout out to Cynthia. You have a lot of amazing but controversial takes, specifically the abortion one. But that's not I'm not a person with a uterus, so I will not question or even argue on that. So it is what it is. But I'm thankful for random people on the interwebs to listen to me ramble about stuff that I've been thinking about for a while.
Have you been thinking about it for a while? Because it feels
Yes.
like you just thought about it just now.
I have thought about it. I've been thinking about it for a lot, but if you have like 50 questions all at once that you're trying to say, and you want to say it all, that you feel like you only have like 10 minutes to say all of it, you technically ramble, and most of it intertwine with each other, and it makes nonsense.
All right. Well, go rest. Patty, you got sorry, Mocha Mama, you I think you were up. Are you here? Up there.
I'm still here. Hi, thank you.
How are you?
I'm doing well. And I know that this conversation has evolved since I walked in, and thank you to the panel members for being so honest. But as far as like, kind of like setting up a table in front of the medical school at Morehouse to find your sister or spouse, just as someone who's been a 3rd generation Greek, what do you think we've been out here doing? How many galas, cotillions, mixers, fundraisers, scholarship lunches, brunches, pageants? How much more do you think we should do? We are out here. How many church functions and revivals and workshops have we been doing? When you talk about the new incoming Black medical students, who do you think is putting on the mixers for them? It's us. But as those numbers start to dwindle and they get further and further and fewer between, what are we supposed to do for this next generation of girls? So here we're coming up on our centennial year, and the women who raised me up, they're not kind of aging out, you know, and now the burden falls on me for the next generation of next neophytes to come up. And here you have guys who've pledged the brother, you know, 3-letter Greek organization talking about domestic discipline. How do I raise up this next generation of young Black women with with that? Like, you know what I mean? I just think about all that my Nana stood for and fought for, and all the effort that she put in to see where we are now. It's frightening. And I do understand how the community views me because I do have a non-Black spouse. But I also remember the exhaustion of my aunties, every pageant, every cotillion, every gala. Lord Jesus. What else do we expect us to do?
No, I am going to say this, Mocha. The ways in which the Black manosphere, and I think the quote unquote educated Black men, have sort of weaponized their status in the community is starting to feel like they don't want other men to do well because they would lose their bargaining power. So the confidence with which a man can say, well, you need to go sit in front of the med school, for example, to get one of us. I find it abhorrent, but it also speaks to the bigger problem of like you can weaponize the degeneracy that exists in the community for your benefit, so you can essentially run through all these women. Like the phrase I heard KSC said was run through women, so I will use run through women. And I find it to be absolutely degenerate. Like even in, I'm not talking about Greek life, but even in undergrad, some of these men who became the president of this or the president of that would use these girls because, well, they are the prize. As the guy who graduated law school said, I am the prize. Most men aren't where I am. So unless you're going to compare those men with other races of men, unless they're going to be willing to do that, you're going to have to settle for what they are going to do when they know that they're the prize. And that it makes it easy to say something like, oh, well, let's leave them Black men where they are because they're just not good. Now you only have 1% to select from that.
But Themis, that's going to be true with all men. We are all competitive. We're all in a hierarchy. There are men at the bottom and there are men at the top. Now, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, that's okay. But
no, I'm acknowledging it, but the gap in the Black community is ridiculous.
Very true.
The fact that you, at the point you're making 60K, you are like, apparently in a lot of people's mind, a high value man is a Black man because 60K is just way above and beyond what the average man is making. And I recognize that the ways in which conversations are being had online, it limits Black women to only Black men and then elevates the very few Black men doing well for all Black women to compete for. And you guys get to do run amok, essentially.
But in Themis, I think this conversation, I think we're getting somewhere, but I think it keeps coming back to this is nature. This is what the game has given us.
No, you either a victim of it or you overcome it. I do not like here people. We're long past the days of living in caves. You don't get to say my nature is to go spread my seed. No, you need discipline. You either have the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. We're not doing that. You can respond.
I kind of forgot what I was gonna say, but I'm just saying it's gonna be a tough game either way you play it. For the Mocha Mommy, I'm sure some of those women had a better chance of getting a man. That's the way you're gonna have to look at it. And I think to further the conversation, it's good that we're talking about what percentages of men are there that are actually viable. So yes, it's gonna be a tough game. And I don't really know most people are going to throw up their hands because they're going to say, what do you want us to do?
Oh, I do have a solution. This is not mine, but I do have a solution. The solution comes directly from Erica. It is to decenter men. Women, if you are to be happy in your life, in whatever, you're literally going to have to decenter men. And this is why don't listen to, I'm not giving you advice. You can choose not to do this. It is fine. I would tell my daughter this. Do not listen to these men telling you your education don't matter. Do not listen to them telling you your job don't matter. Do not listen to anyone talking about that. Anyone who wants you to downgrade for them, do not listen to them. And you go about your life, do the best you can do, be the best you can be, decenter men, and if one comes along, then one comes along. That would be the advice I give to my daughter. Absolutely do not be out here competing for men. Don't do it. You will lose, and they know you're competing, and they will weaponize it against you, particularly if you're attempting to date up and only the Black community.
And
I don't
wait,
like it.
Simmis, I hope you would say it to the other side. Men are weaponized as well. We're used for our money. We're used for what we can do. You would say that same thing to your
Black
son,
men are
correct?
not being used for their money. No, they're not.
Really? So, well, okay, we can disagree on that. I think
No,
men in
we can't. No. We can't disagree on that because you would first have to have money to be used for it.
Some Black men are being used for their money.
All right, the Black men who are being used for their money aren't being used by Black women.
I agree with that.
Well, these are
on the man to not be used.
Wait, no. Wait, I want Jonathan to respond.
There's nothing I can say. It's an opinionated opinion.
It's not an opinion. I'm trying to. You say Black men are being used for their money. They don't have money, so you then changed it to say the men who have money are being used for their money. Okay, fine, but Black women aren't the ones using these men for their money. Am I wrong?
Simmis, I'm trying to say nobody's better. Men use women for sex. Women use men for money.
No. You can't. No, because we're doing Black and then we're doing women. We're doing Black and then we're doing men. No. If we're speaking about the community, let's speak about the community. In the Black community, Black women, by and large, are not using men for their money because we, by and large, don't have any money to be using them for them to be using us for.
But it's still a possibility, correct?
That it's a possibility does not mean it's a reality. So sure, it can be a possibility, but men are using.
That's all I'm saying is if you had a son, tell him it's the possibility that you can also be used.
Why would I tell him about a possibility that is improbable or unlikely?
Because
I will say, be careful, but the likelihood of you being a woman being used is high. So I would be clear to impress upon my daughter that. But I will tell my son, So
you're going to tell your son, what are you going to tell your son then, Themis?
Yeah, to be able to provide and protect who he loves and care about. And to be careful. Yes. I would tell him to be careful.
Okay. Yeah. And to be honest, that's all I'm trying to say is men need to look at it from that perspective as well as women, because we're both playing a very.
You are telling. I mean, I don't mind you telling them whatever. Like, obviously, raise your child the best way you do it. Do not try to make an equivalency in any way between that which exists in the Black community and the larger community in terms of hypergamy, because it does not exist in the same way.
I just meant that it was happening and it's occurring. Whether it's on a small percentage, I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
I mean, the reality is Black men are using Black women for their resource. That's actually what is mostly happening, but that's neither here nor there for this conversation. But
if you say there are some Black men, not all, there are some Black men.
I mean, there are some. I'm speaking generally. You can't speak generally because it's not the majority enough for you. Let's not use majority. It is not a critical mass. And because of such, you cannot speak generally with your stats. With mine, I can speak generally. There's a critical mass.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I would say that having two daughters of dating age, what I am telling my daughters is very similar to what you said, Themis, is just basically to tell them to follow their passions and then to get them to meet and engage with as many people as possible, because then eventually it comes through. I do have one daughter who does have a boyfriend who is here more often than I'd like him to be. But I will say that I, I, he's a very unique individual. But I will say that I see why she likes him because of who he is. Like, he's confident in who he is, and you have to be confident if you walk out the house looking like that. But God bless this boy. But but he's confident in who he is, and she accepts that. And I really think that having that confidence and being constantly engaged in things that you really enjoy is the way to do it, because that's how I met my spouse. And here we are, over 20 years later, still together because we still enjoy and like a lot of the same things. I think it's only a few type of men out there who would ever put up with, all the craziness and the hobbies and the interests that I have. And I'm so grateful that I found that in my partner. So I think that you're right. When you are about your business, it really does happen. I'm not going to say on accident, because you have to be intentional about your purpose, but it really does happen for you when you're about the things that you love.
Mocha Mommy, I'm going to say something to you now that I've extended this to a lot of people. Not a lot of people, I mean the opposite. Please, I do like, in the way Thingy, even Crystalline comes up and add, I do really like the way you add to the conversation. So please feel free to always come up. Like, I do really appreciate your input. Like, that was very well said and done.
And thank you for your platform and the opportunities you have to mentor and have really difficult conversations. I think you're doing a great job. And thank you to all you ladies and gentlemen on the panel. Your honesty really just helps move the conversation forward. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot you had a channel. I don't know why guys, please support Mocha Mommy.
Oh, hey, Mocha Mommy, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
That's good.
Prince Betty, I'm assuming you have something to add to this Discord. Do you not have a live stream or something?
Yeah, probably in about 5 to 10 minutes I'm gonna start. But Adrian's gone now, but I do provide janitorial therapy if he was interested in something like that.
You provide what?
Janitorial therapy. I do sweep up dusty mental health problems and help. So you may reach out to me if you would like to.
That's not okay.
I would have liked the conversation to be more male centric, but it is what it is.
Wait,
and
you
I would
don't
have
think
liked
that was male centered just now? We literally had men speaking about themselves.
No, I think it was a lot of women going on. A lot of women.
Wait, really? Where did you hear a lot of women? Where I literally blocked most women from coming on?
From the start, at some point, the conversation became about abortion, and then after that, it became about women's vetting and how they're unable to, and how they should be
I'm
vetting.
assuming you missed the part where Jonathan brought that up.
Yeah, I think it should have been veered away from a conversation like that.
Nope, you said to let men speak, and I let Jonathan speak, and now you're mad because Jonathan dragged you.
Wait, Jonathan dragged me?
Yeah, Jonathan definitely dragged you. He said, pull yourself up by the bootstrap, janitor. He said that verbatim.
It is upsetting to ask for solutions and just, hey, sorry, nothing I can do about it. But then Jonathan switched up later and said, well, I will give solution to the people who want it, but they have to want it. And I'm here wanting it. And you said no. And then I don't know.
No, he didn't say no. He said, pull yourself up by the bootstrap.
And this is the attitude of most men. You can't necessarily help them. They don't want to be. They don't want to
drag him, Jonathan. Drag him.
I don't want to drag him, but you gotta want to help yourself first, man. It's not up to anybody else, Prince. You're gonna be.
What does me wanting to improve my life and needing advice on how to do that have to do with me coming to you and you saying nothing I can do? You got to do it yourself.
I gave you advice to organize your life. Now, if you want to hear the advice and take it to heart, that was good advice, man. You got to organize the way you do things and start thinking from things from a third point of view of what am I doing in my life and where am I at? You got to get content.
I'm mopping.
Wait,
I'm actually.
Prince Petty. Jonathan said I have to explain. He said you have to take responsibility for your life. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what he said.
Yeah, I take responsibility. I sweep very hard. I mop. The floor is very good. I'm trying to progress in my career. So it's not that I'm not working hard. It's just specific advice I'd like, not just a generic, hey man, do better.
No,
And you gotta think about it with your third eye.
Keep up what you're doing. Keep working hard, but just know, don't think with your back. Think with your mind, and think.
Well, I can't think with my spine. I don't think that would be.
That's what I'm saying.
Physically
You
possible.
can only sweep so hard. You can only sweep so hard. And I'm not.
Jonathan, I think you want to get away from that, brother. I don't think you want to shame,
I'm
brothers.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to give him advice, but he's not really taking it. So this is. I'm trying to give a genuine.
I'm listening to your advice. My concern is I've asked for. I would like specific advice. What I was talking about specifically earlier was giving young men specific advice. And first you said, I can't help them at all. Then you retracted and said, well, I can help the people who want advice, but you did not give me that advice. When I asked for it, you said, you just got to stop thinking with your back. Think with your mind, your third eye. What does that mean?
Wait. But Prince Petty, did you hear that though? Do not think with your back, think with your mind.
I'll internalize that. And I'll talk to my therapist about it and see what we can do with that as far as in my life. And I will.
Prince, here's the thing. Don't be a victim. That's the biggest thing, man. Find out ways to not make yourself a victim. And that's all. That's the best thing you can do. If you can go through life and you can see yourself as a winner and as somebody who has everything they already need to succeed, you won't need anybody else's help, man. You have everything already you need. You just have to take the ropes, man. Take the reins. Take that first step. That's the best thing you can do, brother.
So in your opinion, is me mopping the floors as hard as I can, and I'm even up for promotion to janitor 2, which comes with a 50-cent raise per hour. In your opinion, am I not doing enough?
I would say find a way to get in a better situation. Maybe go back to school. Maybe think of something. I'm saying some hard conversations, man. See if you can get your CDL. See if whatever you can do to have a better 5-year outlook on your life is what you need to do. These are hard conversations, but honestly, man, it's life. Like I said, it needs to be said. Go get paid, man. Forget about everything else and everybody else. Go see how you can get the most paid.
Well, as we've discussed this entire live stream, getting a education and possibly making more money might not improve a person's character or make them a better person.
Start going to the gym. I mean, anything.
Being muscular will not improve a person's character or make them a better person.
Here's the thing that people want to do. They want to ask questions and do everything. The only thing they don't want to do is do something. They don't want to move. And this is what I said. You can't make somebody want more in their life. I cannot make you want more, brother. See, if you were really about it, you wouldn't even be on this live. You'd have 2 jobs right now and you'd be hustling right now. Nobody would be able to tell you anything, man. I'm telling you, you got to have the fire like that to where
I have it. I'm directly saying you telling me to go work out and make more money has nothing to do with advice that I need about improving character or improving being a better person.
It will, because you'll feel better about yourself. And guess what? Like I said, commitment to your responsibilities. How is your body? How is your health? Are you 100% where you need to be? Probably not. And so you need to start with those things first, man. And those will get you to where you need to be. And if you really internalize those things and take a step forward, you won't need a therapist. You won't need any of that, man. You'll be going on.
We see what happens to Black men in our community who have status, who have money and power, and who are athletic. Are they, in your opinion, actually, those would be the NBA players that you recommended women go and seek out. In your opinion, are those good men? Is that the better man you want me to be? I'm not opposed to self-improvement. Like I said, what does that have to do with making me a better man and improving my character?
Brother, those men are living their dreams. Can you
they're running through women, as we can see, they're running through women. Is that what you would call being a better man and having character?
I'm saying, have you achieved all your goals before you judge the next man who has met his achievements and who has done great things that other men, would dream of doing? Have you done those things in your life to even judge those men?
I won't say I have until I reach janitor 3. That comes with a $5 pay increase per hour.
So, dude, when you get to a position of them, and that's when you can judge them, because even me, dude, they're so far beyond me, and there's so many people that are far beyond me. I got to look to them for advice before I can judge them and really say what they're doing, dude, because we're young, man. So we really we gotta put pedal to the metal, dude. We gotta stop making excuses, and we gotta hit the road, dude.
No more excuses.
Okay.
2020.
You know what? I actually agree with you. You know what? Now that I think about it, maybe working out, and making money, maybe becoming an NBA player, or maybe even a janitor 4, if such a thing exists, may just improve my quality of character. And I will think about that tonight, but I'm going to hop off now. Thank you for the advice.
Yeah, man. Blessings to you, man.
How did that feel, Jonathan, helping your brother out?
It's like I said, what I would do. He's open for help, and I can see that. So I don't want to come off like I'm not willing to help anybody. I see a black man who needs some guidance, man, and a lot of us do need guidance, and we don't get it in the culture. When we go out in the world, we get something else. So to hear a few words of actual wisdom and some hard truths, a lot of guys don't get that in their lives. They are coddled and they're not told the truth. So they're janitors and they're working 80 hours a week doing the same thing. And I'm telling them, dude, wake up, pick your head up, brother. You could do better. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys don't get that. But to me, that's confidence. That's something that, we need. We need somebody to speak. We can do better. You see a brother doing bad. Hey, you can do better, man. So I do it, and I'm a normal guy, so he can do it.
Yeah. Do you think you gave him a lot of wisdom?
I did, and I kind of went off. I didn't mean to go off like that, but I feel like, man, it was a developing moment, and it's something that a lot of people can hear. It's simple stuff. It's hard to hear. We're in a hard game, but it's true,
Yeah. No, I mean, I appreciate that. And I think Prince Petty, after he sort of marinates on not thinking with his back, but with his mind, he'll probably try to figure out how to be better or not. Do you think there's something wrong with being a janitor?
I don't. I just think most people aren't aware in life anymore, period. So they're operating kind of they're not operating at 100%, and they can get more out of themselves, and they know they can too. That's why when I asked him, was he working out? Was he expanding his mind? Was he expanding his body? He knew inside, he probably wasn't doing what he needed to do. So a lot of people want to ask questions and they want to say, oh, what can I do? Where can I look? And they want to do all this, really just trying to avoid taking action and taking accountability for themselves. And that's where they really have to sit with themselves. And that's where the pain comes in and all that stuff. But once you get past that, man, you stop feeling like a victim and you start feeling good. You don't have to feel bad anymore. You have to be angry. You know what I mean? You have to be angry at the world. It's a lot of bad things in the world already. So you have to find a way not to be angry, how to come home and be and have joy. And these are the ways you can by, being a successful man. You're not going to have joy working as a janitor for the rest of your life. I can guarantee you that. So yeah. I might have to go, Themis, but I wanted to impart those words. But everybody have peace, man.
Yeah. So for everyone, I hope you guys heard Jonathan. He just gave you advice. And for people who drag me and say I don't get black men come on here and speak their truth, I hopefully did that today. Jonathan said what he needed to say. Everyone did. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I hope to see you back. Have you been on before?
I have, and I had my computer died. I had an early departure, so I did want to say I apologize about that. But it was wonderful being on the panel with you, Cynthia, and Obi, and all these guys, and Betty. So I'm gonna get back to my work, but get back to work, guys. Hit the road, and let's stop making excuses. That's the net.
Yes, I'll let Petty know to stop making excuses because he can do better.
There we go. See y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Sorry. Green Man, I saw you twerking in the chat, and I see you're trying to connect. It's not working, so you can leave and come back. I definitely want to know what your problem with me is. So please definitely come back. But your device is not connected. I don't even know if you can hear me, but your device, it says device not connected. Go, just call me, Bon. Go ahead.
Hi, Famous. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
Good. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about vetting. So let me know if that's not appropriate to talk about right now.
You you
I'm
can
pushing
go.
back because I definitely think that we can vet. And I don't know if we're not
Oh, all right.
having the same definition of vetting, but
We might not. I mean, that's fine. I'll give you a minute to, if that's enough, to sort of go through your
sure.
ideas. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going by the dictionary definition, Oxford, making careful and critical examination of something. I don't understand why it's so important that we as Black women say that we don't have any control over that. I mean, we obviously can make an examination of what's best for us. And I think a part of that comes from scarcity mindset and not wanting to be alone. So the idea is, well, I'm going to say that I can't vet because there were so many glaring things that were in our face,
Wait.
but we're
Sorry,
choosing not to. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, sorry. So I'm sure there are two definitions for vetting. Can you read the second one? Because I don't think anyone is saying do not be careful and critical in your examination of something. I
That's
am
one I saw. If
100.
there's another one, I'm open to it because maybe
Can
I
you
just
Google it?
have
I don't
a.
want. I want to type it. I can type it in myself, but I want you to. Do you
I've
have it?
typed it in, and that's what I'm reading. The two
Do,
that I have is make a careful and critical examination. The other one is to investigate someone thoroughly, especially in order to ensure that they're suitable for a job. So
yeah, that's the
requiring
one. I
secrecy,
think that.
loyalty, and trustworthiness.
Yeah,
And I
that's
think you absolutely can do that.
the second one is the one that I think we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think you absolutely can do that. I think that, I mean, a part of it may come from a lot of us, I think even myself included, and youth being kind of socialized outside of listening to ourselves because, we've been sort of, I mean, I shouldn't speak for everyone, but most of us have been raised in families where you just sort of have to listen to your parents and you're not really told to rely much on your own
I think we
critical
just.
thinking skills. But I think, I mean, even as 11 years old, I could see with my aunts, even my own mother, that they were making poor decisions. And it wasn't a lot. My mother was only remarried once, but poor decisions, and it was really obvious. And most of the times
No,
when
no,
I
no,
see
no.
with my
Wait,
girlfriends, it's really obvious.
wait. You are saying Black women should be critical in their assessment, right?
Absolutely.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that. It is when you're attempting to be thorough in order to make sure someone is suitable for the position that they hold, that's where there is a kind of problem. No, I don't think anyone is saying don't vet, just like close your eyes and pick, right? But it is the question around, okay,
I didn't say anything.
yeah. Oh, so the question isn't that. The question is the accuracy with which you can vet, and if you can be as accurate as you need to be.
I think we can be multiple times more accurate than we are right now.
I mean, and that's fair, but we can't be like 100% sure. No one can. So instead of trying to be completely stuck on vet, I think Sinji would probably agree on this, having standard boundaries and expectations in that way. I think she has articulated it. And when they're not being met, you can move on. But I think what I'm pushing back against, particularly because I'm not telling women what to do or what not to do, I push back against men who come up here and say women should have vetted better. When you say should have vetted better, you're saying, well, this man ain't it, so you should have known that. That does not excuse his behavior.
In some ways, I do agree with that. Now, I'm not saying that that's the reason for I think the reason for the majority of problems in the Black community is the Black men doing the things that they're doing, obviously. But I do agree that oftentimes you find women who are in positions that could have been prevented. Now, do people lie? Absolutely. However, I think us, and maybe this is not good for this channel since it's a male run channel, but I think women should be telling other women that absolutely we do have control over a lot of this, just in the same way that, racism exists for men, and men are going to be competing with men, and men are always going to be trying to push other groups down, but the men do have some control in order to elevate their status. I think women also have that control. And now what I do agree with Sin on is that maybe when you do quote unquote vet or have boundary standards, to me, I don't really see how they're very different, but maybe someone can explain
I
that
can
to me.
explain to you how they're
Yeah,
different.
explain. Go ahead.
Vetting is a one-off. You're going to vet that person. You're going to attempt to vet them because really the context that is being said in is they're really not telling you to vet. They're telling you to predict black men's future behavior. That's what they're telling you to do. So what we're being told to do is not vetting. You want us to predict, and I'm not saying you specifically. They want us to predict black men's behavior, which the only way we can do that is to racially profile them and say, because they are a black man, this is the outcome that you're going to get. But vetting is a one-off. It's one time. Like people who are in relationships, they're not vetting men that they're in relationships with. They vet them one time in order to get into a relationship with them, which again, they can lie, they send out their representative, manipulation is real, etc. Standards, boundaries, and expectations are stable. They do not change unless you just add more boundaries or add more standards. But generally, you're going to be applying those all throughout the entirety of your relationship. And it's like Thema said earlier, you're either going to meet the standards and expectations and not violate the boundaries, or you're going to violate the boundaries and you're likely going to get cut off. That's the difference. Vetting is just a one-off. You don't hear married couples saying, "Well, I'm vetting my husband." You supposedly vetted him to get the husband, but then again, people change. They change.
I
It just
understand
is
that
what it
people
is.
I understand that people change, and I do think it's a matter of semantics. What like this person is saying. However, I think that when someone brings up vetting, and we kind of shift away from it, I don't think that it's helpful for Black women. Not because this. I'm not saying this in support of the way that Black men come and try to shift the blame that, well, things that men do and shift it onto the women. I'm not saying it in support of that. I'm saying it in support of having some sort of control over your own life and being able to understand that you do have a lot of power and control about what happens in your life. And the idea that, oh, men just lie, blah, 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 I think that really kind of negates a lot of what we can do, because I shouldn't at 11 years old be able to see through the BS easily that adult women are dealing with, when I was, that age, that they couldn't see. I mean, it's pathetic. And I think
I
women
mean,
need to
wait. I
get up
think
from the floor and stop
But
being
that's
so weak in the knees and acting like they can't
wait,
see
but
what's
Jeff,
obvious
Jeff
around them.
called me. Wait, Jeff
Yeah,
called me.
no, that's highly inappropriate to say, because here's the thing. Even if you bet and a person is lying, because you're at the mercy of believing what they say. You can only take them for their word. You don't know them, you don't see their life, you don't know how they interact with other people. You're so-called betting, and I put that in quotations, in getting to know them. That is what you're doing. And often what happens is, by the time a person is done so-called vetting and figuring out who that person is, it could be years later. It could be years later. By the time they've already invested themselves emotionally, they could have already had children, and then you see, okay, these are lies. There are people who don't find out about lies and stuff that someone is hiding up to 4 or 5 years into the situation. And this is why I'm saying vetting is just a flawed concept, because all it's doing is creating an environment where men do not have to be better, because at the end of the day, the problems are going to be relegated to women's faulty vetting. And then you had a dude up here who literally blamed Black women for not vetting, but then said vetting isn't 100%. And it's like, you got to be, you can't be serious. Because if you're sitting here telling Black women that their situation is their fault because they didn't properly vet, then vetting better be 100% guaranteed if you're condemning people for not vetting.
See, that's the issue. I'm not condemning anyone for not
Oh, no, I
vetting.
wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about the dude that came up
Yeah, but I
here.
mean, I'm talking about what I'm saying. So, you know, it's not about condemning someone or not condemning someone. If someone does you wrong, the person who does wrong is the wrong party. Or like, you know, they have this discussion. If you leave your door open, you know, is the person who steals wrong? Of course, the person who steals is wrong, obviously. So, but what I'm saying is that I think that dismissing the idea that we can do something about it is taking unnecessary power away from yourself.
I think we're attempting to give people power that they actually might not have, and I don't mean that you can't vet. I'm saying it's not foolproof, and if it's not foolproof, and we say you can vet, then you are going to be blamed for not vetting properly. The reason I ask you to read the second definition, because it is specifically, I mean, it's applicable to a relationship, but it's specifically applicable to a job, right? Whereby you do an interview and you either decide that the person can get the job or they don't qualify for the job. After which you have vetted. Like, that's the vetting process. They're now in the job. What do you do now? You can fire them later, but whatever. The whole point is to consistently keep check of who this person is, so that vetting is not a matter of semantics, because it is like an interview. And so let's throw away vetting and say, yeah, okay, then Black women should have standards, boundaries, and expectations in the exact way that Cynthia G said it, and see what happens. You don't meet my standards, you're violating my boundaries, and the expectations aren't being met, so you don't get to be here, right? And at any point that you feel like these people don't meet what they need to meet, then you kick them out, right? That is different than saying, oh, well, you should have vetted better. And I like that approach, because it highlights that even with those things, people can lie to you. You can still be left with a child where the man does not want to take care of the child, but you can know in yourself that, like, I can stop this, and that person does not get to blame me for not being able to vet them properly.
Well, I think you can do both. I mean, I don't see why
you
just
can
because
attempt to
you
do
have some
both.
standards like a barrier for entry, that doesn't mean that also ongoing you're not going to
You can
continue.
attempt to do both, but one of them, though, none of them is foolproof, and that's fine.
Exactly. So just like
But
you having boundaries and standards, that's also not foolproof, because you don't necessarily know when someone is doing you wrong. So say we're talking about cheating.
Wait, I feel like we're not. I think one is better. One is obviously better. Are you going to deny that one?
I disagree, because as a woman, and I only speak for myself, I guess, but I don't want someone, if I to the extent that I can prevent it, I don't want someone having access to me at all if I can prevent it initially. Now,
and
thereafter,
you don't think having standards, boundaries, and expectation would prevent that?
But to me, at that point,
yes or no? Wait, no, yes or no?
I do. But to me, at that point, it's a similar definition as vetting.
Before they come in. We are caught up in semantics, because vetting, like,
that's what I said earlier, and you said it's not.
Yeah, well, no, we are caught up in semantics because you're redefining vetting.
No, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think you are, but I mean, it's your show, so you can do what you like.
No. Vetting is a thing that happens, and then you move on from it. You vet someone, they either meet or don't meet whatever criteria you have, and then you move on.
Yes.
And then you can vet again. If you have standards.
No, and then you can continue with boundary, standards, and expectations after you vetted. Because some people don't even deserve to have access to you. And I see, people in the chat getting really upset. And I do think it's a matter of having made poor decisions, which I'm not saying is their fault. I do think a lot of it is community
So let me
based.
ask you something. Given that the majority of Black men have a certain pathology and certain behaviors that are observed in literally every single group of women that they get with, if you're saying that we need to vet, which it's literally translating into racial profiling when it applies to Black men, are you suggesting that that's what we do? Because if you're vetting Black men,
I don't disagree with that, Cynthia, actually, because I mean that's what I took in. That's what I did initially, vetting, and of course continued standards, boundaries, and expectations. So I initially vetted, and yes, it did naturally lead to me not really dating Black men until I got married. So I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying I don't understand why, when someone says vetting, we have such a visceral reaction to it. It's almost
because
like we
it's a
feel
nuance.
guilty that we've made mistakes in the past, and you don't have to feel guilty. We've all made mistakes.
Because it's not being contextualized. That's why. So here's my example. If I'm meeting a man, how do I vet him to know that he's going to cheat on me? How do I vet him to know that he might toe tag me? How do I vet him for those things? Well, what do I look for in a Black man to know that he's going to be a cheater and to know that he might be abusive? Because again, vetting is a one-off. It's not continuous. You do it one time. How do I vet to know that in the future that he might kill me, he might beat me, he might cheat on me, he might bring me back diseases, he might go and cheat with a man or whoever? How do I figure that out? What is the process for those each individual things? How do I vet for him?
I mean, the same way that you do with any man. I mean, of course, you're going to continuously, like you said, and like I agree
But
with, and I
I don't
never
know the
disagree
process of how you would do it with any
is it okay
man.
if I just finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're really not answering what I'm asking, because
Because
you
I just
said the
started my
same way.
sentence. Of course, I didn't answer it. I just started my
Right,
sentence.
but when you start your sentence saying the same way would vet any man, and I'm telling you, I don't, all of those things any man could do. So if you were telling me, right, but the process would apply to all men. So wouldn't you just start and lead with telling me the process?
I mean, I think that I can structure my sentence the way that I'd like to.
Well, you can structure them the way that you want to, but the way that you structure them is going to depend on whether you're directly or whether you're filibustering.
You kind of borged a little bit, but so to respond to you, I've never said that there was any issue with continued, having standards. The vetting was for the initial stage. So there are people, I'm sure I've spoken to many women have come, even on this panel, and you initially have a sense of dread, either based on what someone is saying or
The
based
question
on
is still not getting answered. The question is
past
still not.
actions. You can tell if someone is dangerous. That's one layer. That's the
How?
basic layer.
How?
Then therefore,
I'm asking you how, because I'm starting to get frustrated. You keep saying, "Oh, you can bet this, you can bet this, you can tell this, you can
if
tell
someone
that."
has been a
I'm
criminal in the
asking you
past,
how.
if someone has been a criminal in the past, if they casually talk about
Being a
violent
criminal
things,
doesn't
you're
mean
just
that
over
somebody
talking
is
me,
going to
so it's
toe
okay.
tag
Go
you.
ahead. You
Well,
can
here's the thing.
Simmis, if you
Stealing
don't
a
want me to
kid.
contribute, I'm fine getting down.
Wait, no,
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 I
no.
don't think.
Wait, no, no,
No,
no.
here's the thing.
Cynthia, wait, no, no, no.
Stealing a
Wait.
candy bar is a crime. Stealing a candy bar is a crime.
If you
Jaywalking
don't
is
want
a
me to
crime.
contribute, I'm fine getting down.
Wait,
If
no,
you
no.
want me to
It's not
answer the
even.
question, then I would love to.
Wait. I think that's kind of passive aggressive, because I actually.
It absolutely is.
All right. So, but the reality is, like, I'm actually with Sinji on this one, because I'll let you speak now. But you just said you can vet someone to know if they're going to be either.
No, I didn't say that. She asked me how to know 100%. I never said you can know 100%.
But you just said that they can find out. You actually said it's not hard
No,
to
you
find
were
out that a
forcing
dude
me
will
into
do
answering
this,
a
that, and the
question, which
third.
I can, but I never said you can do something 100%. So you can
Ma'am,
listen and
will
we
you
can
please
have a
tell us how to vet
conversation,
for these
or I don't
men?
need to contribute. It's not a big deal. I'll continue to listen.
All right.
I love
Well,
you.
we're asking you to contribute. We're literally asking you to
No,
contribute. Contribute
you
by telling us
speak and
how.
then you
What do
overtalk
I
me.
look for?
So
Ma'am, how do I know if a man is going to beat me? Will you
I
please
mean,
just
you
tell
keep
me?
repeating the same question and you're not
Because you're not answering it. That's
All right.
why.
Wait, just call me. How do women know if a man is going to hit them?
I will never say you can know 100% if a man is going to hit you.
So you can't.
No, you cannot know 100% if someone is going to hit you.
All right. But so when Sinji was interrupting you, it feels like it's because that's the answer, but you were saying something else.
That's the answer that she wants to hear, and that's fabulous. Okay. However,
No,
that doesn't negate what.
I stop with it. Like, I promise you, you can be actually aggressive towards me on the live. You don't do passive aggression. You can just say, look. But my question to you, you said that's the answer she wants to hear. That's great for her. But is that the answer?
No, because I never said that vetting leads to 100% non-failure rate. I never posed that as my initial thing. So it doesn't, me answering that doesn't add or negate from the conversation, because I never said that it's 100%.
So why are you suggesting it? If it's not going to solve the problem, why would you be suggesting it?
Standards boundaries does not also isn't giving you 100%.
It actually does.
Racial
It actually
profiling
does.
also
It
doesn't give
does.
you 100%.
Yes, standards, boundaries, and
Selective
expectations will give you 100%.
abortion
It
also
will.
doesn't give you 100%. None of these things give you 100%.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
When I say it's not foolproof, what I mean by that for standard boundaries and expectation is if you follow through with your standards, boundaries, and expectation, the first time your boundaries get violated, you leave, it does protect you. But if you try to vet someone and you fail, you have let in a wolf in your chicken head, whatever, coop. So it does, like,
I actually agree with you. That's sort of my point, right? And let me just finish my point so I can make it, and then you can negate it. It's fine. What? And that's not being said it passive aggressively. I actually want to hear. So
no, I feel like that was, but it's fine.
No, it really wasn't. But I understand how you take it that way. But when you said that if you fail your initial vetting, you'll let someone into the coop initially.
Yeah.
That is sort of my point. My point isn't to negate Sin saying that you should continue to have standards, boundaries, and expectations. It's not. I totally agree with that.
All right.
What I'm saying is that there is a level that I think, and I kind of want to move a little forward with the conversation, in that I think that it's based on our community, where we feel we have to give people a chance, where there's no initial vetting, where we think, for example, when the guy came up and he was talking about sitting outside of Morehouse. Now, do I think that that's the proper way of continuing to vet someone? No, because of course, so many of these guys, I'm a physician myself, so I know so many of these men, they are not good people. You would not want to be around them. Okay. However, the idea that shouldn't be, like, that's just so stupid. Why would you ever think about that? Of course, there should be a level of vetting, initial vetting, where you don't let certain people, like, within your walls at all. And then after that, after they've passed the vetting process, which to me, maybe it's a matter of semantics, but it is vetting. Then after that, you continue to have boundaries and standards. And if someone's treating you wrong, leave. But to pretend like we don't have any control, and, it just so happens that this, person who was a homosexual, happened to swindle me. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. That's because you did not initially vet. Yes, it
All
is.
right. So I think what's happening here, well, let me not say what's happening here. The way you are describing vetting is intrinsic in having standards, boundaries, and expectation. If the person does not meet these standards and expectations, then they're not allowed in your life. So intrinsic in that is some level of vetting in the first definition of vetting. So
Yep.
I feel, all right. So because that captures so much, divorcing them seems odd, right?
What do you mean?
Saying, oh, you should vet and have standard. No, just have standard boundaries and expectation, particularly when vetting is being used, weaponized against women. Like if people are like, oh, you should have chosen better, you should have vetted better. Well, okay, whatever. Let's do away with vetting and do the real meaningful part of this,
Well,
which
I
is
understand. And I think that's why we have an emotional reaction to the word vetting, because people are weaponizing it against us in general. So I do understand why we would have that emotional reaction, but then to pretend that it's not a useful thing, yes, don't allow people to use it against you. I get all of that. But to pretend like it doesn't exist, or it doesn't make a difference at all, and all of that, to me that's just divorcing yourself from reality in order to pacify yourself when someone is attacking you, and to me that
no. I
doesn't make
mean, no, no,
sense.
no, no. It. You know how you are saying it is not 100% foolproof.
Yeah.
It is the margin of error that the people use to exploit women, right? It is that margin of error that if you're saying don't let them weaponize it against you, but claim it as if you can do it, you are allowing it to be used against you.
Came on
Because
ATV. Yes, it's worked for me. I'm married. Now I'm going to continue to have boundaries and expectations for my husband. Yes. But yes,
and
it's
that
worked for
no
me.
no
I
and that's
I
great. No, no, no,
celebrated
no.
10 years.
Wait,
Thanks,
yeah.
Simmis, or whatever your name
And
is.
that wait, you said what?
Sorry, someone in the chat had a question, so I answered it.
Yeah, that's great that it worked for you
No, I'm
because
not.
you won't.
I'm not saying that to you as a part of my argument. I was just answering someone's question. It's not a part of my argument, whether it worked for me or not.
All right. Because again, the margin of error is where people live. I just in any way, in any case, I think that we should just be careful with each other. But I appreciate your time and your input. Sorry, I have to go, but thanks, Demas, for allowing me on. This was a great discussion to be a part of. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being a part of the discussion. London, go ahead.
Well, this was a long one. I don't have anything to say about the vetting discussion. I will say that I do think as black men, we might want to get on top of being more productive and encouraging younger black men to not fall into the traps of maybe like the manosphere. And that means we might have to start providing better solutions for them and other opportunities and alternatives, like Obi was saying earlier, where he did for the young black man who was actually in the gang at one point. So that's pretty much it I was going to say. I'm probably about to jump off too.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Obi?
Yes, Simmis, thank you for having me. Just like we've been saying before, it's on us to to be better as black men. If we are better as a group, it will be better. And for me, I think men choose their wives. That's my men choose the women they associate with. So I think men also have to vet the women that they engage with. And I know that the vetting thing is very people, it's an emotional and it's a triggering word these days, but I think this is a conversation I would like for us to actually have, to see like what is actually details of what does it mean for us to vet people, what does it mean to have boundaries and standards and expectation, what are these standards we're talking about, because I don't think we get into this in detail, and I would like to for us to at some point get into the details of what is it we should be looking out for as telltale signs of abuse, telltale signs of narcissism, things like that, so that we can actually say, okay, if we notice this kind of thing, this is when to disengage, because we actually need these skills and tools. And I think because of the emotionally short-term
survive as a race.
we're not diving into the details of it and actually sharing information on what it should be your boundary. How much should a man make before he's allowed to say hello to you? Or how much should a woman, like if you're that kind of what kind of character, how do you tell somebody that's abusive? Things like that. Maybe some people, I don't know necessarily, maybe it's people that are smarter in that situation can actually tell others and share with us like how vetting can be better, how we can actually, nothing is going to be 100%, but we know that we can improve the way we vet, we can improve the way we examine things. So my thing is about just making progress, not perfection. Progress over perfection is my motto. So like to know how we can vet better, how we can, the telltale signs to know to disengage, and the telltale signs we can tell to know that this is someone that we can trust, and things like that. So thank you for having me. This has been a wonderful conversation, and I look forward to maybe one day have the courage that you have at a channel.
Thank you for saying it in a much better way than I could.
Wait 1 second. Vetting is about the other person. Standard boundaries and expectations are about you. I met a guy last week. I do not know him. I've known me for 33 years. I know what I will and will not accept. Go ahead. Thank you, Obi. Is it Chanel? Thank you, Muffin.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a Gen Z. And the guys that were talking, the janitor guy and the Jonathan guy, they kind of sound like, around my generation. And it's just like that's kind of what us Gen Z black women have to choose from. And it's always like we're always one step ahead of the men. And it's like they want us to take a step back to be on their level, but they're not even willing to take a step forward to even meet us there. So, as a Gen Z female, I do hold myself accountable, and I also hold my peers accountable. If I see another black woman doing something, mean or bullying or something like that, I'll always speak up. I don't use any excuse, not to say the right thing or make sure the right thing happens. And I think it's just the absence of men that's really fogging the minds of the younger children in our generation, because it kind of causes big gender war between, the new generation of women and the new generation of men with these old ideologies. Like, the young generation of women, we're not having kids, we're not on welfare, we're working out. But it's like we're always pushed into the old generalization of women stereotypes. And it's just like these men aren't really, they don't use their common sense. And even when they use statistics, it always makes them look like the even worse in the category.
Yeah. I mean, I will. If working out and all of that is done for yourself, that is amazing. And being healthy is always great to the extent that's what you're doing. But just be careful about being perfect for a man.
No, that's the thing. I'm not worried about a man. And that's another problem with the community. We're so worried about vetting relationships that we're not really actually trying to do the work. We're not going out and, starting political parties. We're not going out rendering aid to, people, because a lot of these kids need therapy. And I can see that because a lot of my peers, they're all going down the wrong road because of, the lack of fatherhood that they have. And it's more prevalent among the men, and it's just like there's nothing we can do to change them. They're not even willing to change themselves. The older men aren't even willing to help the younger men change themselves. But it's like the women, we're doing all the work. So how can we win in a situation like this if the other parties is not willing to do their part of the job?
Yeah, you gotta keep doing you and ignore them. That's you sound like a sweet young lady, and I'm glad you guys you are at least paying attention. So
yeah,
I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you, and I love your channel.
Oh, thank you. This is not your first time?
No, it's my first time.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, bye.
Bye. Tony.
Hey, Themis. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So I just jumped into the conversation maybe about 15 minutes ago, but I kind of was on earlier, then I popped off and I came back on. And I'm guessing this was about the vetting or how successful vetting actually is. I'm guessing that was the topic. And like whose responsibility it is when it comes to the vetting, who's responsible for what. So I don't remember the name of the lady up top of me. I think it was Comey something. and she was saying, just call me Bond, excuse me. And she was saying that you can tell if someone is dangerous. Um, Maybe if they make it really, really clear that something's off with them, or maybe
No.
when you walk past them and hold on a second, I'm not finished. When you say, you could tell if someone's dangerous.
You
People are
can't.
getting better and better at hiding it. Yeah, you really can't. Like some people might not really care, and right up the front they're gonna just go right in and tussle with you or whatever. But a lot of people, and some of the most dangerous people, are sweet, innocent looking, or just maybe pathetic looking or weak or whatever. You have people that have to put ring lights on their doors now because they can see somebody, but they have to wait till they get to the door to see them. You can't vet somebody at your door, but with a ring light, the quote unquote vetting process is easy because unless the person maybe is somebody that you know, and even then you might have ulterior motives, there's always that chance someone could just break in and hurt you, or someone could be setting up to rob your house. When it comes to relationships, it might be, let's say, my responsibility to, let's say, hire somebody. I have a business, and my job is to make sure that whatever they tell me is related to my business in terms of what they're able to do and what they can do and what their talents are and their
No,
experience.
give a background
It's
check.
and a background check, right? A background check to make sure they didn't do anything bad or anything that
That's the same
impedes
thing
my
you do with
business.
a man.
Their experience. Here's the thing: with all of that, I could do all of that, and this person can tell me whatever the heck they want to tell me. Their resume can say whatever it needs to say in relation to what I'm asking for, what anyone's asking for. But if that person actually has absolutely no idea what to do, or maybe they know what to do, but the background check is actually completely clear from the point that I accept them onward, what they do or don't do, or whatever crimes they decide to commit, or whatever shady business I end up, getting involved in because of them, is not my fault. When it comes to the vetting process, the responsibility of you being genuine and honest is not up to the vetter. It's up to the person getting vetted. It does, you
Yep.
know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a vetting process, yes, does not have a guarantee, but something that has a almost like an 80% or at least majority guarantee of success, yes, should be. But at the end of the day, especially now, you still have to have your guard up a little bit because you could be perfectly fine. You could have everything that I asked for in the job interview. You could have a clean record, nothing wrong. You're not even in the record because you're that clean. But from that point onward, you come into my store and you start working. Anything that you do, it's my responsibility to protect my business and get you out. But in terms of you taking the initiative to do something stupid, it's never going to be my responsibility. And when it comes to Black women, one thing I could say for us is a lot of us do have a woman's intuition, but I sometimes
Mhm.
feel like we choose not to use it out of hope sometimes.
Yep.
And I feel like a lot of us are starting to learn not to do that anymore, which is great. But
I love that for us.
it's I definitely do, and I think that hope is something that we as Black women should definitely keep, but only keep it when it's worth it. I think that a
Yep.
woman's intuition is something people don't really, you don't hear that term a lot anymore, because we'll have that intuition but choose either not to use it, or we'll hear it, we'll listen to it, and then ignore it or put it in the back burner, like, no, I really like this person, I don't care what my intuition says. That's the only time I can say that you need to listen to your gut sometimes. But even then, you got to be careful. Some people can hide and mask whatever intent they have. It's not foolproof. It's a piece, but it's not completely foolproof. You still have to vet and then have a backup plan and a plan B just in case your vetting process
That's what I was
backfires.
saying.
Mhm.
And can I just say,
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
even
wait,
think
wait.
it's only our. I don't even
Before
think
you
it's.
go,
Oh, sorry.
I want to hear what Foresight has to say, and then MJ, then you can go. Just call me Bon.
Yes, thank you for having me. This is so funny, this conversation, because I have my mother, and my mother, she's always had hard times with men. I'm her daughter, and I was married. And a lot of women come up to me, oh, how did you get married? And, what's the marriage process? It's like people don't understand that vetting is something that both men and women are supposed to be doing. Vetting, the definition is to make a careful and critical examination of something on both sides. Men
Amen.
and women need to be examining each other. And when you're examining each other, you're doing that based off your standards. Vetting, standards, morals, and values are not separate, they're together. When my mom told me, she told me, oh, I'm with this guy. And I was like, Mom, I don't think that guy is a guy you should be with, because she told me she didn't want to talk to me anymore. I said, I don't think he's a really good guy. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, she said, you can't tell if someone's good or not before. I said, yeah, you kind of can.
You
Doesn't he
can.
have a doesn't he have a record, Mom? You didn't look this up to see if you need to find out his first and last name. You need to go and see if he has any criminal history. You need to ask him if he has a job, what's his work history. There's all things you can see if these men qualify for what you want as a woman. If you meet a guy and you're ready to get married as a woman and have children, but he doesn't have a job, how is he going to take care of a family? These
I
are
mean, that
things
sounds
you
like not,
can
that's not
predict.
that sounds like an issue with standards. But look,
Yeah,
to
but
the
that's what I'm saying, because these
I'm
women are not. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I will walk into these debates with my hands tied with these men, because the truth is, if women are agreeing that women should have vetted better, essentially, then
I
I
don't think
can
it's
push
a
back.
better thing. I
Right?
think it's a taught thing.
Yeah.
They don't know how to
It
do
does
it.
not take any blame away from the man, Themis. It
No, it
really
does.
doesn't.
It
No, it
does.
Actually,
doesn't.
this is not a blame thing. We have to realize in the Black culture, you guys got to hold on. Wait, there's morals and values that are not taught to everybody, and we need to be sensitive to stop blaming each other and just say, wait, we weren't taught certain things. We weren't taught how to have successful relationships. And it's okay. The blame stuff needs to go away, in my opinion. They don't know how to do certain things, the men and women don't. And it's okay. It's our job to teach each other these things. My
Oh, I'm on Sin
mom,
sides with that. I definitely think that there's blame, and most of the time, when it comes to most
I
of these
think we need to
situations, it's
stay
for the
away
men.
from. Hold on. The reason why I say not to blame is because when someone's usually blaming someone, it's as if you're saying they are doing something on purpose. If someone does not know how to vet, they don't know how to build standards and values because they were not taught. I'm not going to hold them accountable for something they were not taught. Okay,
Yeah, but
I
if
my
someone does something wrong to you, even though you didn't vet them, it's still their fault that they did something wrong to you.
It's your
Right.
fault
Wait,
as
wait, wait.
well because you picked someone that you didn't have standards or you didn't go by your own standards. Now, I'm not saying 100% it's your fault and 100% is their fault. You have to. That's why you probably started vetting because you got hurt. You started building standards for yourself because you got hurt. So we want to stay. That's why a lot of Black people, I think, we don't want to talk about stuff because people keep on wanting to point the finger and blame, blame, blame. And I don't know what they get out of that, but that's not how you resolve things. How you resolve things when there's a conflict is you both are trying to come to a solution. And when you're coming to solutions, you're not trying to hurt the other person for something they didn't even know they might have been doing. I was in a relationship with a guy and he says, oh, wait a minute. I didn't even understand that I did something to hurt you. Can you please just tell me what I did wrong? So what it is
Mm.
there's something like where the communication uh, um, between men and women are already different no matter what race you are. So what it is we need to communicate better and understand each other better. We need to
Themis,
actually
may I just say something, just because I don't want to be misconstrued, that I don't agree with that.
All
Okay.
right. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I know because sometimes, like I said, some people want to just blame other people and say,
No,
"Oh,
no.
you did this and you
Can I
did
just say
that."
why I don't
And
agree with that? The reason I don't
I
agree
mean,
with that
at
is,
this point, wait, at this point, yes, you can. At this point, you guys are making my argument for me when I speak
yes,
to
and
men.
I think it's
Wait,
because
wait,
my
wait, wait,
argument
wait, wait,
wasn't
wait, wait,
understood in
wait,
the
wait.
first place.
Wait, but let me just say this. I cannot, in good faith, push back against men if this is what women actually believe. Like, this doesn't make sense to me. Because
And I think maybe that's why this should be done in a women's space, because to me
yeah,
it's more empowering women to have those standards. It's not about saying, okay,
oh, you're
because you didn't
supposed to
do
have
this
the
correctly.
standards.
Can I just
No
say,
one
it's not about saying because you didn't do this correctly, then it's your fault if someone has victimized you. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that yes, maybe someone has victimized you in the past. Maybe you made a wrong decision. Not because, I mean, they did something wrong to you. It's still on them for doing something wrong to you. However, the idea that you couldn't have done anything about it, I don't think that that's empowering for women. And I think women need to understand
Well,
that
I
there are
never said
ways that they can not let someone even come close to them. It's not 100%, but so many times you could see this from the beginning and we pretend like we couldn't.
Oh, then you're agreeing with me. I never said you let them continue to do it to you. I'm just saying you have to understand in order for you to not have, because if you go in with that mentality that they're all trying to hurt you, they're all going to do it, and you don't understand that sometimes they just don't know what they're doing. And that not only that, they're following in the footsteps of somebody who is probably a role model that's bad. Like my brother, I had to tell my brother, dude, all this being a player stuff that you learned in the family from the other males, that's not good. That's bad. I learned that from like what he talked to me and told me is he thinks that becoming a man is having sex. And the more women you have sex with, the more of a man you're the man. And I said, no, that doesn't make you a man. You live off of women. You want women
So
to
when
take
these
care of
women
you.
were crying because he was cheating on them, he didn't realize
But
that he was doing something wrong?
hold on. I was trying to show my brother what he's doing wrong to fix his mentality. Okay, hold
But
on
I'm
real
saying he
quick.
didn't realize
So
before you told him?
he's not on a level where he's thinking of the other person. He's trying to live his life thinking what he thinks his manhood is and what being a man is. And if you fix their mentality, which is incorrect, then they can treat the women better and not hurt the women. So
That's
these men
extremely
be
All right,
disingenuous.
all right, wait, let's stop.
so we're
Um,
actually agreeing. To be honest with you,
let's
I'm just
I
stop.
don't
always
agree with that,
Let
but that's
us
okay. I might
stop.
mute myself.
yeah, the
MJ, go
men need
ahead.
to be fixed.
MJ,
Hi, Themis. This is the first time I came on your panel.
how
How
are
are you?
you? I'm
I'm
doing well. I
good.
like it. You just gave me a ton of like new energy. I like that. I like that. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I wanted to say in regards of the vetting situation, I know it's kind of redundant, and it seemed like you're getting a little aggravated, so I'll keep it real short. We vet every single day, from my understanding, right? We pick the things that we like. We know the things we don't like. We picked a certain type of jobs that will pay us more to make us financially stabilized. So we're always using our vetting system, whether we want to believe it or not. It's actually subconscious to us for things that we like and what we enjoy. I'm so tired of people using the vetting argument against women, thinking that they're supposed to be responsible for the other half of that vetting process. It's very annoying because you will never know what someone's intentions are towards you until they show that they are for you or they're not for you. And some of them will just show whatever they need to show at that point in time to get whatever they want for you. Someone, you can have a conversation with someone and say, hey, I want to be your friend or I want to date you. And you're like, okay, great. You said everything, you fit all my little list or everything I need, and then boom, you're in a relationship with them, and then you realize later on that they wasn't really serious about a relationship. They just wanted to have access to you, whether if it's for your resources, your body, whatever. They felt that it was a equal exchange because you got the relationship you wanted and they got access to you. So when they decide that they want to walk out of it, they don't feel that they did anything wrong to you, right? And then we have to also talk about that psychology said that people can put on facades of who they are to be in a relationship up to 3 years until the subconscious mind takes over. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of marriages don't make it past the 5-year mark, because it was actually in a relationship with somebody who was put on a facade to be in a relationship with them until reality set in and their subconscious mind said, you know what? I need to show myself. I need to show that I really don't like washing the dishes. I really don't like cleaning up after myself. I really am aggressive and I have anger issues and I want to express it. Those things pop out. So I'm tired of the vetting situation when it talks about with women. Women all have been vetting. We all have been vetting. I don't think anybody woke up one day and say, I really want a Dusty for a husband. You know what I'm saying? I don't think no woman actually was like, you know what? I'm going to walk outside and I want a bum who's gonna beat me or disrespect me and demean me and not take care of the children if I have children with him. No one is saying that. I hope not, but no one is saying that from my standpoint. So I just wish we would stay away from that. That's all I had to say, Themis.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Kat.
Hi, Themis. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to jump in very quickly when the vetting situation or conversation started. And especially because the person who brought it up said that, mentioned somewhere that they were a physician. For me, the scenario that comes up is, a patient is looking for a brand new primary care provider. They go on self-grade, they look at the credentials, they take up the NPI, they do some research, and they're like, you know what, 4.9 out of 5 on Google or wherever that they're doing their training from, their initial search, right? And they're like, this is the right person, this is the person I want for my, as my PCP. They call their insurance, assign the person, and then start seeing them. Then once they start, of course, let's say the person has a bunch of chronic diseases, but then you're realizing this primary care provider does not believe in, healthy, right? Lifestyle changes, changing your diet, or, they just think that you should just take medication for all of your issues. And you are opposed to that. For me, this is a good example analogy for vetting as opposed to having standards and boundaries. You could vet, but that doesn't tell you what's going to happen or what kind of person they're going to become in 5 or 10 years. And for me, the reason it's difficult is that, especially when Black women are doing that, I think there's a level of othering other Black women that's happening. And again, I'm not saying that it's happening at a conscious level. Maybe it is, wait, I'm not gonna debunk that. I'm not just like analyst for this person or the people who are doing that. But I think they're also fundamentally removing the context that is being used for, right? The vetting question for Black women does not necessarily come up when, the proposal is happening or when they're initially getting married. It happens after specific events take place, like they get, murked, for example, or the person starts touching their children, or, just negative things start happening 5, 10, 15 years down the line. Then the question becomes, for the Black women, you should have chosen better in 1995 when this person was, I don't know, at Morehouse, like Jonathan was saying, right? For me, what she's doing is the equivalent of Jonathan telling Prince Petty, the whole conversation that Jonathan was having with Prince Petty. This is the conversation that's happening whenever Black women bring up the vetting conversation for other Black women. Am I saying that there are women that make that? I'm not saying that a lot of women are not making poor choices, but I don't think it's a woman thing. I think it's a people thing. People just make poor choices. That happens. We learn and we move on, hopefully. But then again, it's multifactorial, and I think a lot of them are just missing so much. And there's a level, again, of lacking humanity towards that person that's there. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not going to stay long. Thank you for having me, Simmis.
Yeah.
Oh, Schmenton suit. Thank you.
I'm gonna in a couple of seconds hop over to Prince Petty. I just dropped his link. He's talking about love, death, a robot thing. I'm gonna go over there and be twerking in the chat. So have to say that quickly. Sunny Side, go ahead.
I'm just up here because hopefully it's okay. I know you wanted originally for this to be a men's space, but since it's been women.
I think we are done with that now. Okay, so I think the men all said what they had to say. Not much, but they said.
That's why I figured, because it's women now, so I think it's okay for me to come up now. But we're talking about vetting, and I think the reason why vetting is such a sensitive topic is mainly for women who actually believe in vetting, is because there's not a definition of vetting that I've seen that is based on a romantic standpoint. It's always like a platonic, partnership. So we had to incorporate it in a relationship, and it doesn't really work because when you vet, like based on the definition version, you have a set standard people have to meet. You don't adjust it per a person's personality and the person's character. Basically, can you get through this part? Can you get through this part? Vetting is a short-term thing. Like jobs do short-term vetting. That's why there's companies out here right now are apologizing for the employees going out there doing crazy stuff because they don't represent our standards and stuff. They out of pocket. They're apologizing for their employees. They vetted them. But yeah, they passed the interview, but they passed a 12-story interview. But yeah, they went out of pocket. They had to apologize for their employees. They vetted them, but vetting doesn't work like that. It's not long-term. It's temporary for the benefit of the moment. I think that comes a lot of women. Vetting is not going to work because for the benefit of the moment, if you can give, there's some companies that have like a 12-step, 6-month program, and people still have high turnover because it's not forever. So I think standards, boundaries, and expectations are based on you. I think when we talk about male worship, vetting is male worship. You're basing your life progression on him and not you. I base it on me. I'm like, meet me. Like I can't base it on you because I don't know who you are. I know who I am though. I know me. So meet me. And it's not a drag or anything, but I think that's why jobs are out here apologizing and having to give reparations or whatever, and like pay settlements, whatever. Because the people they hire, they vetted, didn't actually long term didn't work out that way. So I think
You know what? Based on this conversation, I realize what is happening. I do think women probably should have their vetting conversation separate and apart because I'm not about to accept it. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to accept that a woman is responsible for how a man behave in the future, in their life because they should have known. And if that's not what people are saying, and Sonia, as you were talking, something right, like something clicked. It's not anything you said specifically. Maybe it's just your tone of voice, but something clicked. I do think women can have that debate with women, but I cannot have that debate with women because you're not. I need a man to come and convince me that women should have vetted better for men. That's what I need. I'm not about to sit here and try to figure it out with women if they should have vetted better. I think that's probably the disconnect with me.
I agree,
I
and
have
I
a
also think that it's not only just you see how you put the whole sentence should have vetted better. And I think that's where the emotional part comes in because it's been weaponized so much. This should have vetted better. I'm not saying that because of the things that happen to people, they should have vetted better. I'm just saying, can we as women have a conversation about vetting, period? And someone else said that we're doing it all the time, and maybe we are. But, like the lady who just came up and gave the analogy about, having a 5-star doctor and all of that. I've seen, and I have in the past, spoken to people who clearly have a 2-star rating. And I think that it's important not to do that. It doesn't mean that if they hurt you or if something happens to you, then it's your fault. But yes, there should be an initial stop. Just like, with the definition where it talks about, making sure that someone's capable for a job. There should be, are you saying that the Secret Service shouldn't initially, give people security clearance? No, of course.
I mean,
You have to do the
I
initial
think
thing and then you continue.
no. I think the issue is like instead of saying vetting, there are standards that you have to meet to get into the CIA, FBI, whatever, and you have to
that is vetting.
continuously meet these
Yeah, it's
standards.
vetting.
And so, I mean, if you
Your
again, I'm not
standards
gonna.
are. Oh, I'm sorry. Your standards, morals, and values are vetting. I think that people are separating. That is what vetting is. You're creating boundaries and
No, I
standards.
think we are redefining a word that has a
That's how
very
you do
specific.
it, though.
No.
We can use the exact definition from the dictionary. And
Yes.
I think that she was
It is
right
a
when she's
it is
saying it's a one-time thing, that you should do the one-time thing. You should do the
No,
initial
it's
thing.
not.
And
It's
then
throughout your
all
whole
after
right.
that
Look,
you
relationship.
hang on.
continue.
I'm done with
Oh, I'm sorry.
the conversation, and it's not because I don't
She's
think.
correct, is what I'm saying. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
It's because of my.
Wait.
I can't hear sometimes. I'm sorry because my internet thing is going out sometimes. So I was trying to say vetting is something you do throughout your whole relationship. It's not a one-time thing. You keep on making sure your partner and you are in the same. You keep
I
on
think
having the same.
look, I don't like this because we're still attempting to have a conversation that I think we shouldn't be having.
Oh yeah, because you said man, because you're a man, you shouldn't be speaking about it because these are going to
It's
be
not even
standards
that
you're
because
different.
I'm a man, I shouldn't be speaking about it. It's because my position is that a man should not be telling a woman that they should have vetted better. And
Yeah.
if women are saying women should have vetted, should vet men and should do it better, and they don't know how to do it properly and they need to learn, if I accept that as true, then it is ridiculous of me to take the position when men bring it up. I mean, you're saying we're not trying to put blame, but it would be if I accept that women are bad at vetting and they should learn to vet men better, therefore, um, that is a conclusion. I cannot then, in good conscience, when a man comes up here and say, well, you should have vetted better, in that way I'm going to say, you know what, yeah, you're right, she should have vetted better. Now the dad left and there's an absentee father, but you're right, she should have vetted better. Yeah,
Yeah.
period. No, I'm never going to
I
do
don't
that.
agree with vetting.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
think
saying
any
the
women
issue is
here
that.
are actually. Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry. Go
saying
ahead. I
I
don't
don't
think
agree
any
with vetting.
women.
I think that vetting is. I think people are sensitive about vetting. The people who agree with vetting. I don't agree with vetting because like you said, like I'm saying, these companies that hire people that they have to apologize for later, they vet it too. They vet it. I can't be better than a Fortune 500 company, but I don't agree with vetting. I do agree in protecting yourself, but not vetting because you can't vet anybody. But I
So
do.
companies shouldn't have
Conversation
background
earlier about
checks.
what's more beneficial is standards, boundaries, expectations. That does actually protect you more. But at the end of the day, if he's messing up, he's not there. It's on him. But I don't believe in vetting, like not at all.
Yeah,
Famous.
and
I think that.
the minute you fail to meet the standard boundaries and expectation, bloop, drop. Yeah,
I
but
don't think that
I'm
anyone
going
on
to.
the panel. Oh, I'm sorry, Themis. I was trying to go back to what you were saying before. I don't think anyone here believes that it's women's fault and they should have done better. Actually, from what I'm hearing, we kind of all agree with each other. We're just saying it in different
No,
ways.
no, 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 no. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think people are taking what they're saying to the logical extreme. The logical extreme of what you're saying is it being weaponized against you. Whether or not you agree with this or disagree, I'm telling you that is what is going to happen.
Oh,
And
I
if the
wasn't here
conversation,
earlier.
yeah, and the conversation that y'all should have probably should be private about what to do and what not to do. And when you mess up, then they can say, well, you should have vetted better. Because the reality is, some of you will mess up. And that's just that on that. Like, it's good. Maybe you have a marriage, maybe you don't, maybe this, maybe that. Whatever it is fine. Just know some of y'all will mess up, and the response to you messing up is going to be you should have vetted better. Now, if you're
Whoa.
telling each other that vetting is the thing
So
that you
don't
should
people say
do,
all the time you should have more standards?
yeah, you should have more standards, but black men don't say that to women, black women as a general matter. Because if a black man come on here and say, "Well, you should have had better standards," I'm still going to drag them, but because why are you excusing the behavior? But I do agree that black women should have higher standards. I agree with that. I agree that most people should not be able to meet your standards. I agree with that.
Oh,
I
and I
think
know what.
I'm
black
saying
women
if
should
you
have
take
higher
it to the
standards.
logical extreme, either one can lead to someone blaming you if you allow them to take it that way. So saying
No,
I
I
have
mean,
standards,
no,
boundaries, and
you can, no, no,
expectations,
no.
someone
You
can
can be
drag you
blamed.
like,
No, and I'm not saying you deserve to be dragged, but if you have your own standards, boundaries, and expectation, and people don't meet them, and you keep violating your own standards, boundaries,
mhm,
and your own expectations,
mhm.
I'm not going to drag you because the person who stole the car is wrong. But there is a point to be made there. There is a
Yes.
point to be made there.
Themis,
But
you're
Well,
because
maybe
people
I think
can
it's the same
lie,
thing,
wait, no,
but
no, no. Yes, no, it is not the same thing. People can lie on vet when you try to vet them. If
Yeah.
someone breach your standards, boundaries, and expectation, and you stay, it is not your fault. It is theirs. They are
Yes.
wrong. But you should be leaving because you need to adhere to your standard, boundaries, and expectation. However, if you attempt to vet someone, they can lie. And you have failed in your vetting process if you
What?
believe the lie.
so
Hold
emotional
on.
abuse doesn't happen. People don't violate your boundaries systematically, and then you end
They,
up staying in a
the point,
situation where
yeah,
you shouldn't.
but you are violating your own boundaries too. If you have the standards, boundaries, and expectations for yourself, and people infringe on your boundaries, people do not meet your standards and your expectations, and you decide to stay, yes, you decided to violate your own boundaries, and you're not to be blamed, but you have violated your own contract with yourself about what you expect in life. That is different than someone lying to you and meeting the whatever vetting process you have. People can lie, submit their resume, tell you they speak 5 languages, including Mandarin. You take them to China, and then they realize they can't speak it. Well, they did in fact lie to you. You failed in that process. But you vetted. You did vet. You did try.
Yeah,
You did
people can
vet.
lie.
You
People can
failed.
violate your boundaries. They can do both.
No,
I don't really see why either of
I'm
this
done.
makes it the woman.
Vaughn, I'm done. It's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean. I meant to mute. I am
Simmis,
done with
Simmis,
this conversation. Wait, the reason
I
I am
agree.
done with the conversation is because you are being willfully obtuse.
I'm
It is
not.
very
But
logically. It is
I can give an
very clear.
example, Simmis.
Please let me
that
finish.
wasn't me, by the way.
Oh, let me. Let's do this. Simply put, you're being, in my opinion, willfully obtuse. The reason I say that is very simply this. If you think someone violating your boundaries is analogous to someone lying to you and passing whatever vetting process you have, those are two completely different things.
Yes, they're different things.
Yes.
However, the logical
Go
the
ahead.
logical extreme that you were talking about, in the sense that you were saying that people are able to say, because maybe I don't care enough about what Black men think to care whether or not they're going to blame me for my vetting, so that's not my issue. Just in the same way that they can say, oh, was your fault because you didn't vet, they can also, if you take it to the logical extreme, say it was your fault because you allowed someone to continuously violate your boundaries. And I guess you're saying you agree with them, that if they say that they're violating your
One
boundaries,
of
that it's your
them is
fault.
more accurate than the other. If you you don't have those standards, boundaries, and expectation if you allow people to violate them. You don't have them. You cannot tell me you have, this is your boundary, these are your standards, and you are allowing people. You don't have them. You don't.
So you've not, I
I
mean,
think that
people get emotional abuse, right? I
I
mean,
think
that
But
he was
happens
right.
where it's
I think
violated.
he
you
was
don't
right.
have a standard regarding emotional abuse, because if you did, then you would live up to it. Like it's just that simple. You can have standards when it comes to vetting and requirements when it comes to vetting, and they can lie and get in. If you have standards, boundaries, and expectation as a principled matter, they don't get to do it twice.
I don't,
Simmis
I'm
was
not
right in
disagreeing
saying
that
the
those
conversation.
things are important. And I think maybe this is where the breakdown is happening, is that I'm not saying people should not have standards, boundaries, and expectations. But, just like that lady, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you that lady, but the person who talked about the example of, checking your insurance, going and seeing if they have 4 whatever stars. All of those things, I think that I don't think that we're being honest with ourselves, in the sense that oftentimes we aren't doing that. Now, if someone lies and gets someone to, fudge their Yelp reviews, then that's one thing. But I do think that, and like you said, maybe it needs to be a conversation amongst women, so it doesn't seem like we're, exposing ourselves, for men to be able to say things are our fault. But I do think that, and just like I think Obi was saying, there is an idea of what are some standards that we can have. And I wish that this conversation could move forward, because I do think it's a part of the Black community kind of telling us that we shouldn't have standards, and telling us, like someone was talking about, oh, they don't talk about the emotional component of a relationship, so that shouldn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter that someone has a good personality. That shouldn't make you lower your initial vetting standards. Now, after that, should you continue to have standards? Yes. But I think oftentimes we are told by our community at large that we need to reduce the barrier for entry. So stop the vetting, or, it's okay if he's, he can't financially support you, he's a good man, or whatever those things are. I think the having that initial barrier of entry is very important. I'm not saying it's going to be 100%, but it's important. And I wish that was a conversation that we could have without centering the male gaze and whether or not they're going to tell you that, it was your fault, because that's not what I'm focused on.
So if we're vetting, then off the flip, black men would no longer be an option. And if that's the case, so be it. But be mindful that men have always studied women checklists, and it's not always with good intention. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate that. Look, whatever you guys want to do, I'm not about to sit here and argue back and forth with you regarding vetting. If you guys think you can vet, go forth and vet. If you think standard mantles and expectations are the better one, you can do it. For the men listening, thinking they can come up here and say it, absolutely not. I completely disagree with this. And to the extent that someone say, I am the one being willfully obtuse, I promise you that I have metabolized the information being presented here regarding vetting. I think vetting is intrinsic in having standards, boundaries, and expectation, because there is a level of vetting, because how would you know if these people meet your standards, boundaries, and expectation? My issue is you having that continuously. It is intrinsic. I'm not about to sit here and say black women should vet better. I'm going to say black women should have better standards, boundaries, and expectation. Now, if that's not concise enough, if that doesn't make sense, that's fine. That's my opinion. I don't
That's
tell you
perfect.
guys what to do. And to the extent that you guys want to learn to vet, it will not be taught here unless a black man is telling you how to do it. Because I will ask them when they come up and say you should have vetted better. I'm going to ask them how. So that's just that on that.
Yes.
Can I
Thank
say
you.
No,
something?
this is awesome.
Thank you, Tina. Huh? Who's that?
I'm sorry.
That was me.
That was
Oh,
me.
I'm
I
sorry.
keep on going in and out. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Wait,
Can
who
you
is
guys
that?
hear me?
I need the name.
Foresight, wisdom.
Is it about
Can you hear
vetting?
me?
Because if it's not, yes, I can. But if it's about vetting, I'm
No, it's
done.
about. I'm trying to give I was trying to tell you before. I'm giving you an example because my daughter is 18 and she just started dating. And with her and her boyfriend, she came to me and I said, "You guys need to write down if you're going to have a relationship. First of all, you need to write down your standards, your expectations, and your boundaries for your relationship. You need to do this so you know what you're wanting from the other person. What is the purpose of your relationship?" And then I asked him, I said, "Do you know what relationships are for?" And then he's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "There's two types of relationships. When you go to college, you take classes called interpersonal communication, which talks about relationships. Okay. When it talks about it, says there's platonic relationships and romantic. Platonic are friendship relationships. And of course, the romantic is self explanatory. It breaks down parts of these relationships, the beginning all the way to the end. Then I asked him, I said, "Do you know what a romantic relationship is for? Why do you know why they exist?" The reason why you want to be in a romantic relationship is when you're ready to get married. You're looking for a partner you want to engage in, a life partner. So there's certain things before you get when you start these relationships that you need to have. You need to write down what you both want from each other. That's the expectations. Then you want the boundaries. If a and this is why I'm saying everything you're saying is correct, and I'm actually agreeing. I think I'm just saying it in a different way. If you write down you have these expectations for yourself, and you're doing this is part of vetting, writing down, having standards, boundaries, expectations. You're going to watch for all of these things in your relationship. As soon as he goes beyond one of your boundaries, you stop the relationship and you choose if it's over or not. Like Themis said, if you make a boundary and you let a man walk over that boundary, you keep on letting them do it to you, even though you set these boundaries. That is the point where it's on you because you keep on letting him walk all over you. Do you see
I
what I
would
mean?
argue that
No,
if you
I'm
allow,
agreeing with you.
yeah, no, and I'm saying if you claim you have a boundary, but you keep letting people violate that boundary, you don't have a boundary. It's that simple.
Exactly. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. I'm backing up what you're saying. I'm just giving you an example. So I wrote those things down. Then I told her, and then I told both of them, I said, "Do you guys plan on having children?" And then they both said yes. I said, "Okay, well, do you know that the poverty level, like a family of four, um, at a poverty level, you have to make like $60,000 or more in order to take care of a family. These are statistics. And I said, so how much money are you going to be able to make? And this is why I told my daughter, you got to make sure you're with the guy that can make enough money to even take care of a family. Do you see what I mean? That's part of vetting. You're creating standards, boundaries, expectations for yourself. So if a guy is telling you don't vet, he's basically trying to trick you. He's trying to tell you to not have standards, morals, and values. He's telling you to not examine him. It's a trick. So yes, but this is when I was saying earlier that men and women are supposed to vet. They're supposed to both vet to see if the qualities of what they like, the standards and the values of what they have meets with another person. Do you see what I mean?
Right,
These are things that are important for a relationship. As far as like people's behaviors go, like if someone's behaving bad and they don't meet up to your standards or your boundaries or your morals or your values, and they change it and switch it up, that's not your fault.
All right.
If they were sheep in wolf's clothing, that's not your fault. But you still need to have standards and values and morals for yourself. You still need to vet and look for these things in a person when you're in a relationship. You have to do a careful examination of the person that you might want to spend the rest of your life with. And that's what that vetting is taking careful examinations of a person to see if they meet your standards, morals, values, things like that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna. Was
say
that funny?
I was gonna say,
All
I
right,
think
go ahead.
Steve already said he
Good-
didn't want to talk about this anymore. He said, give it to me.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I mean,
You seem exhausted.
He said we should talk about it amongst ourselves. I mean, I won't be a part of the conversation at all. But he said already talk about it amongst ourselves instead of explaining it. So I think we need to move on from this and either end the show or go to the next topic.
Yes.
Which we're going
Oh,
to. I appreciate. Thank you, Sunny.
I thought you
Thank you. All right. All
I
right.
had
Thank
it.
you, Sunny. Have a wonderful night, guys. Bye. I appreciate that, Sunny. Thank you for protecting my boundary. So I appreciate all of you for coming. There are some things I need to get correct. Having let the men speak, I feel kind of obligated to let the women speak when the panel was now open. I am just someone said thank you, Sunny. I am worried, and I'm gonna just say this quickly. I am worried that I don't. I think the way that women are engaging in these discourse leave them open to being attacked. That's my opinion. Maybe not true. I think that the way that I don't want to call anyone out. So let me just skip to this part. I also think that it is difficult, and I understand why, to listen to men talk, but I do want to hear kind of where they were coming from and where they were going, and maybe kind of like figure it out. But I realize that like women aren't going to let that happen. And the reason people are like, well, you could just prevent the women from coming up. No, I'm not going to do that. Why I'm not going to do that is I think it is about you and yourself and control. And whether or not I mean, towards the end, I said women can come up, but I didn't say it, but obviously women could come up at that point. But I think throughout the show, there is an unwillingness to kind of like sit tight. So I don't know what that means. Maybe I no one respects the platform. I'm kidding. No, I'm being facetious. But I think that I was not very good at vetting the panelists, so I should vet better. So conditioned to trust men that you will argue for them to lead you, even though they rest in the lowest position on the social totem pole, right? Not vet the panel. Period. I need to vet. Thank you, Themis, for your insight. We love you, dear. Oh, I do know that. I do know that some of you guys really do love and care about me and for me, and I truly appreciate that. That might be the greatest thing that I've ever received from anything. It is for this community and you guys so willing to like reach out and make sure I'm good. Yesterday when I ended the live, so many people reached out to me to ask if I was good. So let me just address that quickly. I am good. I didn't end it because I was upset or anything. I was just like, this conversation going nowhere. I'm not about to sit here and go through this and get tense. I had a great spa day and I'm not about to ruin that messing with these people who are not willing to say anything. But today I was better. And so I was like, yeah, I could definitely have that conversation now. I'm ready to go in a whirlpool of nothingness and be fine with it. So that's what happened. Um, you're not a bad host. If you kick folks off the panel, it's okay to get them off. Everybody doesn't need a voice in your space. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is okay to kick people off. The probably so I walk with this notion, and I'm going to end it here. I go with the notion that everyone is experiencing life differently, and I don't know what anyone is going through. And sometimes I'd never want to be the last straw. You know what I mean? Like, I never want to be the interaction with me to be the last straw that caused you to do something bad, right? Or to not consider something. So, like, I try to be as respectful and caring, not just respectful, but caring about the people that come up, particularly the women who come up. And that I think is to the channel's detriment, maybe, I don't know. But I am hopeful that you guys don't take advantage of that. Like I'm hopeful that like when I see when I say a man's only panel, when I see a woman, it's because she actually need to say something because it's super important, right? And if I see someone there and it's not super important, I am now faced with the reality like this person didn't follow the instruction. Why? And do I enforce that in this moment if I don't fully need to? Because it could hurt this person in a way that I can come back from or they can come back from. And so a lot of you guys I'm hoping will be generous and so I don't have to enforce a lot of things. And I hope that makes sense. That's all. That is it. Let me know. I'm going to put a post up and figure out the debate with Cynthia G. So I don't know who wants to be there. If you do not email when I send it, stating your position and being selected before the show, you will not be allowed on the panel until the debate is over. So if you want to be a part of the debate, look out for that community tab, post, and respond to it. That is all. That is all I have for today. Thank you guys so much. I didn't expect so many people here today, but I did appreciate you coming. Bye. I'm annoyed because I got you all told me to get a bell and I got a bell and I feel terrible using it, but I'm gonna continue to use it. And the fact that I really actually like the idea of a gavel is bad. I'm not gonna get a gavel because I like it too much. Good night. Bye. Wait, I'm going over to Prince Petty's channel. Here is his link. I'm not telling anyone to subscribe or anything, but I'm going to go over there and disrupt the channel for like 2 seconds. So click the link. If you go over there, please go over there and tell him that Themis sent you over there. And let's just go over there and just disrupt it for a minute. Just type in Themis Enthos or something, and then let's disrupt it. All right, now I'm gone. Bye.